Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area in the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. Now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 111 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin NAVABI.
And with your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Ghamari.
Thank you so much. Armin, how are you doing today?
Really good. Really, really good. The Strait of Hormuz is open for everyone except the Islamic Republic. We went from the Strait of Hormuz being closed to everyone except the Islamic Republic to now the Strait of Hormuz being open to everyone except the Islamic Republic. We did a 180. That's crazy. Oil prices are dropping. The market is crazy, responding crazy. Unbelievable. Goldie, they're capitulating hard. They're backtracking hard. Like, how are they going to sell this internally? I don't know what's happening. This is amazing. This is actually apparently Goldie was right. This was actually a 5D chess move all along. It works. It's working out unbelievably well. The Islamic Republic is now obviously like transparently, like used to capitulate behind the scenes, and now in front it would come and say like, no, nothing is happening. But we were wondering for how long they could do this. At some point it's going to be obvious, and today is the day. Today is the day. They're capitulating.
So, Armin, can you explain that a little bit? Because there's a lot of questions from our viewers. There's a lot of misinformation going around. The Islamic regime is claiming one thing. There's been some back and forths. IRGC is pretending like this is some sort of victory for the Islamic regime. There was, they basically said that President Trump had agreed to give them $20 billion in frozen assets. Like, can we go through all of this? Because there's so much misinformation that the Islamic regime is putting out. And for a lot of people, it's confusing.
Yeah, so actually, the President Trump came out and clarified that they're not giving any money, apparently, to the Islamic Republic, nothing. And the Strait of Hormuz has been confirmed by the Islamic Republic itself that it's now all open to everyone else. And President Trump said, like, okay, good job, but we're keeping our blockade. So it's interesting, Goldie, because the whole point of the blockade by the Americans were to put pressure on the Islamic Republic to stop their blockade. And now the Islamic Republic opened their blockade, and President Trump was like, we're still here. We're still going to continue to do this. So it's like this finally proved that all the people who were saying that the Islamic Republic is winning and Trump is losing, they were all full of crap. The Americans have all the leverage, or else this would not be the result,
Let's go through some of President Trump's posts here, because again, I still find it so surprising that the mainstream media, not all of them, but some of them, rely on messages put out by the Islamic regime. And they take that as if that's the truth, which is absolutely insane to me. It's insane. Like I cannot believe that. Here, let's go to what Arokchi said as well. So, okay. So President Trump says Iran has just announced that the Strait of Iran. I don't know why I said Strait of Iran. It's Hormuz.
Yeah. New name. Strait of Hormuz.
The Strait of Iran. I know, that was kind of cute.
Okay.
Wow. Strait of Iran, I think he means Hormuz, is fully open and ready for full passage. Thank you. So he posted that about 4 hours ago. And then, wait, where am I here? There we go. And then he says, the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and ready for business and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran only until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. This process should go very quickly in that most of the points are already negotiated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. And then he says, the USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. We'll have to talk about that a little bit later, but let's just focus on the Hormuz situation right now. And then he continues, now that the Hormuz Strait is open, situation is over, I received a call from NATO asking if we would still need some help. I told them to stay away unless they want to load up their ships with oil. They were useless and needed, a paper tiger. Then he says, thank you to Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar for your great bravery and help. And then he says, Iran, with the help of the USA, has removed or is removing all sea mines. Thank you. And then he says, again, this deal is not tied in any way to Lebanon, but we will make Lebanon great again, which means they're basically going to get rid of Hezbollah. Thank you to Pakistan and its great prime minister and field marshal, two fantastic people, President Donald J. Trump. A great and brilliant day for the world. Iran has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. It will no longer be used as a weapon against the world. And then he says, the failing New York Times, fake news, CNN, and others just don't know what to do. They are desperately looking for a reason to criticize President Donald J. Trump on the Iran situation, but just can't find it. Why don't they just say at the right time, job well done, Mr. President, and start to gain back their credibility? So that's where we are right now. Now, what's interesting is that Arokci, the foreign affairs minister, he's saying, in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But they're not mentioning that the US blockade is still there. And they're trying to make it. And look at this. Like, look at all the bots here. Like, this garbage post has like 99,000 likes. Like, it's insane. It's insane how much, like, how many likes this is getting. It's wild. But anyway, no mention of the US blockade. So what's happening, Armin? What's going on the regime side?
I think President Trump found their weakness. I think the regime might have been able to tolerate being bombed from the sky here and there, but the blockade ended up being their main weak. Like, so basically, what they were trying to do to the world when it comes to blocking the Strait of Hormuz, they thought that's the Achilles heel of the world, but it ended up actually being their Achilles heel the most. So we're like, okay, you want to try that game? Americans were like, we could do that to you, and you're actually, and it worked out. I think that the IRGC can tolerate some of, a lot of damage, but President Trump found exactly where to hit them where it hurts the most, which is in their pocket, and they're basically coming to the table and giving. Given that President Trump is right about this, ended up being right about the Strait of Hormuz being open very soon, it makes us wonder that maybe he was not doing mind games yesterday when he said that the Islamic Republic is being very reasonable and they're giving out the entirety of the nuclear dust, and they're going to agree to not enrich uranium. Given that this ended up not being a mind game, maybe yes, what he was saying yesterday was not a mind game as well. I don't know. We have to see. This ended up being true. So maybe the Islamic Republic is bending the knee, and now it has to figure out how to sell this. It can't internally with the regime supporters, because the regime supporters for the past 40 days were claiming that they're victorious and they were celebrating their victory against the Israelis and Americans. They won't be able to do so anymore. Goldie, I cannot wait for me to, after the show, to go through the comment sections of the pro-regime people and to figure out how they're going to deal with this. Like, it's going to be a crap show. Like, they're going to be turning against each other. They're going to be crying. They're going to be shouting. I can't wait to see if we're going to get any videos from the streets of Iran with the pro-regime people, like cursing Ghalibaf, or, I don't know, saying Islam was sold out. Like, I can't wait for those videos to come out.
So, Armin, I actually have a surprise for you.
Oh.
Look at the post I sent you in the in the studio chat. And while you open that up, let me just read this one. This post from Iran International English. So, Iran State TV, citing a senior military official, said only civilian vessels will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz via designated routes and with permission from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. The passage of military vessels through the strait remains prohibited, it said. So the Islamic regime is pretending as if this is some sort of, like, they're trying to spin this as if this is some sort of victory for them, which is very bizarre. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Armin. Do you want to pull up what I just sent you?
Yeah. Oh, good. Exactly. This is what I was waiting. Okay, so the caption says regime supporters are furious. I knew it. This is are furious about. We have them already. They are furious about the opening of the Hormuz Strait by the regime. They're confused and angry across their Telegram channels. One guy comments, "I feel so humiliated. I want to die." Guys, they don't understand. They're like, but we were winning. Why would we have to give the Americans anything? So this is beautiful. Oh my God, guys, this after 40 days of pretending to be winning, now they can't deny that they're losing. Guys, I told you that the humiliation will convince these people that they're losing more than missiles. You could bomb the crap out of everything that they own, and they will still claim that they're winning. Only humiliation and them bending the knee will get them to realize, like, maybe they're not winning. I told you this is a more of a psychological warfare than a military one. So look at the comments. چه حقارتی. امام رو شهید کردن، داریم سرخم میکنیم. Like, oh my God, what a humiliation. هیهات من نزله. هیهات من نزله. He's saying, like, what a humiliation. They martyred our imam, but yet we are like, is the equivalent would be bending the knee. So in Persian it's like bending the neck like this, but the equivalent in English would be like bending the knee.
So when they say they murdered our imam, they're referring to Khamenei. So basically this one guy is like, they killed Khamenei and now we're surrendering.
Yeah. Oh my God. This is not what Hussein would do. Hussein would continue fighting. خون شهدا! No! خون شهدا! They're saying the blood of the martyrs for nothing. از رهبری تا بچه های میناب چه? He's saying from the supreme leader all the way to the children of میناب. انتقام این همه عزیز از دست رفته چی شد? What happened to the revenge of all of these people? Okay, actually, let me bring this screen so you guys could see it in here, zoom in. So what happened to the revenge from all the people that died? By the way, the Bachaya Minab, you killed them. You are responsible for their death, even if it was a US missile. And then it continues and says هر کاری میکنن بکنن فقط اون اورانیوم غنی شده رو نباید از دست بدن چون دقیقا مثل لیبی همون حمله میکنن بعدش. Goldie, see, I told you that the one that they want to be the least flexible about is the enriched uranium. This guy is confirming that. He's saying, like, whatever they want to do, let them, like, do it. Just don't capitulate when it comes to the enriched uranium, because if we capitulate on that, they will do to us what they did to Libya. They will attack in Libya, like, because Gaddafi basically gave up its nuclear program, but eventually it was toppled anyways. So basically this guy says, just saying, like, okay, you opened the Strait of Hormuz, you gave up on Hezbollah, you're throwing Hezbollah under the bus, whatever. You want to give our, like, don't give up the uranium. That's like the least, like, but if President Trump is, Goldie, if President Trump was describing what actually happened yesterday, then that means that they have given up on the part that they were the least flexible about. That means that everything else is a given. If they're going to give up their enrichment uranium, of course they're going to sell out Hezbollah. Of course they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. Of course they're going to give up of everything else, because the hardest part has already been done. So what is this guy saying? اون به کنار، اون 10 تا شرط چی شد؟ برای آتش بس که میگفتن سگ زرد قبول کرده چی شد؟ They were lying to you. You're allowed to realize اینها مردم رو بلا نسبت خرگی رو بردن. Oh my God, this is so beautiful. Goldie, thank you for sharing this. This is the most beautiful thing ever. It's saying, forget about all of this. What happened to our 10 conditions? You're like, guys, let me give you some context. Within the Islamic Republic State TV, they told the regime supporters that President Trump was already forced to accept the 10 conditions of the Islamic Republic. And the regime supporters are retarded, because if you look at the 10 conditions, it includes, like, removing sanctions, paying the Islamic Republic, accepting the Islamic Republic controlling the Strait of Hormuz forever, accepting the Islamic Republic enriching uranium. Like, anybody within Iran who believed the state media that Trump accepted all of the 10 conditions is retarded. So this person is saying, all of that aside, what happened to our 10 conditions for ceasefire? They told us that the yellow dog accepted it. Yellow dog means they called President Trump the yellow dog. He's saying they told us that the yellow dog has already accepted the 10 conditions. And then this last line is beautiful. It says, these people, meaning the state, think that we are retarded. And like the state is treating the people. By the way, guys, whenever regime supporters, they say people, they're not talking about the vast majority of Iranian people who are anti-regime. They're talking about the regime supporters, right? So he's saying these guys, basically the state, is treating the people like we are retarded. So the regime supporters are saying the state is lying to us. Okay, let's look at this one. Oh my God, this is such a good time. By the way, guys, I see there's a super chat, but we'll respond to the super chats after this, okay? So this one, شهید شدن سید علی و دهها فرمانده و سردار ارشد و باز شدن تنگه و دادن اورانیوم و دادن غنیسازی رو شما میگید اتفاقات خوب، اتفاقات بد پس چی میتونه باشه؟ So, okay, so basically he's responding to a comment that's saying, I think that something good is happening. And this person is responding to that comment is saying, they killed Ali Khamenei. Tens of our commanders, of IRGC commanders, have died. The Strait of Hormuz is open. They're giving up the enriched uranium. They're giving up enriching uranium. And you call these good events? If these are good events, what are bad events? What would bad events look like? Guys, the regime supporters are finally understanding what's happening. They finally are like, okay, we're being lied to. The regime is lying to. Guys, this more than missiles will bring down the regime. What you're witnessing right now is the regime supporters turning against the regime. This will fragment the regime and bring us closer to regime collapse more than missiles and drones, and even more than killing the different people within the regime. This division that you're seeing, this is beautiful. This is so beautiful. I'm not just happy because this is so entertaining to watch these people who thought that they're winning all the time, finally realizing that they're losing. It's not just entertaining, but it's actually the greatest weapon we have against the regime. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? This is very important. If you understand this, you will understand the weakness of the Islamic Republic more than anyone else. All right, okay. See, guys, Iranians who were like, oh no, ceasefire, we're ruined, everything is over. Guys, the ceasefire and the negotiations is hurting the Islamic Republic more than the war. Because the war was bringing them together. The ceasefire is dividing them. Okay, look at this. So this guy is saying, پس کلا نقش رهبر به چه دردی میخوره وقتی نه اثری ازش وقتی نه اثری ازش هست، نه فیلم و عکسی، نه اختیاری، کلا حکومت رو بدن دست سپاه دیگه. Oh wow, this guy just got the memo. He's saying, this guy is saying, like, what is the role of the supreme leader anymore when there is no signs of him, there is no videos, there is no pictures, there is no will, there is no even will from the supreme leader. Give the entire regime to the IRGC already. Okay. Oh wow, yep, finally is getting what's happening. These people are finally understanding it. So this guy is saying, امیر رضا is saying, ما این همه شب رفتیم تو خیابون شعار دادیم، درخواستای ما واضح بود، شما رفتیم با قاتل رهبر دست دادید، بعد تنگه‌ای که برای ما هست و میتونیم مثل جاهای دیگه جهان ازش درآمد کسب کنیم رو خیلی راحت دوباره در اختیار صهیونیست‌ها میذارید. So it's saying, okay, it's saying, we went to the streets every night and chanted, and we made our demands very clear when we went to the streets and we were chanting. And then you, the state, basically the regime, you went and shook hands with the murderers of our supreme leader. Okay. And then the strait that is ours, and that we could have revenue from it just like everywhere else in the world, you just willy-nilly just gave it to the Zionists. You just gave up the strait to the Zionists. And then, oh, look at this. This person is saying, بدبختمون کردن. احساس حقارت میکنن. دلم میخواد همین الان بمیرم. He's saying these people have ruined us. Basically, the regime. So these are regime supporters. They're saying the regime, they ruined us, the negotiators. He's saying, I feel so inferior. I have this sense of nothingness. I have this sense of nothingness. I just want to die right now. دلم میخواد همین الان بمیرد. خب برو بمیر. خب برو بمیر. Then go die. All right. So this person wants to die now. Oh, by the way, YouTube, for legal reasons, that's for entertainment. That's a joke. Don't go die. Okay. If you're having any thoughts, go, call the hotline. All right. We have to be careful with strikes and stuff on YouTube. It's sensitive. YouTube is sensitive these days. All right. دیگه داریم به مرحله ظهور خدا نزدیک میشیم. دیگه از آخر زمان کار گذشته. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is perfect. This person is saying, forget about the Mahdi. God will appear very soon. Like, we're getting to the level where instead of the Mahdi appearing, God is going to appear. So forget the end of times, because guys, according to Shia ideology, at the end of times, the Mahdi will show up. And he's saying, like, we have moved past that point. We have moved that, like, given how crazy the situation is, God is going to appear himself. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is amazing. This is amazing. It's like, because guys, like within the religious people in Shia Islam, when you see things getting really crazy in the world, you see that as the sign of end of times, right? So this person is saying things are so crazy that forget about end of times and the appearance of Mehdi. We have moved past that level. God is like, God is going to be like, we're going to skip a step. I'm going to show up myself. So, all right, this one. Okay. Oh, this is a happy day. This is a happy day. Guys, this is more devastating to the regime than even the killing of Khamenei. So, because we're seeing the final division, the crack, we're seeing the cracks. Here, الان توی این جنگ هم رهبری رو شهید کردن. However, it was the Khamenei's killing that is making these people think that they should have gotten a revenge by now. And instead of getting revenge, it's like they're thinking we're giving them a reward. Like they think that we're rewarding our enemies for killing our supreme leader instead of getting a revenge from them. Oh my God, I can't wait to see what Raifipur and Akhundane and all of these people are going to respond, how they're going to respond to this. So here, الان توی این جنگ هم رهبری رو شهید کردن، هم مسئولین لشکر رو. چرا آخه این کار میکنن این وطن فروشا؟ So he's saying, like, yeah, basically the same as other people. Like in this war, they killed the supreme leader. They killed so many of our, armed forces. Why are they doing this? They're selling our country. These people are traitors. They're selling our country. All right. Wow. This was so beautiful. Thank you, Goldie. Thank you. Oh my God.
You're welcome.
Wow. Oh my God. And Goldie, you were so right, because apparently President Trump's, plan worked out. Like we were wondering if this is all just happening like randomly, or if this is like a master plan or anything. And it's like, it seems like it was a master plan all along, all the time. Oh my God. Goldie, do you mind reading the super chats while I go take a bio break for?
Yeah, absolutely. So our first super chat is from Markbarg 2732. Durud Patriots, can we just agree that our mission after Iran is free is to push all the jihadis out of the West? Trump should be more like Geert Wildit. Armin, this as a hoodie on your merch, please. Armin Win. Yeah, I think that after the Islamic regime is overthrown and Iran is free, there's definitely going to have to be a focus on all the jihadis that are currently in Western countries. Absolutely. And the Iran situation has definitely exposed how much let me put it this way. The Iran situation has really exposed how many Islamists actually live in Western countries and support the Islamic regime. It is, in fact, quite terrifying.
So, Goldie, can I say something in regards to that? Actually, and the biggest allies you could have in the West in fighting that fight is the Iranian people in the West. The Iranian people in the West will be the biggest allies for you to fight against the Islamizations, because we already dealt with it when in Iran. So we have the experience and we are aligned with you. So just use your Iranian population to fight this fight. Yeah.
Absolutely. Then Vicky says, Goldie, you and Armin are teaching me the truth about Iran. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vicky. Glad you are here and with us. Takax Janos. Charandi Manandi says the exact opposite. We need an Armin rant on this. Tehran Professor Marandi. Israel will restart Iran war on the Breaking Points channel. Javid Shah. Yeah, Charandi Marandi. That's why we call him Charandi Marandi, because he just says Charand. Charand just means garbage or nonsense. So yeah, like yeah.
No, I mean, he's right. Israel will restart the war until the Islamic Republic is gone. But the humiliation to the regime support. So, guys, think about this. Even if all of this breaks apart and the ceasefire breaks and we go back to military operations against the Islamic Republic, the regime supporters have already seen the level of humiliation that the regime is willing to go to stop the military operations. So the damage is already done. Sorry, Goldie, I didn't.
No, not at all. We're having a conversation.
Yeah.
Absolutely. PC-Lu3ZF says, free Iran. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Yes, free Iran. Nicholas Calabro. What happens if the Islamic regime is still alive on January 20th, 2029, when President Trump's term ends? Not a popular question, but it needs to be asked. The Islamic regime is not going to last that long. The Islamic regime is not going to last that long. I wouldn't be too concerned about that. Like, we don't know when it's going to end, but it's definitely not going to stick around that long. There's no way.
But it just, like, hypothetically, if they survive that long, the Iranian people and the Israeli people, even if President Trump is not in office anymore, the Iranian people and the Israeli people will never stop the fight until the regime falls. We will continue the fight, and one way or another, we will bring the Islamic Republic down. And President Trump, while he was in power, he caused a lot of significant damages to the Islamic Republic, to the point where most of the stuff that maybe Israel could not have been done has already been taken away from the Islamic Republic. And I think that even if it takes longer than a lot of people want it to take, one way or another, the Iranian people and the Israeli people will finish the Islamic Republic.
I agree. PC says Mahdi does not exist. Yeah, that's a religious thing, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in the Mahdi, so I guess to me it doesn't exist. Marg,
I'm an atheist.
Yeah, there you go. This as a hoodie and t-shirt. Okay, Armin. So Marg is, I think you have to go to your live stream to see what he's asking for.
Is it the Armin win thing?
Yeah. He's referring to
the thing, the Canada, like me with the Canada thing. Okay. All right. Okay.
And then Play to Win says, cry IRI, your tears are sweeter than candy. Yes.
I have a cup here that says "Calm Tears." I don't know if people noticed. So
love that.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to you, Armin.
Oh, okay.
Armin Power Hour.
Oh, okay. So, let's actually look at I'm going to go back to this. Let's look at this and analyze it word by word by President Trump, saying the Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran only. Guys, this is such a reversal. Like, we started this whole Hormuz stuff with the Islamic Republic saying we can go through. Everyone else either needs to pay us $2 million or we will just going to block them. Now we have completely reversed the situation. And now everybody could go except the Islamic Republic. Everybody could pass except the Islamic Republic. There is no way the Islamic Republic can sell this as a win to their own followers, saying until such a time as our as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. Here, this part is very interesting because I think President Trump has found finally what the Islamic Republic responds to. Like apparently, like bombing like their military assets, they keep resisting that. But because President Trump is realizing that this is what the Islamic Republic wants the most, which is the ability to sell their oil and gas, uh, they're just gonna be like, okay, we want more before we open this. Yeah, okay, this is really work. And you know who gave that idea to President Trump? The Islamic Republic. Because the Islamic Republic was like, you know what, you're attacking us? Well, we can close the Strait of Hormuz. And President Trump was like, that's not actually a bad idea. We could do that as well. How about we do that instead? And the Islamic Republic is like, oopsies, oopsies. And like, we could do this with very limited military power. Even if you destroy so much of our assets, it's so easy for us to close the Strait of Hormuz. And the United States were like, well, if it's easy for you, it's even easier for me. I can like, two can play that game. And now the Islamic Republic, oh no. And then it says this process should go very quickly in that most of the points are already negotiated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. And then let's look at the Arakchi, because you would think Arakchi would be trying to sell. Let me see how they could, like, if I was Arakchi, how would I sell this internally? How would I sell this internally as a victory? Okay, because Arakchi is saying, in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of ceasefire. On the coordinated route as already announced by ports and maritime organizations of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Okay, so there is no explanation here for why this is a victory other than we're doing this because you did a ceasefire in Lebanon. So guys, think about how pathetic and embarrassing that is, because the Islamic Republic did not close the Strait of Hormuz because of Lebanon. And now they're opening it because of Lebanon. Like, how does that work? How exactly that work? Like, was that your condition? And basically, to me, this sounds like the Islamic Republic people went to Trump and said, like, you need to give us something, anything to pretend like we're winning internally. And President Trump was like, okay, what can I give you to make you save face? And they were like, something with the uranium, like, nope. And they were like, something with the missiles, President, like, nope. Something with our drones, nope. Give us some control over Strait of Hormuz, nope. And like, what these are the most important thing, like, nope. You ask for something else to pretend that you're winning somehow. And they were like, can you do a ceasefire in Lebanon at least? I'm like, okay, I'll tell Israel to stop bombing for a while, for just a little bit. So you guys could be like, oh, we got Lebanon ceasefire, even though that was not at all the reason why you went through this at all. And now you're like acting that it was like, this is the reason. Interesting. This is playing out very, very interestingly. Wow, guys, this level of flexibility by the Islamic Republic to me suggests that maybe President Trump was not bluffing when it comes to the enriched uranium. Like, these people are really desperate to find a way to make the President Trump happy. Do you see when the, what's her name, Karen and Levate, she was saying that the way that the Islamic Republic talks in front of the cameras and the way they talk to us is night and day. Now we see, like, you know, they were not bluffing. It seemed like they were telling the truth. They were, you know, it's completely different. The way they talk to President Trump and now the way that they, this is quite interesting. I wonder I wonder what they're gonna do. Like, I wonder what they're gonna do when the regime supporters come for them. Like, how are they gonna? What narrative? If I was them, how would I try to sell this as a somewhat of a victory? Interesting. President Trump, but also confirmed that there's going to be verification. No money is going to be given to the Islamic Republic, and President Trump also has said the verification will be done by the Americans. So that is insane. Like, that is like a high level of humiliation for the Islamic Republic. You kill our supreme leader, and in exchange, we'll let you come to Iran to verify that we're not enriching uranium. I wonder who's in charge now that they're doing this. Like, I wonder, is this Ghalibaf doing this? Is this Vahidi doing this? Oh, by the way, speaking of Ghalibaf, what, guys, one thing that, oh my, I need to write this down so I can mention this in the discussion group. You know, one thing that we noticed that is extraordinary, that is crazy, the silence regarding what President Trump said yesterday by the Islamic Republic. Did anybody see the Islamic Republic coming out and saying, no, we did not agree to stop the enrichment of uranium? Did you guys see that? Like, there was no denial. We're just getting, I mean, maybe did we, until last time I checked, we didn't get any denial. Maybe in the past couple of hours we got a denial. Let's see, Ghalibaf. Nothing since the last time we checked. Guys, there's no talks. Like, President Trump came out and said that the Islamic Republic has agreed to not enrich uranium with no time limits, and they're also going to give us the nuclear dust, and there's no commentary. Usually they will come and deny it. Usually they will come usually the plan is to go to tell behind closed door to tell the Americans, like, okay, sure, and then come publicly and say, like, no, we will never bend the knee to the Americans, never surrender. Hey, hot, we will never surrender. But now we're not getting a denial. Why are we not getting a denial? Can anybody come up with a theory? Goldie, why do you think they're not denying that? So is Trump is not playing mind games? This is actually what happened?
Well, Adolchi's not even commenting on it.
Yeah.
Like, when you go to Adolchi's post, even he's not commenting on this. So
nothing. They're not coming out and saying President Trump is lying. Usually they will come out and say, like, it's a lie. We never agreed to anything. Just talking about Lebanon only. These people are acting like they're the officials of Lebanon for some reason. They're more obsessed with what's happening in Lebanon. You know what I think Lebanon is, guys, right now? Is, look over there! Look over there! We're like, don't look over here. Look over Lebanon. I think it's like, squirrel. Like, look, squirrel. Like, they're trying to distract us. I think that's what Lebanon is right now for the Islamic Republic. They keep talking about Lebanon, even though President Trump said that you're giving up enrichment of uranium. That was party. They're trying to make us look at somewhere else. But why are they not even? This is bizarre that they're not even commenting. This is not like them. This is not like the Islamic Republic. They will usually come out and deny. The fact that they're not denying it makes it more likely that President Trump was not playing mind games. Hey, he was actually like they actually told him, like, sure, whatever, fine, let us have our oil, please, let us sell our oil. You can have the uranium. Just give us our oil. Okay. What is this? CENTCOM video. Okay, new CENTCOM video shows the U.S. military enforcing America's naval blockade on Iranian ports in the Middle East as President Trump announces the blockade will remain in place as the Strait of Hormuz reopens for passage. Let's actually watch this. Ooh, this is, guys, we talk about this stuff, but we want to see how it looks like on the ground.
Blue Sky 4, this is U.S. Navy Warship 115. Request you return to original port of call in Iran. How copy? Over.
Get back.
Copy, sir. Thank you very much. Copy,
Oh.
copy, sir. Me alter to Iran. Me alter to Iran. Thank you.
Okay, but okay, sir. They're complying. Guys, that was a Persian accent. That guy was Iranian. Like, okay, we're gonna go back.
Blue Sky 4, this is U.S. Warship 115. I understand you will return to your previous port of call in Iran. This is U.S. Warship 115, standing by on channel 16. Out.
Oh my God, that was beautiful. One more time. Like, okay, sir. The guys, these are ships from the Islamic Republic. These ships coming from Iran, complying with the American with CENTCOM. One more time, guys. You can see it working. This is so beautiful. Okay, sir. Okay. We're gonna go back. Guys, I heard one ship was trying to sneak through and they didn't let it. Like they found it. It was like, oh, I'm gonna maneuver my way out of this. And they were like, nope, back you go. And we're like, oh, okay. So nothing is making, guys, not a single ship is making it through from Iranian ports. And everybody else now has access. Everybody else has access. Let me actually play this one more time and I'll show you the effect of this. Like the Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Iraq, Oman, everybody is like just going like, yeah, like open seas. We could like free navigations, maritime trade back in the Persian and Oman Gulf. Everyone has access except the Iranian ports. One more time.
Blue Sky 4, this is U.S. Navy Warship 115. Request you return to original port of call in Iran. How copy? Over.
Copy, sir. Thank you very much. Copy, sir. Me alter to Iran. Me alter to Iran. Thank you.
Blue Sky 4, this is U.S. Warship 115. I understand you will return to your previous port of call in Iran. This is U.S. Warship 115, standing by on channel 16. Out.
Wow. All right. Look at the effect. Brent is at 90. So, guys, what happened at $200 per barrel prices? Again, nobody knows what happens in the future, but we were supposed to hit 200. We're back. We dropped 8% already. We dropped even more, but we have a slight adjustment. Look at this. It's beautiful. It's coming back down. So this was the effect, and it's now coming back down. If the Americans manage to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, it could go really rapidly go back to its original prices. And also, this had a major impact on the markets. Look at this. This is at record highs. Guys, the market is at historical record highs. Look at this. Look, if you go max, look at this. It's beautiful. Year over year, we're up 34%. And this is all the corrections. Look at this. If I go 6 months, this is all the down from the, the market suffering because of the war. And not only we recovered from that, we went even before where it was originally. All good. Everything's fantastic. Hold on. Let's watch this video. Let's go here. Here.
The screen for a reason. The Iranian foreign minister, who seems to be really the guy in charge, or at least publicly for Iran.
He's not in charge. Araghchi is not in charge. What makes you think that? Araghchi is completely a puppet of IRGC right now. Everything Araghchi says right now, the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic, was handed down to him from higher ups, and he is reading it out word by word. Like, okay, this is actually embarrassing that if you think Araghchi is in charge.
The screen for a reason. The Iranian foreign minister, who seems to be really the guy in charge, or at least publicly for Iran, just fired this off in a post on X, and I'm going to read it for you now. In line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So on that news, the stock market is flying through the roof. That opens in 28 minutes, so we'll watch that. Now, while this is happening, the U.S. has brokered a 10-day ceasefire in the
Guys, I don't know what effect this is going to have on the midterms, but if Americans actually pay attention to what's really happening, they're going to, they shouldn't, like, the midterms, like, I don't think that this is going to have much of, like, I don't know if it's going to have much of an effect, but I wish the Americans were actually paying attention so that it would have, and things will go back to Republicans when the midterm, because everything is working out. The economy is working out. Oil prices are working out. The Islamic Republic has been humiliated. All the analysts that were telling you that the Islamic Republic has the upper hand, they were all wrong. This proves that they were all wrong, and you should never take them seriously ever again. You should never take. Oh wait, there's a more complete version of this video. Let me play it one more. This is a better version.
We're just getting this in, so bear with us. Strait of Hormuz is on the screen for a reason. The Iranian foreign minister, who seems to be really the guy in charge, or at least publicly, for Iran, just fired this off in a post on X, and I'm going to read it for you now. In line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So on that news, the stock market is flying through the roof. That opens in 28 minutes, so we'll watch that. Now, while this is happening, the U.S. has brokered a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Apparently, that was one of the conditions that Iran wanted. So the
seems like it was. Oh yeah, this is actually important. It seems like it's the only condition. They came up with a list of 10, and they got the least important part of it, which is actually not even a win for the Islamic Republic. So here, guys. Oh, actually, this is a very interesting point. So the Islamic Republic, here's my demands. And the Americans were like, nope, 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 and no. Okay, this last one, we'll go with that. And they're doing it in a way that basically makes Hezbollah irrelevant. So the Islamic Republic, if they try to sell this as a win, it's actually not a win for Hezbollah. This is a win for Israel, because Israel could pretend that, oh, okay, I was forced to do a ceasefire, I will not attack. And then meanwhile, they're doing a peace deal with the government of Lebanon, which is anti-Hezbollah, officially having a peace deal between the Lebanon and Israel, which is basically sidelining Hezbollah and hopefully moves us closer to, at some point, completely disarm Hezbollah. So I don't even know how this is a win for the Islamic Republic. This is a win for Israel, because Israel could just basically, okay, we won't shoot for her now. Meanwhile, they're still in Lebanon. Like, it's not like Israel is retreating southern Lebanon. They're still there. They haven't agreed to leave that area. They were like, we will stop effing these people up for a while we'll maintain our presence in southern Lebanon. And then they could just resume effing these people up as when this is all over. And now they have the Lebanese government on their side as well, because they had a peace deal with them. So I don't know even, like, how is this even a win for the Islamic Republic? They're just pretending that this is a win for them so that they could maybe sell to their followers that, oh, we forced Israel to stop attacking Lebanon. That's why we sold out our supreme leader, our enriched uranium, the martyrs of IRGC, and everything else that we said that we will not capitulate on. We capitulated on everything for the sake of what? Hezbollah? Not really. For the sake of Lebanon, maybe, but not Hezbollah.
President saying that he may host both countries at the White House in hopes of striking a lasting truce there.
Oh my God, there's two there's two very potentially historic things is going to happen. If the Lebanese and Israeli government meet with each other at the White House with President Trump, that is going to be a turning point in history. That would be such a turning point. That photo that photo of President Trump between the Lebanese and the Israelis making a peace deal, that is a turning point in the history of not just the Middle East, but the world. But even bigger than that, President Trump confirmed, get this, guys, President Trump confirmed that he would like to go to Islamabad himself. President Trump confirmed that he would like to go to Pakistan himself for the final negotiation of the surrender. We call it surrender because it is a surrender, and to meet with the Islamic Republic officials to get everything done. Guys, imagine the humiliation of the Islamic Republic if the Islamic Republic has to meet with President Trump himself, the person that they promised that they would kill as revenge for killing Khamenei. Imagine if President Trump goes to Islamabad. This would be a kissing of the ring, the bending of the knee to the king, basically. Like, this is them accepting, like signing that document will be accepting this humiliation and surrendering to the king himself, to basically to kissing the rings of the king and accepting full defeat. Because it's not a representative, it's the man himself who decided to kill Qasem Soleimani and to give the go-ahead for killing Ali Khamenei. And now you're sitting side by side with him and signing a surrender deal with him. That image, that by itself will end the Islamic Republic. That frame right there. Let me see the last few seconds of this.
In Lebanon, apparently that was one of the conditions that Iran wanted. So the president saying that he may host both countries at the White House in hopes of striking a lasting truce there. So a lot to go through. We'll take it moment by moment.
Wow. What a... These are some interesting days that we live in. Oh, look at this one. So Goldie already read that, but let's go through it more word by word. The USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way. This might seem not like, this is a very important clarification, okay? Because one way for the Islamic Republic to sell the idea that they're winning against the Americans is if they get paid. So the message coming out of the Americans paying the Islamic Republic is more important than the money itself. Because you might think like, oh no, we're paying the Islamic Republic and that money is going to go towards terrorism and stuff like that. That is important, but it's less important than the victory message the Islamic Republic gets to sell to the regime supporters that we made them pay. And believe it or not, the regime actually on state TV lied to the regime supporters, and they said that President Trump already agreed to pay us for damages. So this clarification is huge because, again, it piles up to the level of humiliation. I mean, let's see if we could count all the humiliation, everything that is humiliating the Islamic Republic here, right? So giving up the enriched uranium, 1. Giving up enriching uranium without any sunset clause, 2. Not getting paid by the Islamic Republic, by United States, even though you said that they would. That's 3. Opening up the Strait of Hormuz. That's 4. The Americans continuing their blockade on the Iranian ports. That's 5. What else do we have? Pretending that that you are the cause of the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, even though it's Hezbollah that is being sidelined. Lebanon and Hezbollah are not the same thing. Just because there's a ceasefire on Lebanon, that doesn't mean that Hezbollah is winning. Hezbollah is being sidelined. So that's 6. Not being able to take out a single navy of United States, even though they're so close by right now. Promising that you would sink the USS Abraham Lincoln, but not only you didn't sink them, you haven't even been able to hit them once with a single missile or drone. 7. That's 7. What else is there? Oh, one of the greatest humiliations was 2 American pilots on your soil inside Iran. You had all the forces. They were alone. They managed to get out. You weren't able to do anything. That's 8. Having American observers coming to Iran, agreeing to that to verify that you're not enriching uranium. That's 9. So, yeah, I mean, I can keep going and going and going. But again, when you see that President Trump is saying no money will be exchanged, that is adding to the level of humiliation that the Islamic Republic has to somehow explain to his followers. So the President Trump saying this deal is no way subject to Lebanon. Oh, wow. So this deal is no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. So, guys, I know that. Let me know, Israelis in the chat. How do you feel reading this? I know. Many Israelis get annoyed, feeling like they are President Trump. Like sometimes treats Israel like a proxy of the United States and just decides when they get to do what, which is very interesting because many anti-Israelis think that it's Israel that controls the United States, but it's the United States that has to give green lights to Israel to be able to, for them to be able to do things. And every time all of a sudden the United States decides that Israel doesn't get to do something, then Israel has to stop. Yeah, the relationship goes completely the other way. It's like completely the opposite of what Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, these retards. It's not like that. It's basically the other way around. America decides when Israel gets to do things. And I know many Israelis don't like that. However, there is also another interpretation that this is just mind games, and Israelis and Americans are completely on the same page in this, and they're just trying to fool the Islamic Republic. So there's that. I don't know. Sometimes that's true, but I don't know if it's always true. It's always true because, like, for example, I know during the 12-day war, the Israelis wanted to kill Ghamari, and President Trump stopped them. So we know that. So sometimes that's true. Sometimes it's mind games, but it's not always mind games, right? Sometimes. So, for example, we know that it seems like President Trump yesterday might not have been playing mind games. Sometimes President Trump says certain things that seems too unbelievable, and we were like, that seems unbelievable. Is he playing mind games? And sometimes we realize, like, oh yeah, it was mind games. And the other times we're like, oh, actually not, that was actually true. And this whole thing with the uranium right now is becoming more possible that it's actually true. We have the Islamic Republic is probably watching Goldie, and they were inspired by Goldie Ghamari's profile picture because they did this yesterday. I think they got inspiration from Goldie Ghamari's old profile.
GTA Tehran.
Yeah, look at this. You know how they come out of the window with guns? That was your profile picture, and this happened just after our show.
That wasn't my profile picture. That was like it was like an inside joke, but yeah, like that was a meme from GTA.
Meme from GTA. But right after we showed that, they now all of a sudden came into the streets and they have these Fatih commandos, coming out of the window with their guns. So I think they were inspired by our show, Goldie. I think they're watching.
Yeah, maybe.
So here, yeah, look at this. Oh, oh my God! Look at the license plate. It says John Fadda. They put here. John Fadda on their license plate. Unbelievable. These people. Oh my God. John Fadda. God damn it. I actually have a video of them. Here. Here's a video of them. So this is a song that we were playing yesterday. Bia be meidan be jang Khaybar. Come to the battlefield, to the Khaybar battle. What are these blue flags? I haven't seen these blue flags before. Oh, the yellow flags are Hezbollah flag, I think. I know the IRGC, there's an IRGC flag with the same color, but I think that's a Hezbollah flag. So we have the Islamic Republic flag, we have the Hezbollah flag. I don't know what the blue flags are. I haven't seen them. Khaybar, ya Sahyun. Let me bring up my Israeli flag. So they're saying, they're basically threatening Jews. All right, so this is a whole street of Fatih commandos. Wow. Look at this, guys. Here, this girl wants to get a picture. This girl has a kafia for her hijab. And this other girl, it wants to get a picture with these military girls. So, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. Some Iranians inside Iran are demotivated a bit, and we're getting some messages of hopelessness from Iran. Because remember, they don't have internet, and many of them are not getting the proper analysis. And what they're hearing, the message that they're hearing is that their ceasefire. And also when they come into the streets, they see these crowds, right? So remember, the Islamic Republic knows how to do propaganda. It's easy to make the streets busy, even if you're a minority. Remember, for example, when you have a soccer game in Iran, all the streets get busy, even though the stadium is only filling out I don't know 40,000 people or something, but it looks really, really crazy busy, right? So if the Islamic Republic even if they have only 3% support, 3% support is enough if you motivate them enough and keep advertising and pay some people. You could make the streets really busy with regime supporters and make it look like there's a giant crowds, even with only 3% support, right? And then the regime supporters, because remember, regime supporters, if they want to do protests, they have to deal with bullets, with execution, with torture. But the anti-regime people, that's what they have to deal with. The anti-regime people, they have to deal with torture, execution, death, rape. That's what anti-regime people have to deal with. And even though that's what they have to deal with, you saw that in early January, they came out in the millions, and crowd size is much bigger than regime supporters, right? But regime supporters, when they want to come out, they have to deal with free food, with free rice, with free cooking oil, and with music, with a lot of entertainment. Sometimes entertainment that is illegal under the Islamic Republic, but they make an exceptions for these crowds. So you could gather tens of thousands of people. You can't make millions of people to come out, but it's enough to bring tens of thousands of people to come out. And because if you just make sure you gather enough of them in a street or two, then it looks really busy, right? And then the people who want the Islamic Republic to be toppled, when they come out and they see the crowds, they think oh, there's many of them. So they underestimate how little they are because they see big crowd sizes, right? And they don't know, sometimes you have to remind them, guys, our crowd sizes were so much bigger, and we had so much bigger crowd sizes with the threat of being shot at and executed and raped and everything like that. And these crowds are even with 3%, you could make big crowd sizes. You could create big crowd sizes, right? And also, so they see this, and they also see that, oh no, maybe President Trump is giving up on helping the Iranian people because he's doing a ceasefire. with the Islamic Republic. So maybe the Iranian people have been abandoned. So there is a sense of hopelessness inside Iran. And the Iranian people want to go back to the boom booms, many of them, right? They want to go back to and they're wondering, many of them were wondering why the Islamic Republic hasn't fallen any yet. So it's really difficult because like a lot of some of my Iranian fans message me like, Armin, the Iranian people need, hope, make Persian shows, more Persian shows, because there's a lot of hopelessness right now spreading among the Iranian population. And I'm like, well, if I make Persian shows, it's like the internet is only 2% of Iranians have access to internet inside Iran right now. So it's not going to be that effective. And I think like I will be more effective on the English side right now. But this is what we're dealing with. And this is working right now. Like there's, but what I'm hoping is now this new sign of division that we're seeing here, like this, is going to cause so much division within the regime supporters that even Iranian people inside Iran could see that all of this is working. By the way, guys, I'm gonna go to my discussion group. If you want to come talk to me about any of this, you could come and ask me questions, and I will put the link to the discussion group in the chat. Hold on, let me grab it. Yeah, posting the link to the discussion group in the chat. Goldie will be here and continue the show, but I will be in the discussion. Oh, why can't I pin this? So I'm going to pin on Liberty Politics channel. I'm going to pin this. Oh, we got some super chats. Look at this. Before I go, I should respond to some super chats. Where did we leave off?
The last one was Cry RRI.
Oh, okay. Cry. Oh, we got so many super chats since then. I'm not seeing it. You and Armin are teaching. Okay, I saw that. Oh, here. Charandi Marandi.
We did this one. Go down.
You already read that.
Go down more. The last one we did was
Oh yeah, Krya. Okay, this one. Yes, okay. So we got a super chat saying Magbarg is saying that's supposed to be great. Oh, Greet Wilders. Yes, you guys should check him out. Yeah, I love him. I love Wilders. He's from Holland. Yes, I know. Netherlands. Yes. Love Wilders. Big fan. Senior Chief Actual saying Ghalibaf was taken by the Pilates team. Okay, maybe. We got another super chat saying God bless Iran, Israel, the USA, and most important, our commander-in-chief. Thank you so much for your support. Aaron Berger saying, I see Lebanon singing a new piece of the Abraham Accords signing a new piece of the Abraham Accords within a year. Ooh, that's interesting. That's actually, you're right. That's a good thing to think about. That might happen. Bar Mustel is saying, sorry guys, I don't know how to read these user IDs. It's saying in 2006, Faoud Siniora, Prime Minister of Lebanon, at the time said that Lebanon would be the last Arab country to make peace with Israel. Wow, it seems like to be one of the first ones now. We got another super chat saying American Jew here, USA and Israel are definitely on the same page. IDF is going to remain in Lebanon, in Lebanon buffer zone, and can respond to Hezbollah actively as needed. Thank you for your super chat. We got a big super chat from Hebel Dan. Thank you so much. That's very generous. I appreciate that. I don't usually get pink super chats on my channel, so whenever I receive it, I'm very grateful. So thank you for that. Saying the confessional apartheid state of Lebanon cannot, and will not be sovereign, let alone over Hezbollah. It is left to Israel, and this ceasefire is a facade. May Trump be the wise actor behind this. Iran, Lebanon, Druze, and Iran will be free soon. Well, thank you so much for your super chat and for your support. Yeah, I hope all of these countries get to be free soon, and the Druze as well. Love the Jews, by the way. And then also got a super chat saying, I love being the 51st state. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Okay, guys, again, one more time, I'm going to put the link to our discussion group, Liberty Politics discussion group, in the chat. If you want to come talk to me, ask me questions, I will be there for the next 2 hours or so. Within 3 minutes, I will be there, and then you could ask me questions, and then Goldie will be here, I will be there, and I'll see you guys soon in 2 hours. All right, Goldie. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
In a bit. Bye. Okay, guys. Let's see what Senator Lindsey Graham is saying. So this was last night, and then we're going to go to some updates from Fox News as well.
Is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator, let's get your take. There seems to be two major issues on the table. Yeah. This is their moment of choosing, the easy way or the hard way.
Right. Right.
Now, if they chose the hard way, there would be more damage done, and it would.
Florida man, Lebanese diaspora here. Why give pause to Hezbollah? They were near collapse. Excellent question. I have no idea. Why. It is a little bit frustrating because I know how much we all want Hezbollah to be completely destroyed. So yeah, I don't know, but we're all with you. We're supporting you guys because we want to see a free Lebanon as well. But yeah, I don't know. President Trump did say, let's make Iran great again. Sorry, he said in his posts, make Lebanon great again. So maybe there's something happening behind the scenes, but I need to figure out what's going on there for sure.
Prevent Iran from building up their economy, fomenting terror. Yeah. There are advantages to that. However, I do applaud the president for his desire for peace and giving them a moment, an opportunity, a window. Knowing Donald Trump, that window is not going to be open very long for them. How do you see it playing out as it relates to the nuclear dust? How do you see it playing out with the Strait of Hormuz and Cargill?
Well, we'll talk about all that. But the first thing I want to tell you, it really is sort of breaking news to me. Donald Trump, President Trump, our guy, is directly talking to the Iranians. He is negotiating himself. He was on the phone with the Iranians a couple of days ago, and it got rather sporty to the point that President Trump loudly told Iran what would happen if they keep playing games. He actually lost his voice. I'd hate to be the Iranian on the receiving end of that. So President Trump is now directly involved in the negotiations. Now, what do I think is going to happen? I don't think President Trump is going to agree to the concept that Iran has the right to enrich. If they promise not to enrich for 1,000 years and you acknowledge they had that right, we have lost the game. A state sponsor of terrorism who has been cheating for decades has no right to enrich. A country with American blood on its hands has no right to enrich. A country who wants to destroy Israel has no right to enrich. A country who's killed 45,000 of its own citizens has no right to enrich uranium, no matter how long they promise you they won't do it. Don't give in to the idea they have the right to enrich. They do not. It would be a fatal mistake, and Trump is not going to do that. As to Lebanon, a ceasefire is welcomed if it gets the right outcome. Hezbollah is no different than Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Hezbollah is Shiite, Al-Qaeda and ISIS is Sunni, but they have the same goal. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization residing in Lebanon who does not seek peace with Israel. They want to kill all the Jews. The Lebanese government and people would love to end the bloodbath, but Hezbollah is dedicated to destruction of Israel, the same as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and the Iranian regime. They're supported by Iran. So if anybody tells me that Hezbollah is different than the Ayatollah, Al-Qaeda, or ISIS, you don't understand Hezbollah. No peace deal in Lebanon that doesn't lead to the disarmament and defanging of Hezbollah. I do not trust the Lebanese military to disarm Hezbollah. The commander of the Lebanese military, Heikel, I think his name is, I don't trust as far as I can throw him. He needs to be replaced before there's a credible plan to disarm Hezbollah. No peace deal in Lebanon until there's a credible pathway to disarm Hezbollah. As to what happens next, if we can get the 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium and we can open the Straits of Hormuz, that'd be a huge success. President Trump's blockade has been brilliant, and we need to end this well. But they cannot enrich, they cannot be given that right, no matter how long they promise to delay, because they cheat. So I sit here tonight knowing that President Trump is actually the captain of the ship. He's directly involved in negotiations, and I think he's the right man at the right time to end this well. As to terms of a peace deal with Iran, be careful. We don't want a peace in our time moment with people you can't trust.
Well, knowing the president as well as we both do, I don't see any circumstances at all that they would ever have the right to enrich in the future. I don't see any circumstances at all where they get to keep the nuclear dust. I don't see any circumstances at all where they get to hold the world hostage with the Strait of Hormuz, which are international waterways, nor will they get to charge a tax or a tariff under any of those circumstances. As it relates to Lebanon, you know, my major concern is I don't think the Lebanese army has the ability to control or defeat Hamas. However,
Hezbollah.
If the Iranians choose, if they decide not to go the easy way, and they lose their ability to run their economy, which is the end of Karg Island, then the Iranians lose all their money, and that ends any money and any weapon supply that the Iranians have been providing Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthi rebels. No?
And you're absolutely right. Why end the blockade? Because it's working. The currency of Iran has collapsed. They're on the verge of actually financial ruin from the blockade. So here's my point. The blockade
wait a minute. Won't they have to agree to a deal first? Donald Trump is not staying there forever.
Yeah,
In spite of proclamations by people that don't know him, he is saying publicly, this is coming to an end. It will be easy. It'll be the easy way or the hard way.
Well, the blockade is doing enormous damage to the country with a very small number of U.S. ships. So here's what I would say about the blockade. Keep it in place until you get the deal you want. It's tremendous leverage. It is absolutely working. So why would you withdraw from the blockade if you got a deal you could trust? I want the 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium in our hands, right? I want to make sure that Iran can't block the Strait of Hormuz going forward. I want to make sure there's no enrichment ever given to Iran. It would be insane to allow Al-Qaeda to enrich uranium, to allow ISIS to enrich uranium. The state of Iran under the Ayatollah is no different. They have the same agenda. Do not acknowledge these people have the right to enrich uranium. They don't. They're terrorists. So I trust President Trump to get us to where we want to go. Now, what happens if they say no? Keep the blockade in place, but be willing to go after the energy infrastructure on Karg Island. I'm not asking President Trump or anybody to invade the country. We don't need to do that. I'm looking for peace between Saudi Arabia and Israel, the biggest change in 2,000 years. Sean, the only way you get peace with Saudi Arabia and Israel, if you can convince both countries Iran can never do another October 7th. We're inside the 5-yard line here. We're not inside the 10-yard line. We got this regime on the ropes. We've got Lebanon Hezbollah pinned down. Don't throw them a lifeline. If you get a peace deal in Lebanon and it doesn't have a pathway to disarm Hezbollah, it is a fake peace deal. Be careful who you're dealing with.
Well, I mean, I think that's a great admonition. Before Epic Fury started, there were reports that the Supreme Leader and his henchmen had planes sitting on a tarmac, probably stashed with tons of money, and that they were going to escape to Russia. And I told them, get out now while you can. This is what I'm going to say to this 4th or 5th tier leadership that got the president so pissed off that he lost his voice based on your reporting. I'll use you as our source. This fourth and fifth tier leadership, the president's patience will run out quickly. You have your chance. You can take the easy route now. It's up to them. The choice is their moment of choosing is here. All right, Lindsey Graham, Senator from South Carolina. Thank you.
Okay, so there's that. Let's go to this one. Right. This one is just recently posted on Fox.
Still interested in acquiring Iranian oil after this?
Well, we'll see. I mean, we have a very good relationship with Iran right now, as hard as it is to believe. And I think it's a combination of about 4 weeks of bombing and a very powerful blockade. The blockade is maybe more powerful than the bombing, if you want to know the truth.
President Trump yesterday addressing the effectiveness of the U.S. blockade, and just moments ago, CENTCOM posting a new video showing a destroyer directing a merchant vessel to return to an Iranian port. Watch this.
Blue Sky 4, this is U.S. Navy Warship 115. Request you return to original port of call in Iran. How copy? Over.
Copy, sir. Thank you very much. Copy, sir. Me alter to Iran. Thank you.
Blue Sky 4, this is U.S. Warship 115. I understand you will return to your previous port of call in Iran. This is U.S. Warship 115, standing by on channel 16. Out.
That's incredible, listening to that exchange and the response. I will return to Iran now. Yes, probably a very good idea. Joining us now, Mark Montgomery, Senior Fellow for the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral with a ton of experience in the region. And it's always good to have you with us again, Admiral. Thank you for joining me. So the big headline this morning is this announcement from the foreign minister, IRGC, that the Strait is open. And President Trump just posted on Truth Social moments ago, Iran has just announced that the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and ready for full passage. Thank you! Exclamation point. Your reaction to this, Admiral?
If this is true, this is good news. I would caveat nearly everything I hear from the Iranian administration from the IRGC is if this is true, because they have lied, rope-a-doped, delayed, obfuscated for 47 years. So we need to be careful here. But if it's true, it's validation that we did have a very effective blockade, that in the end, the immediate application of a blockade that held back about $13 to $15 billion a month worth of Iranian fossil fuels, about $300 billion a year, which Iran critically needs to rebuild after 45 days of bombing of the rest of their industrial base. That blockade had its desired effect, which is to change IRGC policy, and it really demonstrates who's in charge of the Straits of Hormuz. The United States, when it desires to, is in charge of flow through the Straits of Hormuz.
Yeah, I think, Iran, after all the bombing, decided that this was their biggest leverage point to cut off the strait. And then it appears, realized through very tough negotiation and reality, that they were losing just hundreds of millions of dollars every day on their own lifeblood for their own economy, which of course fuels their defense and their reconstruction and all of that stuff. I'm not sure how much they care about the terrible economy that the Iranian people are experiencing. But I wonder about this. How much pressure do you think China has been exerting with their friends in Iran on this development today?
So that's a great question. Historically, China is a non-player. They tend to shirk any responsibility during international events pretty consistently since 1949. However, this was starting to hurt. This hurts them long-term, not because China needs the fuel. China has pretty good reserves. They have a ton of coal. They have renewables, nuclear power. But China needs everyone else's economies to be cooking. They're a broadly export-based economy, and they could not. So China was feeling economic pressure, but kind of in a ricochet effect from other economies. So do I think they may have pressured Iran? Maybe. Do I think that they were a significant player? Probably not. I think the bigger player is what the president said.
Yeah.
The bombing campaign followed by the cutting off of the money.
So, when I look at this and we read about what's going on with AI, which I know is an area of expertise for you as well, looking into the future, this was a very conventional military situation with bombing campaigns and blockades. What do you think Iran potentially, as they try to survive the IRGC, what do they shift to as a power play?
Well, you're absolutely right. They're going to have to look at different asymmetric threats. They tried a traditional asymmetric threat, get a long-range, intermediate-range ballistic missile and a nuclear weapon, or a long-range intercontinental ballistic missile and a nuclear weapon. We prevented that. So what they will look at now, I think, are more cyber tools, bio-based tools, so whatever they feel that they can use to bring pressure on the United States, to get leverage on the United States. Their cyber attacks were effective against singular companies in the United States during the last 45 days, not against sectors like China and Russia. They can affect like water and energy, full sectors.
Yeah. That's why we need to pay really close attention to these new developments in these AI hacking programs, essentially, that are unleashed in a lot of places now. And we'll see what's next. Admiral Montgomery, thank you very much. Great to have you with us today.
Okay. I found this really interesting. This is, I actually know her. This is Nigor. She's a great journalist for Iran International. And she actually put out this episode 3 days ago. She has a podcast called Eye for Iran. And she interviews someone who says, worst outcome is Islamic Republic's survival. Ex-CIA official says. So let's watch this. I'm curious to see what the CIA official is saying.
Ceasefire appears to be in place, and yet attacks are still unfolding across the Middle East. So what exactly does the ceasefire mean? Will it lead to some sort of deal? And where does it leave the people of Iran? To break it all down, we're joined by former CIA analyst and former National Security Council Director Ken Pollock.
Both sides have agreed to a ceasefire. It's not at all clear that they've agreed to the same ceasefire.
And Lebanon remains another active front in this conflict. And with Pakistan and neighboring countries also playing a growing role, this fragile ceasefire could break at any moment. Egyptian activist and writer Dalia Ziada is here to explain the regional stakes.
Pakistan has a history of supporting the Iranian regime, has a history also of supporting the regime in Turkey of President Erdogan, which is very much also supportive of, it's a kind of a frenemy relationship with the Iranian regime.
And finally, the curious case of a 21-year-old propagandist for the Islamic Republic. Who is Kala Walsh, and how did she become part of Tehran's messaging machine? The investigative reporter behind this months-long investigation, Jay Solomon, joins us with the details.
She kind of had this high profile as a Democratic Party activist, and the story really shows how she's but she's radicalized over what is a pretty short 4 or 5 year period. From first the Cubans got involved with her, then she started being active with this Marxist compound in New England, and they launched attacks on Israeli defense companies in that region.
I'm Negar Moshahedi, and this is Eye for Iran. A 2-week ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is in place, and this comes just hours after President Donald Trump threatened to obliterate Iran. So joining me now to make sense of all of this is former CIA analyst, National Security Council Director, and now he's the Vice President for Policy at the Middle East Institute, Ken Pollock. Thank you so much for being here, Ken. It's really nice to finally meet you in person.
You as well, Nick. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Ken. So Ken, what is this? Is it a ceasefire? How would you define it?
Well, it's a kind of ceasefire. It's, at the very least, I would say it's a partial ceasefire. But look, I think the basic problem that you were alluding to in your introduction is that both sides have agreed to a ceasefire. It's not at all clear that they've agreed to the same ceasefire. Both are interpreting what they agreed to in very, very different terms. And ultimately, terms seem to be absolutely incompatible. And that's led to this state of affairs where, yeah, there are certain theaters of this war that are quiet at the moment. Iran is no longer being bombed. There doesn't seem to be any violence going on in the Strait of Hormuz, but nothing's moving through the Strait of Hormuz, right? The shipping remains absolutely marginal. And of course, there is all kinds of violence going on inside of Lebanon. And this, I think, just speaks to the fact that the two sides remain very, very far apart and don't seem to be narrowing in on an end to the war at all, even though there does seem to be a willingness on both their parts to talk.
Why does there seem to be such a disconnect then? Are they both wanting to have some time for different reasons to potentially recalibrate?
Well, look, I think we should start with the fact that these are two leaderships that just don't understand one another. There's no question what we've seen from President Trump. He constantly mirror images. He assumes that the Iranian leadership would behave the way that he would behave in certain circumstances. He does not get the Iranians at all. And of course, the Iranian leadership in particular, we should always remember, this is a particularly hard-line leadership. They, too, have very little real understanding of the United States of America, starting with, all of the kind of litany of complaints that they have against us, most of which are utterly fantastical. So we start with two leaderships who just don't understand each other. Then we add to that the fact that they both came into this war looking to do very, very different things, and they have very different narratives as to what happened. So according to President Trump, he has done all of this damage to the Iranian regime, and they should recognize that they've been beaten and they should surrender. And of course, the Iranian regime, it's a completely different narrative. It's we were attacked entirely unprovoked, something we long anticipated, but this is still outrageous. We took the initial blows that the Americans and the Israelis inflicted on us, and now we've turned the war around and we're winning because we're inflicting more damage on the Americans than the Americans are on us. So when you look at it in those two perspectives, right, both sides, one side thinks it's won, the other side thinks it's winning, right? That's not a recipe for ending a war.
And so who is anyone really winning, or does it just depend on how you define winning? Because when you watch a lot of Western media, they've been portraying Iran as the winner in this case.
So this is where I need to put my military analyst hat on and say, where we've gotten to in the war, and again, recognizing we're in a lull, we're in a pause at the moment, but where we've gotten to in the war was a war of attrition between the two sides. The United States and Israel have done tremendous damage to the military assets of the Iranian regime, and we're continuing to do so. Day in and day out, the US and Israel were inflicting damage, but we need to recognize it had become incremental damage. Painful to the regime, no question about it, but not dramatically so, not the kind of big blows that the US and Israel landed early on. And in that sense, unfortunately, because of this leadership in Iran, which doesn't care about its people, doesn't care about its economy, just wants to inflict pain on the United States, just wants to be seen as winning, they were willing to absorb that level of damage at that incremental level. And what was also keeping them going was that they believed that the pain that they were inflicting on the United States, and particularly on President Trump, was much greater, that he was feeling the pain far more than Iran was. And so their feeling was, look, we can absorb this punishment. We took it during the 8 years of the Iran-Iraq War. Many of them fought during that war, didn't like the fact that they had ended the war. And their feeling was they can absorb this kind of pain, especially because they're doing so much more to the United States. And what they were seeing from President Trump, as they put it, was desperation, an absolutely desperate desire to get out of this war, which led them to conclude that they had President Trump right where they wanted him.
So one of the biggest fears that people inside Iran have right now is that this war ends with the regime still in place, and that it's now a beast that has been half wounded, that they will lash out and take it on the people of Iran. We've been seeing executions every day of political dissidents. We can only anticipate it's going to accelerate in the coming days. What do you think this is actually going to lead to the ceasefire, or partial ceasefire, as you put it, lead to some sort of deal?
Let me start here, Nagar. Unfortunately, I very much subscribe to that position, which is that I'm very concerned that this war is going to end with this regime in place, this leadership. As monstrous as Ayatollah Khamenei was, this group is worse. They care even less about their people. They are even more bellicose and more willing to use force, both against their own people and against the people of the Middle East. So yes, from my perspective, this war ending with this leadership in control of this regime, that's about the worst outcome that I can possibly imagine. And one of my great concerns about these negotiations is that I don't see anything from the Trump administration that indicates an interest in absolutely getting rid of this regime. I mean, all that rhetoric has fallen away. The initial rhetoric about regime change is just gone. In fact, the president is constantly talking about how wonderful this leadership is, that it's better, that it's more reasonable than we had at the beginning, which I just see as absolutely fantastical. I don't know what he is talking about. I don't know who he is looking at and how he could believe, other than the fact that it serves him politically, that this is somehow a better Iranian regime than the one that we had going into the war.
And why?
Why is the president doing that? So it's always very hard to know what is in another person's head.
Of course.
And, I will say that I think that Donald Trump is a particularly tough one. Certainly for someone like me, I don't have, I don't see the world the way that he does. All that I can say is what I see from his behavior. He got into the war, I think, in a kind of a slapdash way. I don't think that he had really thought through what was going on. We've seen lots of news stories and lots of reports about how he wasn't really paying attention to what various advisors were saying. And even before that, this is not a president who did a whole lot of reading, who listened to experts on various subjects. As he famously said, he goes with his gut, and whatever his gut tells him to do, he does. Again, my experience with him over the years, going back to his first term, is his gut doesn't know Iran well at all. And so I think he got into this war believing that this was going to be an easy prize. Like Nicolas Maduro and some of the other things he had done, this was going to be easy. We knew where Khamenei was, and the main military and internal security leadership, kill them, and the whole rotten structure will crumble. And I think that that's really what he believed was likely to happen, and that therefore he wouldn't confront these circumstances. And when that didn't happen, and when the regime instead kind of took the punches and wouldn't give up and then started landing blows of its own, he suddenly didn't know really what to do. And, we saw this again, we saw the same thing that the Iranian regime saw, which is, him kind of lurching back and forth from these wild threats that you were describing a moment ago to, sudden, I'm not sure he understood this, but they were ultimately unilateral concessions to the regime, things like allowing them to sell all of the oil that was already at sea.
That I didn't understand, because don't you want to bankrupt them? Don't you want them not to have money to be able to rebuild once you've caused this devastation and destruction?
So this is a perfect point, right? You're putting your finger on it, right? As a military historian, and I was also talking to another military historian a few weeks ago, we were saying to ourselves, when in human history has one country alleviated sanctions on the country they were at war with? We couldn't think of a single example. Nobody does it. But this is the point, is what President Trump thought he was doing was simply putting more oil out onto the global oil market, which would bring prices down, which is really what he was focused on. Bring the Dow Jones average up, bring the price of oil down. That's what he was really focused on, but not really thinking through that, yes, you're putting money in the pockets of this regime. And even more important, because again, the money has to eventually get back to them, even more important, sending a tremendous psychological signal to them that the Americans are desperate. Yeah. They'll do anything to get out of this, even allowing Iran to sell its own oil. To me, that was the great mistake, was not understanding how this was psychologically buoying a regime that was on the ropes.
Yeah, and it shows to them that, hey, I've got leverage.
Exactly. which is why we're in the situation that we're in, and which is also why I am very concerned about these negotiations. Because again, I think that going into this, the Iranians believe they're holding the trump cards, pardon the pun, that they're the ones with the leverage in this. I suspect they agreed to do this because they think that Trump is ready to, say, cry uncle, that he's ready to surrender to them, that he's ready to fold his cards and let them take the pot. And if he's willing to do that, they'll take it. But my guess is that, my hope is that the administration is not going to do that. And if that's the case, then I suspect we may see a pretty rapid breakdown in these negotiations and a return to conflict.
And lead to a new phase in the war. And what would that look like as a military analyst? How does war escalate in this case? What more is there to strike?
Right. Well, so you're going in exactly the right direction. These are the questions that I'm also asking myself, which is, assuming that Trump is frustrated in these negotiations, he is going to again swing back in the other direction to, I need to punish them. I need to inflict greater pain on them. And he's focused on a variety of different areas. Unfortunately, they're largely about Iran's civilian economy. This idea of taking Karg Island, and even there again, it's not entirely clear what he thinks he's going to be doing. The Iranian regime is not exporting a lot of oil as it is. People have suggested to me he thinks that he can take the island and the oil storage on it and put that out into the world. That would, again, alleviate the price of oil, perhaps. And then, of course, beyond that, he's been talking about striking Iranian civilian infrastructure, which is not going to endear the United States to the Iranian people. And, again, as a military historian, what we've seen going back to World War II is that many countries have tried to use air power to turn a people against their government. And typically what happens is, even if the people don't begin not particularly liking the government, they get so angry at whoever is bombing them that it actually can benefit the government. It's why we've never seen air power alone bring down a government. And so, I worry that if the president does move in that direction, he could do a tremendous amount of damage to Iran without necessarily changing the equation the way that he wanted to. I mean, it's worth remembering that this is more or less the same theory that the United States had in Vietnam, where we were constantly bombing North Vietnamese civilian infrastructure, thinking that this was going to cause the regime to agree to our peace terms. It never did. In fact, it mostly just kind of redoubled the North Vietnamese regime in terms of its determination to extract greater concessions from the United States because they were so angry at us.
And what is the logic behind hitting civilian infrastructure as kind of the next step? Because, I was reading somewhere that some analysts are saying, well, it would make the Iranian people realize that their regime is illegitimate and have them rise up. Well, I think the Iranian people already know that, and they've made that clear. More than 80% of the population is against this regime. We saw a massive uprising January 8th and 9th that was met with, Iranian people being slaughtered. They were met with military-grade weapons. So what is the logic behind that theory when we already know, and studies have been done, that they hate their regime?
So the theory is exactly the way you described it. I mean, you just nailed it. This is the theory. This has always been the theory. It's the idea that if you inflict pain on the people will turn against their government. By the way, it is a theory that the Israelis have tried in Lebanon again and again and again, going back to the 1970s. It's never worked in Lebanon either. And again, it's something that the United States tried in World War II. It's something the United States tried in Vietnam. Sort of tried it in Iraq during the Persian Gulf War. It doesn't work. But it's one of these, it's so seductive. The premise seems so obvious. It seems so commonsensical, but the empirical data is incontrovertible. When you bomb people, they really tend not to blame their government for getting them into that situation. They blame the people who are bombing them.
Let's talk about the messaging. What do you think of the messaging of the Trump administration to the people of Iran?
So I think it was problematic at the beginning, and then I think it descended from problematic to non-existent, and that was also problematic. So early on, what the administration seemed to be trying to do in terms of, again, getting the hopes up of the Iranian people, but then simultaneously also saying, just stay in your homes. This is very dangerous. Don't rise up. Again, that wasn't going to work, right? If you want the only example that we really have of an air campaign overthrowing a government without some kind of a military ground force is Libya in 2011. But at Libya in 2011, we had a massive popular uprising, right? And it played the same role. Without that, it doesn't work. Now, very nice that the administration didn't want lots of Iranians to be killed, but you were therefore just dooming them to remain under the oppression of the Islamic Republic by doing that. Very quickly, though, what we saw, and again, I think this does reflect what I believe happened, which is that the president realized that his theory going in wasn't going to work, was that the messaging shifted entirely and just neglected the Iranian people thereafter. It was messaging toward the American people. It was messaging toward the global economy and the international oil market, right? Constantly saying to them, we're going to make peace tomorrow. We're going to do, all these kind of feints that were really designed to just boost the price, boost the international economy by bringing the price of oil down. And then there was also messaging to the Iranian regime itself, right? Early on, no messaging to the Iranian regime. It was, we're going to destroy you people, right? And it was about the Iranian people. I said that shifts over time. And again, to me, that represents or that reflects an administration whose theory of victory has been disproven and is now casting about for another way to end a conflict that it never wanted to go on for this long.
Yeah, because we had been hearing from both American and Israeli officials that we're going to create the conditions to make it safe for you to rise up. We'll hit your repressive apparatus. We're going to make the regime collapse, and then we'll let you know, and we're weeks away from Iranians being able to rise up, and there will be Israeli drones and American air power above to protect you.
Yeah, that last part was never official policy. That would have had to be official policy for that kind of an uprising to have succeeded. Again, as you pointed out, in January, we saw what happened when the Iranian people rose up without that kind of support. They were slaughtered by the thousands, if not the tens of thousands. And if they'd risen up again without kind of support, probably the same thing would have happened. So they would have had to have that. But again, going into this, that was not the American perspective. There were plenty of Israelis and even American military personnel who believed that that was going to be necessary, but that wasn't the American position. You put it nicely. At the beginning of the war, President Trump went out to the Iranian people, said, his exact words were, you are going to have an opportunity that does not come along for many generations, right? This is going to be a historic opportunity for you to overthrow your regime. But what he was also implicitly saying was, that's going to be on you, right? I'll create the conditions and then I'm done. And then we'll see what you can do. And again, historically, that's not how it works. You would have had to provide them with that degree of support. And now, there's no talk of any of this stuff. It is all off the table.
Yeah, at the beginning of the uprising, before the massacre, he had said, if you shoot, we'll shoot you back.
Right.
And obviously that didn't happen. And then it happened a month later with the killing or the elimination of the supreme leader, Khamenei. And then he said, you see, I fulfilled my promise.
Yeah.
Was that an easy way out for him?
So it's unclear. I think that the president says lots of things. And I think that he means at least some of it in the moment. But then he often will reconsider what he said and decide that what he said really doesn't serve him in the long term. And I suspect that that's really what was going on. I think at the moment he really meant it. He didn't like the scenes he was seeing of slaughter in the streets of Iranian cities. He wanted to do something about it. He was already angry at the Iranian regime for not having agreed to a new nuclear deal with him. And I think there was a part of him that felt like, yeah, I should do something about this. But then under military advisors, helped him to understand that the U.S. wasn't ready to do anything at that point in time. He stood down and then realized that, he didn't necessarily want to be in a position of having to actually enforce that statement. And so, yeah, he kind of walked away from it until U.S. and Israeli intelligence came into him in late February and said, we know where Ayatollah Khamenei is. We know he's going to be at this meeting of senior Iranian defense and internal security personnel. We can kill them all and decapitate the regime. And then all of a sudden, he went right back to where he was in January, briefly, as we said.
Yeah. So what's the alternative here to be able to get rid of this regime finally? And because, I mean, a lot of Iranians did welcome the strikes at the beginning. They were celebrating. It was very targeted. They saw that it was hitting the security apparatus. What can be done?
So this is a heck of a question. Because, again, historically speaking, the way that you get rid of a regime you don't like is you march on its capital. Someone has to march on its capital. And you can have a lot of air power supporting it. And the more air power that you have and the more modern the Air Force, the fewer, the less capable ground forces you need. But you need something. As I said, the closest example that we have to what people seem to be looking for in Iran is Libya, where you did not have an opposition military force. You didn't have the Libyan military moving against Gaddafi. You had a huge civilian protest with a lot of soldiers who had deserted, but nonetheless, a massive civilian protest backed by NATO air power that does bring down Gaddafi. You would have to have at least that in Iran. And unclear if even that would work, because the Iranian security services are more formidable, quite frankly, than Gaddafi's were. And quite frankly, this leadership is more formidable than Muammar Gaddafi was, especially at the end of his life. So not clear that that would happen. If that can't work, then you're looking at a massive American invasion, which is just not in the cards, right?
It's not on the table?
I can't imagine, no way Donald Trump will ever do that. And by the way, we should always remember, Iran is a much bigger country than Iraq. And of course, we handled Iraq extremely badly. If you were going to handle Iran right, you're looking at a force of at least 1 million, if not 2 million men to not just invade, but to occupy the country properly, to secure it so it doesn't descend into chaos, right? So that's what you're looking at for real regime change if you want to be certain about it. Now, as I've written in other places, there are some things that the United States can be doing that I think would be helpful to that. One of them is, as we've talked about, calling the Iranian people out onto the streets and then providing them with air support, which would make the regime security forces more vulnerable. And hopefully the morale of the security forces would break without having to kill every single one of them. But there are other things as well. And, go back to the point that I made earlier about how early on in the war, the U.S. and Israel had landed some very big blows against the Iranians that were psychologically dislocating. We have to go back and look for things like that. That's what President Trump is trying to do, thinking about Cargill and thinking about civilian infrastructure again. I think that's all counterproductive. But when I've tossed out there something I think that would be beneficial to the United States, regardless of what happens in Iran, very beneficial to people of Lebanon, would be to go after Hezbollah, would be to help the Lebanese armed forces and the Lebanese people destroy Hezbollah, which there's no question there are a huge number of Lebanese, including many Lebanese Shia, who want to do that. It would be much easier for the United States to do. It's a much smaller country. And that too would be a major psychological blow to this regime. Hezbollah is its most important ally. It's its most important creation, its most important creature. Everybody in the region knows Hezbollah, hates it, fears it, obliterated at this moment. Again, that would be a big psychological blow to the regime. Would it be enough to bring down the regime? I doubt it, but I'll put it this way. It certainly couldn't hurt, and I think that it could help, hopefully in conjunction with other things. But that's what you wind up looking for, is you're simultaneously asking the question of, can we bring about regime change without a massive American invasion? It's either arming the Iranian people or helping the Iranian people, but getting them out onto the streets, recognizing that that is going to entail a lot of bloodshed, or going looking for some of these other ways to try to land some bigger blows against the regime. Either way, this is not an ideal situation, right? This is not what I think any American, certainly any American military planner, would have wanted the United States to have gotten itself into at this moment in the war.
So what is the military objective then? And does a military objective always translate to a political objective?
So it should. That is the lesson. Karl von Clausewitz, the great Prussian military theorist, that was his whole point, was there is no point to a war except its political objective. And everything you do militarily has to be aimed at achieving that political objective. Otherwise, again, exactly, it's just gratuitous violence. And the problem that we have with what the Trump administration has done is they went into it with an intention to mount a particular military campaign that could achieve a set of military objectives. Right? And those military objectives have value in and of themselves, right? Destroying the Navy, the Air Force, the ballistic missile forces, in effect, taking the regime's power projection capabilities away. That's a valid objective in and of itself. The problem is that they then lashed that to a variety of other political objectives that military campaign could never achieve, right? First and foremost, regime change. And then, of course, to make it worse, and I think this is a very important thing to understand, to make it worse, they called for regime change. They killed Ayatollah Khamenei and the top leadership, which simultaneously said to the regime, this is a bona fide regime change effort. So we shift from what we were planning to do militarily, which you remember that initial 8, 10, 12 hours, just, strikes against US bases in the region. Really not a big deal. We shift to our contingency plans for how we act when the United States is actually coming to take down the regime. And that means shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, right? But the truth is that the US wasn't really gunning for the regime. We kind of hoping that that would happen. We weren't prepared to deal with the regime shutting down the Strait of Hormuz and, of course, also attacking civilian infrastructure all throughout the Gulf states. We panicked, and that panic showed the regime something really important that they didn't know, which was that you could shut down the Strait of Hormuz and the United States wouldn't then immediately shift to absolutely bringing down the regime, right? That was always their fear, was if we mess around with the Strait of Hormuz, the Americans will overthrow our government. And that was why Khamenei never wanted to touch the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Khamenei's gone. That restraint is gone. They've shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And rather than absolutely coming for the regime, the United States is backing off as fast as it can. And again, showing these signs of desperation, which signals to the regime, we can do whatever we want to with the Strait of Hormuz. We can manipulate it all we want because the Americans are more afraid of the price of oil than they are of anything else. Right? That was a terrible lesson to teach this regime.
And what about the neighboring countries? Are they not in some ways moving closer to Israel and the United States?
So they are, at least in the moment. What's unclear is the long term. It's worth understanding the Gulf states did not want this war. Contrary to a lot of terrible reporting in the American press, they were very clear in telling the Trump administration they did not think this was a good idea. You probably remember Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia all forbade the United States from flying strike missions against Iran from their bases, right? You can't be any clearer than that. But once we got into it, and once Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, and they saw the reaction, they too saw the reaction of the United States, they shifted, right? And of course, I should point out again, their civilian infrastructure was being struck all across the Gulf. That prompted them to decide we've got to get rid of this regime. Because again, they see everything that you and I do. This is a worse version of this regime. And this is a regime that has now, or version of this regime that has now learned that you can manipulate the Strait of Hormuz all you want. You can strike the GCC. It's not going to cause the United States to make a determined effort to unseat the regime. If anything, it causes the United States to back off. Right? That is terrible for them. In the short term, yes, it's caused them to embrace the war effort to a certain extent because they want the war to bring about the demise of the regime. But as I suggested, I have real doubts as to whether this holds after the war is over. If the war ends with this regime in place, The regime is going to claim victory. I think that it's likely under those circumstances, they will believe that they can continue to shut down the strait when they want to, or launch drones at the GCC states. That's untenable for the GCC states. And what I fear is that just as we saw in 2019, when Iran was able to attack Saudi Arabia and the UAE with impunity, we saw the Saudis and the Emiratis go to Tehran and basically say, whatever you need, right? Whatever you want. And the Iranians said, get out of Yemen. And both the Saudis and the both the Saudis and the Emiratis pulled out of Yemen because they had to appease the Iranians. I'm afraid we'll see the same thing if this war ends and that regime is still in place in Tehran.
And it's interesting because Yemen, the Houthis haven't closed Bab al-Mandar.
No, they have not.
Why is that?
So nobody knows, and there are different theories. I've got a Yemen expert who works for me, Nadwa Dawsari. Nadwa's fantastic. Nadwa has forgotten more about Yemen than I will ever know. Nadwa believes—
I know her, she's fantastic.
Yeah, I adore her. This is one where I disagree with her, but I do it really, really reluctantly because of how smart Nadwa is about Yemen. She believes it's because the Iranians have been holding the Houthis in reserve. I suspect that what's going on is that the Houthis saw the initial American bid for regime change and just said, yeah, you know what, let's sit this one out. Let's see what happens in Tehran. Because if the regime falls, we don't want to be seen as close allies of Iran. We want to be able to stay out of this one. Which of us is right? I don't know. I tell your viewers, bet on Nadwa, not on me.
I just wanted to conclude by bringing this conversation back to one that we had December 15th of last year. And you made two very significant points. One was that you described Iran at that time as being in a pre-revolutionary state, that the people want to rise up, but they're not able to because if they do, they will be slaughtered. Sadly, that happened. And then second point that you made was that, it's not just about the nuclear threat. There's a massive missile threat that we need to be focused on. And that ended up being the cornerstone of Trump's State of the Union address in January. So what state would you describe Iran in right now?
First, I'll start by saying I got those two right. I'd like to quit while I'm ahead, but I will answer that. So I hope that Iran is still in that pre-revolutionary state. What I'm concerned about is the question that you asked me just 10 minutes ago in terms of the impact of the bombing campaign and in particular escalation to bomb Iran's civilian infrastructure, what impact that will have on Iranian popular sentiment.
Guys, I know that he has no idea what he's talking about, but this is insightful because it's showing how little the CIA actually knows about what's going on here. Like this guy is ex-CIA, so right? Like these are the kinds of people who have been making decisions, policy decisions, or informing people who have been responsible, right? Like he has no idea what's going on. This is why Iran is expert level, right? So many people have opinions and yet none seem to know anything about what's going on. So there you go. It's not makes you wonder, right? It really makes you wonder what kind of intel they actually have behind the scenes. Yeah. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, I will make you guys feel better. Let's go to Murad Vaisi's analysis instead, because this will... Oh, no. I like it, guys. Sometimes it's important to see what the other side is saying, because in order to in order to be able to, recognize the fake news that's going around, right? Like it just goes to show, right? People who, let's say, ex-CIA, or they call themselves an analyst or whatever the case might be, right? Oftentimes they're completely clueless. So that's okay. But we'll go to Murad Vaisi. We'll go to his live stream from this morning. Again, you'll have to follow along with the English generated subtitles. And if there's something that's totally like wrong or incorrect, I'll let you guys know. Yeah, I mean, I hope that the current CIA are more informed than that guy, because that guy was completely uninformed.
درود بر شما. بعد از ظهر جمعه 28 فروردین 2585 در ایران و صبح 17 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا، مقامات جمهوری اسلامی درباره اونچه که دونالد ترامپ گفته بود که جمهوری اسلامی عقب نشینی کرده، هم در مورد غنیسازی اورانیوم هم در مورد تحویل اورانیوم غنی شده، برخلاف این گفته های ترامپ، مقامات جمهوری اسلامی فعلا سکوت کردند. آمریکایی ها اظهار نظر میکنن در بالاترین سطح، خود ترامپ میاد اظهار نظر میکنه، ولی مقامات جمهوری اسلامی ترجیح دادن سکوت کنن، راجع به هیچ کدوم از این دوتا جمله‌ای که ترامپ گفته چیزی نگفتن. ترامپ چی گفته؟ ترامپ دیروز اعلام کرد که جمهوری اسلامی تقریباً با هر چی که ما خواستیم موافقت کرده. ترامپ گفت جمهوری اسلامی پیشنهاد داده که برای 20 سال غنیسازی اورانیوم رو و فعالیت‌های هسته‌ایش رو متوقف کنه. ما میدونیم که اون چه که برنامه هسته‌ای گفته میشه و آمریکا روش تاکید داره که متوقف شه، فقط شامل توقف غنیسازی اورانیوم نیست. آمریکایی‌ها میگن غنیسازی اورانیوم در هیچ درصدی رو نمیپذیریم. تأسیسات هسته‌ای فوردو، نتنز و اصفهان باید جمع بشن. بازرسای آژانس از جمله بازرسای آمریکایی باید دسترسی کامل داشته باشن و اورانیوم غنی شده از ایران بیاد بیرون. ترامپ گفته جمهوری اسلامی قبول کرده مواد هسته‌ای اینها رو به ما بده و تحویل بده و گفته بود که بر اساس این مذاکرات ممکنه شنبه و یک شنبه در اسلام آباد برگزار بشه، ولی گفته بود که مطمئن نیستم که نیازی به تمدید آتش بس وجود داشته باشه و اینی هم که گفت که لازم نیست که آتش بس تمدید بشه، یه جور فشار بر جمهوری اسلامیه که تا روز چهارشنبه که آتش بس تموم میشه تا قبل از اون خواسته های آمریکا رو بپذیره. من برداشتم از صحبت ترامپ اینه. حالا در مقابل این مقامات ارشد جمهوری اسلامی سکوت کردن. بعضی از مقامات پایین‌تر اومدن یک اظهار نظرهایی کردن. احمد بخشایش اردستانی، عضو کمیسیون امنیت ملی مجلس، اومده گفته که تعلیق 20 ساله رو دروغ میگن، ما نپذیرفتیم. گفته پیشنهاد ما تعلیق 5 ساله است. در مذاکرات اسلام آباد هم قالیباف پیشنهاد تعلیق 5 ساله رو داده بود ولی ونس نپذیرفته بود. احمد بخشایش اردستانی گفته که رقیق سازی 400 کیلو اورانیوم هم در داخل کشور با نظارت آژانس انجام میشه. آمریکایی‌ها گفتن نه، این باید کامل از خاک ایران بیاد بیرون و اصولاً مالکیت جمهوری اسلامی بر این اورانیوم غنی شده باید کامل از بین بره و در اختیار آمریکایی‌ها قرار بگیره. حتی روس‌ها، لاوروف هم گفته بود ما پیشنهاد کردیم که این اورانیوم غنی شده بیاد روسیه، آمریکایی‌ها نپذیرفتن. احمد بخشایش اردستانی گفته که اگر این پیشنهادات پذیرفته بشه بین ایران و آمریکا، این توافق میتونه مقدمه عادی سازی روابط ایران و آمریکا باشه. این نماینده مجلس گفته. مقامات ارشد سکوت کردن، هنوز هیچی نگفتن. چرا؟ به نظرم الان و در این مقطع مهمترین مسئله‌ای که وجود داره اختلاف بین خود مقامات جمهوری اسلامیه. ما از یه طرف یک مذاکرات پشت پرده شدیدی داریم بین آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی. آمریکا میخواد شرایط خودش رو بر جمهوری اسلامی تحمیل کنه. جمهوری اسلامی داره تلاش میکنه میزان عقب نشینی خودش رو کنترل کنه. ببینید جمهوری اسلامی داره عقب نشینی میکنه. اینی که میگفت من غنی سازی رو هیچ وقت متوقف نمیکنم و الان داره این رو میگه، این توقف غنی سازی عقب نشینیه دیگه. چون خامنه ای میگفت که موقع زنده بود، میگفت ما از غنی سازی عقب نشینی نمیکنیم، غنی سازی حق مسلم ماست. همشون هم میگفتن، چه اونایی که کشته شدن که زیاد هم هستن، چه اونایشون که زندن از جمهوری اسلامی، میگفتن ما غنی سازی رو متوقف نمیکنیم. الان بحث سر اینه که چند سال متوقفش کنن. عقب نشینی کردن دیگه، تسلیم آمریکا شدن. اینی که اورانیوم غنی شده هم رقیق کنن یا از خاک ایران ببرن بیرون، اینم عقب نشینیه دیگه. الان مهمترین اتفاقی که وجود داره در جمهوری اسلامی ظرف امروز و فردا و پس فردا و اینها، اختلاف شدید بین خود مقامات جمهوری اسلامی در مورد اینی که تسلیم بشیم یا نشیم و اگر تسلیم شدیم میزان عقب نشینیمون چقدر باشه. من الان 2 تا حوزه رو در این اختلاف میبینم. یکی بین آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی، یک مذاکرات شدیدی وجود داره که آمریکا میخواد میزان عقب نشینی جمهوری اسلامی رو بیشتر کنه، میفهمه جمهوری اسلامی ضعیفه، میخواد حد اکثر امتیازات ممکن رو از جمهوری اسلامی بگیره و جمهوری اسلامی داره مقاومت میکنه که ضمن اینی که داره عقب نشینی میکنه در حین عقب نشینی امتیازات کمتری بده. این یک دعواست که مثلا قالیباف و عراقچی و همشو در مقابل آمریکایی ها دارن. یک دعوای دیگه هم به موازات این وجود داره بین خود مقامات جمهوری اسلامی که اصولا میارزه یا نمیارزه ما اینقدر عقب نشینی کنیم، تأثیراتش چی میشه. آیا ما میتونیم طرفدارامون رو در درون کشور راضی کنیم، توجیه کنیم که بعد از این همه جنگ 12 روزه و جنگ فعلی، بعد از این همه مقامی که کشته شدن، بعد از اینی که خامنه ای کشته شد، بعد از که لاریجانی کشته شد، بعد از که شمخانی کشته شد، بعد از که پاکپور و سلامی و موسوی و حاجی زاده و سلیمانی و همه اینا کشته شدن، الان تازه بیایم بگیم که غنی سازی رو متوقف میکنیم، اورانیوم هم تحویل میدیم. خب طرفدارامون میان بهمون میگن که عقل کل، خب چرا اینو قبل جنگ 12 روزه این کار نکردی؟ چرا قبل از جنگ 12 روزه نگفتی که من حاضرم به تعلیق اورانیوم غنی سازی، حاضرم این اورانیوم رو غنی کنم؟ چرا؟
So it's not, I'm not willing to enrich this uranium for Rome. Like the Rome is not there. It's just, I'm not willing to enrich the uranium. So basically he's talking about the tension that this agreement is creating inside of the Islamic regime and amongst their supporters. So that, Armin sort of went over that. So that's what he's speaking about right now, this tension, this internal tension, because there are a lot of people who are angry and upset that Araghchi and Ghalibaf agreed to whatever terms President Trump gave.
بعد از اینی که این 2 تا جنگ را انداختی، خامنه ای کشته شد، مقامات ارشدش کشته شدن، صنایع فولاد بمباران شد، صنایع پتروشیمی بمباران شد، کلی از هواپیماها از بین رفتن، چه هواپیماهای جنگی چه مسافربری. طرفداراش بهش میگن خب
No, he's not speaking about the Pope or Rome. That's just like a mistranslation on the YouTube AI part.
چرا الان اینو میپذیری؟ مگه نمیتونستی همینو بپذیری در قبل جنگ 12 روزه؟ فردو بمباران نشده بود؟ نتنز بمباران نشده بود؟
So basically he's saying, like, some of these people are now like, well, why didn't you agree to this before the 12-day conflict back in the summer? No, guys, he's not even saying the word Rome. He's not saying that. That's just like a weird AI mistranslation. But he's saying, like, you know, why is it that you like why didn't they agree to this to give up uranium enrichment back in the summer before everything was bombed and before Khamenei was killed?
اصفهان بمباران نشده بود؟ اون روز پنجشنبه‌ای که آژانس قطعنامه داد در 23 خرداد بود فکر میکنم.
Wait, what's 23 خرداد? Let's look that up and make sure that's the right date. June 10. So it's not June 13. He's referring to June 10.
آژانس بیانیه داد گفت شما بیاید با ما همکاری کنید. آژانس بین‌المللی انرژی اتمی گفت به سوالات آژانس جواب بدید. بحران در این حد بود. جمهوری اسلامی به جایی که بگه خیلی خب من میام سوالات جواب میدم، گفت من میرم غنیسازی رو بیشتر میکنم. همون شب اسرائیل حمله کرد. اون همه مقام سپاه کشته شدن. حاجی زاده کشته شد، باقری کشته شد، رشید کشته شد، سلامی کشته شد. حالا من 100 بار اینا رو گفتم. بعد از جنگ 12 روزم دوباره اومدن گفتن آقا غنیسازی رو بذارید کنار، اورانیوم غنی شدن بدید بیرون. میتونستن این کارو بکنن، نکردن. بعد اسرائیل حمله کرد، آمریکا حمله کرد، خامنه‌ای رو کشتن، شمخانی کشتن، لاریجانی کشتن، 52 تا مقام ارشد رو که من فهرست کردم در ایران تنشان در مجموع این جنگ ها کشتن. تأسیسات هسته‌ای نابود شده، فولاد نابود شده، پتروشیمی نابود شده. بعد الان جمهوری اسلامی بیاد بگه که آقا من تعلیق غنیسازی اورانیوم رو میپذیرم، عراقچی از اون اولدروماش کوتاه بیاد که ما 0% و هیچ وقت نمیپذیریم، بپذیرن. اورانیومایی هم که میگفتن ما ذره اینو تحویل نخواهیم داد بدن تحویل. خب طرفداراشون ازشون سوال میکنن، میگن شما چه عقل کلی بودید که اگر قرار بود به اینجا برسید که اینا رو بدید تحویل، خب چرا قبل جنگ 12 روزه این کار نکردید؟ چرا موقعی که خامنه‌ای زنده بود این کار نکردید؟ فقط لازم بود که خامنه‌ای کشته بشه، مقامات کشته بشن، این همه توانایی نظامیشون از بین رفته، نیرو دریاییشون آسیب دیده، نیرو هواییشون آسیب دیده، مقرهای نیرو انتظامی بمباران شده، مقرهای بسیج بمباران شده، وزیر اطلاعات کشته شده، رؤسای اطلاعات سپاه در جنگ 12 روزه و در این جنگ 2 تاشون کشته شدن، 2 تا فرمانده سپاه کشته شده، 2 تا رئیس اتحادیه کشته شده، فرمانده قرارگاه خاتم کشته شده. طرفداراشون ازشون سوال میکنن. همین الان یه نماینده مجلس گفته کلی پیام داره به ما میرسه که چرا باید بپذیرید. یکی از مهمترین مسائلی که الان جمهوری اسلامی باش روبرو همینه که جواب طرفداراشو بده و جوابی هم نداره بده. الان مقامات ظرف این 2-3 روز تحت فشارن، همزمان با آمریکا مذاکره میکنن، تحت فشارن. بین خودشون هم حتما بحثای شدیدی هست که آیا میارزه عقب نشینی بکنیم یا نه، چون ما هنوز نمیدونیم که جنبندی جمهوری اسلامی چیه در آخرین لحظه. میپذیره این همه عقب نشینی و تسلیم رو یا نمیپذیره، اینو نمیدونیم. دوما اگر قرار تسلیم بشیم و عقب نشینی کنیم، چقدر عقب نشینی بکنیم؟ در مورد غنیسازی چقدر بپذیریم؟ 20 سال، 10 سال، 5 سال؟ در مورد رقیق کردن اورانیوم و سرنوشت اورانیوم ها چقدر بپذیریم؟ بگیم آژانس بیاد در داخل رقیق کنه، یا اگر آمریکایی‌ها گفتن ما اینو قبول نداریم، بخوان جمهوری اسلامی رو خفت بدن، تحقیرش کنن، بگن اورانیوم رو باید بدی بیاد بیرون، تحویل آمریکا بدی، اون موقع چیکار کنیم؟ سرنوشت مذاکرات به هر کدوم از اینا وصله. ممکنه جمهوری اسلامی و آمریکا سر اینی که 5 سال باشه، 10 سال باشه، 20 سال باشه توقف غنیسازی با هم معاملهشون نشه. ممکنه سر اینی که رقیق شدن اورانیوم کافیه یا آمریکایی‌ها میگن حتما باید بیاد بیرون، سر این دعواشون بشه دیگه. مقامات جمهوری اسلامی الان راجع به دونه دونه اینا با هم اختلاف داره و شما اینم بهش اضافه کنید.
So, see, guys, this is really important. So he's saying that the Islamic regime officials amongst themselves internally are at odds with one another.
دونه دونه اینا با هم اختلاف داره.
Right? So he's like, the Islamic regime officials are at odds over every single one of these topics, every single one of these conditions that Arakchi and Ghalibaf have agreed to.
اینم بهش اضافه کنید. این مقاماتی که با هم اختلاف دارن مسئله
These officials who are at odds with
قدرت بعد از توافق هم تو ذهن هر کدومشون هست.
So the reason that you have to, so he's saying you have to keep in mind the reason that the Islamic regime officials are at odds with one another is because there's also there's an internal power struggle because they're all trying to determine who should be in charge, right? Remember, Khamenei was the glue that sort of, he was like the jihadi glue that kept all of these Islamic regime officials together. And I think there was something that IDF Farsi just posted. It was a very good image. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah. So during the operations, we continued hunting down the remaining high-ranking regime officials and eliminated about 30 of them. The regime's leaders lived in a sense of being pursued and insecure, and they still do. Now these positions are filled by individuals lacking experience in decision-making, right? So look at all of these Islamic regime officials that have been exterminated. So, Khamenei is gone. Actually, you know what? Let me download this. And then I'll upload it so you can see it bigger. Okay. Let me pull that up for you guys. Like, guys, we don't talk about this enough, but this is like really significant. I mean, this is a huge, huge blow to the Islamic regime. And yet, for some weird reason, you have people in the mainstream media, or you have others who are just saying, oh, this was a complete failure and America lost and the Islamic regime won. Really? Look, literally all of their top commanders are dead. So okay, this is Khamenei. Right? Like Khamenei is gone. That's like the one at the top, right? Or actually, you know what? Let me just do this instead so you can see my mouse. Okay. So, right, this is Khamenei. He's totally gone. And then within his office, right? So, Shirazi, Ebrahimzadeh, Babayan, right? So this says Daftar Rahbar, which means these were people who worked directly in Khamenei's office, like with him. They're all dead. And then Moqamat Arshad Sazaman Sepand. Oh, what's that? Here, just want to make sure I'm translating this properly. Senior officials of the Sepand organization. What's Sepand? Let me look that up. Oh, interesting. It's so these two here were senior officials in the Organization of Defensive Innovation and Research, known by its Persian acronym Sepand, is an Iranian Ministry of Defense agency responsible for developing advanced defense technologies and managing military aspects of Iran's nuclear program. So these two who were in that organization, they're dead. And then سطح عالی امنیتی و سیاسی رژیم تروریست ایران. Well, which one was this one? Was this the is this like, I think this was like information or like, let's see. Yeah, so this was like high level people who were like involved in like security and intelligence, right? So Ali Shamkhani. Guys, remember Shamkhani is the one where they couldn't find his head and then he was buried like without his head. And then you have Aziz Nasirzadeh, Ali Larijani. Remember Larijani was a big one. He was boom boomed. Ismail Khatib, he was also boom boomed, right? So like these are like top people. And then these are two more top senior officials in security. So Saeed Yahi Hamidi, Jalal Pur Hossein, right? And then these guys, these three were part of the like the suppression, like people, like those responsible for suppressing the Iranian people. So you have Gholam Reza Soleimani, Gholam Reza Rezayan, and Ismail Ahmadi, right? Like look at this. Look at all these people. Look at all these people. Oh, these three, wait, I'm gonna make my mouse bigger. These three were top senior people at Khatam al-Anbiya, right? And then look at all these ones. These ones are also part of the IRGC armed forces, right? And then Sepah Pastaran, again, more IRGC. So guys, this is a really significant list. And these are people, as you can tell, they're like much older. These are people who have been involved with the Islamic regime for a very, very long time. They've all been boom boomed. Most of their underlings have been boom boomed. And so the people that have like replaced these ones, they're young, right? They're young and they're very inexperienced. And that's basically what the IDF is saying here. So during the operations, we continued hunting down the remaining high-ranking regime officials and eliminated about 30 of them. The regime's leaders lived in a sense of being pursued and insecure, and they still do. Now these positions are filled by individuals lacking experience in decision making, right? Like this is a very significant list that no one really talks about very often. So this is why there's an internal power struggle right now amongst the IRGC itself, because there's so many of them who are dead that it's just like, you know, and Mushtaba, we don't even know where Mushtaba is. We've never seen him. We don't know if he's alive or dead or in a coma or whatever, right? So there's no leadership. There's no leadership. It's basically internal factions vying for power and going after one another. Oh my gosh, I got like some fool here. Why do these trolls always come? Literally like 6 followers and then you come in and you just like spout like jihadi nonsense. Go away. Weird people. All right, let's continue.
قالیباف و ذوالقدر و علی عبداللهی و پزشکیان و همه اینا.
That's not Mizishki, that's supposed to be Pezeshkian. Pezeshkian is the president. That's totally irrelevant.
ذهنشون این هست که حالا چقدر عقب نشینی کنیم در مقابل آمریکا. تو ذهنشون هم همزمان بدون اینی که به هم دیگه بگن این هست که اگر توافق.
Right? So he's saying all these people that are left alive, they're not only thinking about how they're going to spin what is happening in terms of retreating from the United States, but they're also trying to figure out what to say to one another.
تو ذهنشون هم همزمان بدون اینی که به هم دیگه بگن این هست که اگر توافق شد با آمریکا یا اگر توافق نشد با آمریکا.
Tawafuk means like agreement. So he's like saying they're trying to figure out what to say to one another, like if there's an agreement with America or if there's not, and if they don't reach an agreement.
این رقیب من که الان کنار دست من نشسته اون قدرتمندتر میشه یا من قدرتمندتر میشم.
Right? So this is really important. He's exposing the internal conflict of like the Islamic regime. So basically he's saying all these people like Ghalibaf and Zolqadr and Pezeshkian and all of them, whoever's left alive, not only are they thinking about how they're going to spin this, spin what's happening with the United States, but they're also thinking about how can I spin this in a way that will make sure that I become more powerful than my rival, right? So Ghalibaf is trying to figure out how to be like more like, you know, powerful than Zolgad and, you know, all these people. So he's exposing this. So because within the Islamic regime, no one trusts one another, right? They don't trust each other. Oh, is President Trump going live on Fox at 5? Here, I can check Fox News and see what they're saying on Fox News. Thank you for letting me know if he's going. Yeah, I don't see anything on Fox News right now, but I'll keep an eye on that for sure.
حتما قالیباف به اینا فکر میکنه. قالیباف بیشتر از همشون به این فکر میکنه که اگر توافق شد من میشم همه کار جمهوری اسلامی یا من میشم اون خائن جمهوری اسلامی که رفته تسلیم آمریکا شده.
Right, so he's saying Ghalibaf right now, because Ghalibaf was one of the main negotiators. So he's like, I'm certain that Ghalibaf right now is probably thinking, right? Ghalibaf is probably thinking that, you know, with this agreement that, you know, he has negotiated with President Trump and the United States, will this now result in Ghalibaf becoming more powerful and basically, like Morad Baisi is saying, becoming the master of the Islamic regime? Or is it going to make him be seen as a traitor by the others, and then they're going to go, the others are going to go and like execute him, right? Because that's what the Islamic regime does. So that's what's happening right now, and Ghalibaf is definitely worried about that. And you know, Armin showed the messages, you know, he translated them from earlier, where Islamic regime supporters are very, very angry at this, you know, deal that was reached, and the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is now open, but the United States is still, you know, it still has a blockade on Iranian oil ships, which is like, that's not really a good deal at all for the Islamic regime. It's like the worst thing.
یا من میشم اون خائن جمهوری اسلامی که رفته تسلیم آمریکا شده. چون همین الان بین طرفدارای خودشون هست دیگه که اینا دارن خیانت میکنن، خامنه ای رو آمریکا کشته و اینا دارن میرن باش توافق امضا میکنن. هر کدوم از اینا الان دارن همینو نسبت به بقیه.
Right, so he just said, right, like what's happening is a lot of people are like, well, America, like the United States went and boom Khamenei, and now that basically resulted in it resulted in what's what I'm looking for? United States boom Khamenei, and then that resulted in this agreement and ceasefire, and so like that's making a lot of people very angry.
دستشون نگاه میکنن که اگر قرار شد این قرارداد تسلیم بسته بشه، نتیجهش این میشه کسی که امضا میکنه بین طرفدارای جمهوری اسلامی به عنوان خائن شناخته میشه که رفته با قاتل خامنه ای توافق امضا کرده، یا نه به عنوان کسی شناخته میشه که جمهوری اسلامی را از سقوط نجات داده.
So this is critical. So he's saying, wait, what's he saying?
نتیجهش این میشه کسی که امضا میکنه بین طرفدارای جمهوری اسلامی به عنوان خائن شناخته میشه.
So he's saying the end result here is that whoever made this agreement with President Trump, it's now left to be seen. There's going to be two results. So will this person be viewed as someone who is a traitor because they signed an agreement with the murderers of Khamenei, or will this person be viewed as a hero for saving the Islamic Republic? I have a feeling personally that they will not be viewed as a hero, because the supporters of the Islamic regime are delusional and they legitimately believe that the Islamic regime is beating the United States, and if only they had continued, they could have destroyed America and Israel, right? Because that's the propaganda they're constantly putting out on Islamic regime state TV, and that's what their supporters believe, right? Like, this is not what the general population believes, right? Like the 90% of Iranian people, they know this is all BS. They know the Islamic regime is collapsing. Everyone's getting ready for like revolution and regime change. But he's talking about how the IRGC supporters themselves will see it. And as you can tell, they're like completely delusional. And part of it is because they're victims of their own propaganda. So they have been putting out the same propaganda over and over that they themselves are buying it.
که رفته با قاتل خامنه‌ای توافق امضا کرده یا نه به عنوان کسی شناخته میشه که جمهوری اسلامی را از سقوط نجات داده. بر حسب اینی که کدومی که از این دوتا تحلیل غالب باشه، ممکنه بعضیا بخوان برن اینو امضا کنن، ممکنه اصلا بعضیا دلشون نخواد برن امضا کنن، میگن یکی دیگه بره امضا کنه. الان در اسلام آباد پاکستان این بحث وجود داره که تمهیدات ترافیکی امنیتی دارن میذارن.
Yeah, so they're basically like, it's like they're drinking their own Kool-Aid, right? But we're talking about the supporters. We're talking about like the people who go out into the streets and like yell Allahu Akbar, and chant in favor of like the Islamic regime, and they say, oh, United States is losing, and America is winning, and all. Sorry, United States is losing, and the Islamic regime is winning, right? Like that kind of stuff.
البته گزارش داده میگن اونجا تمهیدات ترافیک امنیتیه که مثلا اسلام آباد داره برای مذاکره چیزی آماده میشه. ممکنه مثلا مقامات جمهوری اسلامی آمریکا دوباره مذاکره کنن. ترامپ گفته بود شنبه یک شنبه، حالا برای شنبه یک شنبه ببینیم میشه یا نه.
Oh wait, okay. So let's see. Patriot. I just saw this. Okay. I'll see if I can find that. But like so this is a very good example of what I'm talking about in terms of this internal struggle. So let's see if I can bring it up. Iran. Okay, Ismail Baghawi. Yeah, let me pull this up. Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, guys, see, so like, look at this. This is exactly what Morad Vaisi is talking about here. So look at this clip. Look at this clip. So let me just read it first. So Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghawi, nothing the Americans said regarding uranium is acceptable. Enriched uranium in Iran will not be moved anywhere under any circumstances. Just as the soil of Iran is sacred to us, this matter is also sacred to us. Reporter, so you completely deny this possibility? And he says, Iran has never raised this possibility, not even once, right? So this is exactly what Armin and I were talking about, and what Morad Vaisi is now talking about this internal like conflict and division. So let's listen to this. Let me just use my chat GPT to translate. Okay.
از مقامات آمریکایی ذکر کردن هیچ کدومشون قابل تایید نیست. به عنوان مثال عرض میکنم خدمتتون، اورانیوم غنی شده ایران به هیچ عنوان قرار نیست به جایی منتقل بشه. به همون اندازه که خاک ایران برای ما مهم هست و مقدس هست، این موضوع هم برای ما اهمیت داره.
پس به طور کامل این رد میشه.
اصلا
موضوع انتقال اورانیوم با غنای 60%
مطرح نیست.
هیچ وقت این بحث مطرح نبوده، به عنوان یک گزینه از سوی ما مطرح نبوده.
Yeah, okay, so it's basically this. It's basically this. This translation is accurate. So nothing the Americans said regarding uranium is acceptable, right? So already there are people within the IRGC who are denying that such an agreement was made, and they're saying that we're not going to accept the terms, we're not going to accept these conditions, right? And then these people, these are the ones I'm talking about, right? These are the supporters. This is probably fake, but right, these are the supporters who have been drinking the Kool-Aid so much that they actually believe that the Islamic regime is winning and that the United States is, almost destroyed, or whatever the case might be. So, like, this is President Trump playing, this is psychological warfare, because now they're pointing fingers at each other on Islamic regime state TV.
چون وقتی هم باقی نمونده. میخوام اینو عرض کنم، در درون خودشون بالاخره آرایش قدرت بعد از این واقعه براشون مهمه. که منی که میرم امضا میکنم قالیباف، اگه منو به عنوان خائن نگاه کنن، میگم خب یه کسی دیگه بره امضا کنه.
Okay, so totally wrong translation. What he's basically, so sometimes if you see weave carpets, that's referring to Ghalibaf, because Ghalibaf's name literally means carpet weaver. So that's just, that should say Ghalibaf, not weave carpets. So basically what he's saying is that Ghalibaf is now looking at this situation, and he's basically saying, okay, like, should I go sign this myself, or should I pass it off to someone else to go sign? Because do I want to be the one who's seen as a traitor, or, is someone, should I just, throw someone else under the bus?
اگه نه به عنوان کسی نگاه میکنن که جمهوری اسلامی که در آستانه سقوط بوده، با این توافق، با این تسلیم، با این عقب نشینی یه ذره به عمرش اضافه شده، ممکنه بعضیا بگن من میرم امضا میکنم، چون ممکنه طرفدارای جمهوری اسلامی منو به عنوان کسی نگاه کنن که من اجازه ندادم جمهوری اسلامی الان سقوط کنه، یه ذره بیشتر عمرشو بیشتر کردم. اینا بین خودشون هست. من معتقدم حتی اینایی که بین خودشون هست از مذاکراتشون با آمریکایی‌ها مهمتره، در مورد اینی که چقدر تسلیم بشن و چقدر عقب نشینی کنن. و اصلا اگر تسلیم نشن، جنگ ادامه پیدا کنه، آتش بس تمدید نشه، جنگ ادامه پیدا کنه، محاصره ادامه پیدا کنه، چه شرایطی نظام پیدا میکنه؟ چون اینا همونطور که ما مردم همه چیز رو با سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی میسنجیم، مقامات جمهوری اسلامی هم همه چیز رو با بقای جمهوری اسلامی میسنجن، همه چیز رو.
So Murad Baisi is saying the same way that we not compare, but like everything that happens, we look at that in the context of how is this going to help overthrow the regime. He's saying for the Islamic regime officials, it's the exact opposite. For Islamic regime officials, they look at everything and within the context of how is this going to help the survival of the Islamic regime.
مذاکره با آمریکا، عقب نشینی، تسلیم نشدن، ادامه جنگ، تمدید آتش بس، محاصره، همه اینا رو اونا با این نگاه میکنن که بگن این باعث بقای جمهوری اسلامی میشه یا بقاشو به خطر میندازه. و ما هم همه چیز رو با سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی میسنجیم و درست هم هست. ما اینی که موضعمون نسبت به توافق چیه یا عدم توافق، موضعمون نسبت به محاصره چیه، موضعمون نسبت به آتش بس چیه، موضعمون نسبت به مذاکرات آمریکا با جمهوری اسلامی چیه، موضعمون نسبت به میانجیگری پاکستان و ترکیه چیه، همه رو با مسئله سرنگونی ما میسنجیم. اصل اون چیزی که جلودار ماست و بهش نگاه میکنیم به عنوان تنظیم کننده راهمون، مردم ایران، اکثریت مردم ایران، اینه که چه چیزی به سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی بیشتر کمک میکنه و چه چیزی ممکنه باعث بشه چند روز، چند هفته، چند ماه عمر جمهوری اسلامی بیشتر بشه. توی این چارچوب خبرگزاری میزان اومده وابسته به قوه قضاییه، گفته که برخلاف اظهارات ترامپ انتقال مواد هسته‌ای در مورد این با آمریکا مذاکره نشده و توافقی هم فعلا وجود نداره. عرض کردم مقامات جمهوری اسلامی فعلا سکوت کرده. سپاه اومده یک بیانیه داده، گفته در وضعیت سکوت در میدان نبرد به سر میبریم. سکوت در میدان نبرد، این به جای آتش بس میگن سکوت در میدان نبرد، و دست بر ماشه آماده پاسخگویی به اقدامات دشمن هستیم. ولی واقعیت اینه که بوی تسلیم و عقب نشینی ازشون میاد. خطیب زاده معاون وزیر خارجه گفته ما هیچ آتش بس موقتی رو نمیپذیریم و چرخه.
Okay, so now he's reporting on some of the officials of the Islamic regime. So this guy, the foreign minister, Khatib Zadeh, well, what's it? Deputy foreign minister.
گفته ما
So the deputy foreign minister, his name is Khatib Zadeh. He's saying we will not accept any sort of ceasefire.
هیچ آتش بس موقتی رو نمیپذیریم.
So he's saying we will not accept any temporary.
چرخه درگیری باید همینجا برای همیشه پایان یابد.
So that guy, the deputy foreign minister, is saying we will not accept any temporary ceasefire, and the cycle of conflict must end here forever. See, so there are like these crazy people within the Islamic regime who legitimately believe that they can destroy the United States and Israel. So you have someone like this guy, this delusional, insane guy, who is basically saying, no ceasefire, destroy the United States, end the cycle of conflict, which is insane because they have nothing left, right? But this is why many of us Iranians are like, you cannot negotiate with these people. Like, these people are not reasonable in any way, shape, or form. These people will not stop, right? You leave one of them alive and they're going to continue. They're going to continue just fighting against the United States and Israel.
به دنبال پایان جامع جنگ در سراسر منطقه هستیم. امروز ژنرال عاصم منیر، فرمانده ارتش پاکستان که در تهران بود، با عراقچی و قالیباف و پزشکیان و علی عبداللهی دیدار کرد. امروز میره آمریکا برای جمع‌بندی مذاکرات خودش با مقامات جمهوری اسلامی با آمریکایی‌ها. یعنی اون چی که از مذاکره با مقامات جمهوری اسلامی دستش اومده رو میخواد با آمریکایی‌ها منتقل کنه و بعد تصمیم بگیرن دو طرف، ببینن آمریکایی‌ها این میزان عقب نشینی جمهوری اسلامی رو میپذیرن یا نه، و بعد اگر پذیرفتن برن سمت گام‌های دیگه. جلسه وزرای خارجه ترکیه، پاکستان، مصر و عربستان هم امروز در حاشیه مجمع دیپلماسی آنتالیا که در ترکیه برگزار میشه قرار برگزار بشه. اونا هم یک جنبندی راجع به این داشته باشن، ولی اونی که مسیر رو تعیین میکنه همین سفر ژنرال عاصم منیر به آمریکا که برن آمریکا خلاصه مذاکراتشون رو با جمهوری اسلامی با آمریکایی‌ها بگن، بعد ببینیم که وضعیت چی میشه. اما چرا با توافق یا بی توافق جمهوری اسلامی به سمت سرنگونی میره؟ من معتقدم چه توافق بشه چه توافق نشه، این مسیر به سمت سرنگونی و من اینو قبلا هم عرض کردم. ما ممکنه دو جور شاهد سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی باشیم. یه جور در درون جنگ، مثلا حملات اگر ادامه پیدا میکرد با همون شدت و حدت ادامه پیدا میکرد و آتش بس نمیشد، من معتقد بودم در اواخر بهار این امکان وجود داشت که جمهوری اسلامی بیفته اگر حملات اونجوری ادامه پیدا میکرد. ولی حتی الان هم که آتش بس شده و حتی ممکنه توافق هم بشه، معلوم نیست توافق بشه، حتی توافق هم بشه، من معتقدم بازم حتی اگر توافق بشه جمهوری اسلامی در مسیر سرنگونیه، فقط زمانش ممکنه پس و پیش بشه. چرا من معتقدم حتی با توافق هم یا بی توافق هم جمهوری اسلامی در مسیر سرنگونیه؟ من دلایل رو میخوام خدمتتون بگم. اولا جمهوری اسلامی ببینیم چه الگو راهبردی به کار برده که بمونه و چرا من به دلایل متعددی که الان میخوام خدمت شما عرض کنم به 14 دلیل معتقدم که جمهوری اسلامی در مسیر سرنگونی. جمهوری اسلامی الگوش برای موندن الان یه الگوی خاصیه و اون الگو خاص چیه؟ میگه در کشور، در داخل کشور و داخل منطقه من 2 تا کار میکنم که بمونم. در داخل کشور دستمو میذارم رو ماشه اسلحه جنگی و هر کی در خیابان بود رو میکشم موقعی که اعتراض کنن، که یک بار برای همیشه بساط اعتراض و قیام و خیزش و انقلاب جمع بشه. مردم اگر متوجه بشن که من همه رو میکشم دیگه انقلاب نمیکنن. اشتباه فکر میکنه ها، ولی فکرش اینه دیگه. در دیما هم بر اساس این فکر کرد که من اگر به مردم نشون بدم که موقعی که میان خیابون من یه حکومتی هم متفاوت از همه حکومت دنیا و هر کیو در خیابان باشه میکشم، این باعث میشه دیگه نیان بیرون. این مبنای ذهنیش اینه و هیچ کس در دنیا این کارو نکرده ها تا حالا که مثلا مردم میلیون بیان بیرون تو خیابون بگن ما حکومت رو نمیخوایم، بعد اونا دست بذارن روی ماشه اسلحه جنگی و هر کیو در خیابانه بکشن. که من 4 ماه میخونم اسامی تمام نمیشه. دیشب فقط 40 نفر جاویدنام من از خراسان عزیز خوندم، از مشهد، نیشابور، اصفهان و سبزوار. از این 4 تا شهر من 40 نفر خوندم. قبلا هم خوندم 40 نفر جدید خوندم. کشتاری که در سراسر کشور کردن در هیچ جای دنیا نشده. در تهران، در مشهد، در رشت، در کرمانشاه، اصفهان، خیلی جای دیگه، لرستان، همه کشور. جمهوری اسلامی اساس الگوش در داخل کشور اینه. من حالا یک موقعی فرصت شد الگوی جمهوری اسلامی برای عدم سقوط در داخل کشور رو مفصل بحث میکنم و در منطقه. اینجا به عنوان بحث فرعی دارم عرض میکنم. الگوش اینه ما میکشیم هر کی در خیابان بود که دیگه هیچ وقت اعتراض نکنن. ما اینترنت رو لازم باشه میبندیم. ما لازم باشه هزاران نفر رو بازداشت میکنیم. ما لازم باشه اینقدری اعدام میکنیم که دیگه کسی نیاد بیرون. ما لازم باشه هر کاری میکنیم. بدنامی هر چیزی رو به تنمون میمالیم که فقط بمونیم. این در داخل. من بعدا میام مفصل راجب الگوی بقای حکومت دیکتاتوری که چی تو ذهنشونه مفصل صحبت میکنم به زودی. در منطقه الگوشون چیه؟ در منطقه هم عیناً همین. میگه همونطوری که ما در داخل کشور هر کی بیاد تو خیابون میکشیم، در منطقه هم دیوونه بازی در میاریم. در منطقه اگه با ما جنگ بشه دیوونه بازی در بیاریم. به هر جای دستمون برسه حمله میکنیم. به کویت، به عربستان، به امارات، به قطر، به بحرین، به عمان، به اردن، به عراق، به ترکیه، به آذربایجان، به اسرائیل، به قبرس، به هر جایی که رسیدیم حمله میکنیم که نشون بدیم آقا ما دیوونه ایم. مثل این لاتایی که محله رو به هم میریزن و شیشه مغازه میشکنن و اینا خودزنی میکنن. جمهوری اسلامی هم عیناً همینه دیگه. هم داره شیشه میشکنه در محله، هم داره خودزنی هم میکنه دیگه. این لاتا بعضا خودشونو میزنن که چیز.
That lota, that he means thugs. Lot is like the Persian word for thug. So when he says lota, ha is adding like plurals to it. So he's like, this is how thugs sometimes beat themselves up.
در این الگو مقامات جمهوری اسلامی میگن ما در داخل اینجوری عمل میکنیم، در خارج هم اینطوری عمل میکنیم که دیگه کسی سمت ما نیاد. نه مردم ایران سمت ما بیاد، نه دیگه آمریکا و اسرائیل هم یه بار برای همیشه بفهمن که ما اینجوری منطقه رو به هم میریزیم، دیگه سمت ما نه. این الگوی بقاشونه که من بعداً راجبش صحبت میکنم. اما این جواب نمیده. چرا جواب نمیده؟ به 14 دلیلی که الان خدمتتون عرض میکنم. یک به یک. که همه اینا جمع شده و این جمهوری اسلامی به هر حال به سمت سرنگونی میره، با توافق یا بی توافق. اول، جنبش زن زندگی آزادی نشون داد که اینا خیابونا رو از دست دادن. جنبش زن زندگی آزادی منجر به سقوط حاکمیت نشد، ولی منجر به سقوط جمهوری اسلامی در خیابان‌ها شد. شما الان این خیابان‌هایی که می‌بینید زنان و دختران ما میرن حضور پیدا می‌کنن، این دیگه خیابان‌های قبل از زن زندگی آزادی نیست. حکومت از زنها و دخترهای ما در خیابان‌ها شکست خورد و خیابان‌ها الان به تسخیر زنان در اومد. کافه‌ها، خیابون‌ها می‌بینید دیگه. اینجا یه نکته عرض کنم. این چند وقته بعضی‌ها دچار اختلاف شدن در مورد این انقلاب ملی شیر خورشید و نسبتش با زن زندگی آزادی. بعضی‌ها تلاش کردن زن زندگی آزادی رو در مقابل انقلاب ملی شیر خورشید قرار بدن، در حالی که به نظر من، که البته نظر خودم هم نیست، این نکته رو من خانومم میگفت، از نظرات اون دارم میگم، ولی نکته درستیه و اون اینی که ما تمام این جنبش هامون مکمل همدیگن، نیازی نیست اینا رو مقابل هم قرار بدیم. انقلاب ملی شیر خورشید تکیه کرده به خیزش زن زندگی آزادی، زن زندگی آزادی تکیه کرد به 98، 98 تکیه کرد به 96، 96 تکیه کرد به 88، 88 تکیه کرد به 78. ما در هر مقداری که اومدیم جلوتر، این قیام های مردم ایران بودن، غریبه نیستن که. اونی که در زن زندگی آزادی قیام کرده با اینی که در انقلاب ملی شیر خورشید بوده، دوتا که نیست، ملت ایرانه. بی خود میکنن بعضیا اینا رو مقابل هم قرار میدن. ملت ایران در مسیرش بر اساس تجربیاتش کاملتر شده، پخته تر شده. انقلاب ملی شیر خورشید نتیجه پخته تر خیزش زن زندگی آزادیه. خیزش زن زندگی آزادی نتیجه پخته تر 98. ما در 78 جوانامون اومدن بیرون، اصلاح طلبانه بود. در 88 اومدن بیرون، اصلاح طلبانه بود. بعد یه دفعه مردم فهمیدن اصلاحات جواب نمیده. در 96 دیگه رفتن سمت براندازی. در 98 بیشتر دنبال براندازی بودن.
Just a quick reference, the dates here, he's not referring to like 1996 or 1998, he's referring to 1396 and 1390. He's referring to the years in like for the Persian calendar. So let's see, 1396 to sorry, 14. Wait. Now the shish.
در شهرهای بیشتری گسترشش دادن. در خیزش زن زندگی آزادی ایرانیای خارج از کشورم قوی‌تر اومدن توش، پخته تر شد، دنیا بیشتر بهش احترام گذاشت و در انقلاب ملی شیر خورشید تبدیل شد به اون خیزش بزرگ که ملت قدرت.
So what he's talking about, guys, is basically he's referring to all the previous uprisings that have been happening for the last like 20 or 30 years, starting in like the 1990s, and then, you know, with the Green Movement, and then all the different ones, and then leading up to Woman Life Freedom, which was in 2022, and now this one. So what he's saying is that basically every single one of those uprisings paved the way for the next uprising and the next one and the next one. And now the current uprising, the Lion and Sun revolution, this is the end result of all of these other uprisings. And now this is where we are. You know, this is we've matured and we've come to like this point here. And that's why, you know, it's going to be like pretty much successful.
میلیونی خودشو باور کرد و شاهزاده رضا پهلوی هم به رهبری تثبیت کرد.
So he's saying like that uprising basically confirmed that there are millions and millions of people in Iran who you know, want to overthrow the regime, and it also officially confirmed Prince Reza Pahlavi as the leader of the Lion and Sun revolution.
این جنبش ها هر کدومشون نتیجه کاملتر قبلیشه. مردم فهمیدن رای
Right, so he's saying each of these movements, so basically he means uprisings, right? So each one of these uprisings is a more complete result of the previous one. So each time it got bigger and more people got involved until finally we got to the one that's happening now.
من کجا دیگه جواب نمیده، دنبال سرنگونی رفتن. خیزش زن زندگی آزادی تبدیل شده به انقلاب ملی شیر و خورد.
Yeah, women living in, he basically means Zan Zindagi Azadi, that's woman life freedom. So he's saying the woman life freedom, became, it's basically led to the national revolution of the line and sun.
ما کسانی که اینا رو مقابل هم قرار میدن به نظرم کار درستی نمیکنن. همش ملت ایرانه و پخته تر شده ملت. ملت الان فرقش نسبت به خیزش زن زندگی آزادی اینه که هم قدرت خیزش میلیونی خودشو باور کرده و هم یه رهبری ملی تثبیت شده برای انقلاب داره.
So he's saying the difference between the current line and sun revolution versus the Zan Zindagi Azadi, the woman life freedom one, because he's saying there are some people who are like trying to compare the two. He's like, you cannot compare because the current one is a more mature and established version of the previous one. So he's saying that the main difference here between the woman life freedom uprising versus the line and sun revolution is that with the current one, with the line and sun revolution on January 8 and 9, the Iranian people finally believed in their strength and in their numbers, right? Because we finally saw the million person uprising, right? Where millions of Iranians around the country rose up and went out to the streets on January 8 and 9. So that's the first thing. And then the second big difference is that unlike the woman life freedom movement, the line and sun revolution has an established leader, and that leader is, of course, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. So he's saying these are the two key differences, which is why the line and sun revolution is much more mature and much stronger because of these two facts.
این از دست دادن خیابان در بعد از جنبش زن زندگی آزادی، این اولین ویژگیه که باعث میشه که این حکومت به سمت سقوط بره. حکومت خیابانها رو در مقابل زنها از دست داده و این اتفاق بزرگیه. این یک. دو، جمهوری اسلامی گروه‌های نیابتیش رو تا حد زیادی از دست داده. حماس و جهاد اسلامی یه روزی مرکز تهدید بودن برای اسرائیل، الان از بین رفتن.
So he's pointing out some other differences. He's saying right now the Islamic regime has pretty much lost a lot of its proxy forces like Hamas and Hezbollah in this round.
حزب‌الله به شدت ضعیف شده. این حزب‌الله دیگه حزب‌الله نصرالله نیست. سه،
He's like Hezbollah has become incredibly weak, and the Hezbollah you're seeing today is not Hassan Nasrallah's Hezbollah.
اونی که جمهوری اسلامی رو ضعیف‌تر کرده و میبردش به سمت سقوط اسده. برای جمهوری اسلامی مهم بود که سوریه رو داشت 40 سال.
He's saying the fall of Assad in Syria, that also is something else that helped to lead towards the eventual overthrow of the Islamic regime. Because it was very important for the Islamic regime to have control over Syria as well.
از سوریه علیه اسرائیل استفاده میکرد. سوریه فیلتر تنفسی تمام گروه‌های نیابتی جمهوری اسلامی بود. الان در جهان عرب هیچ کشور متحد جمهوری اسلامی نیست. دیگه اون فیلتر تنفسی گروه‌های نیابتی از بین رفته. جمهوری اسلامی از سوریه اخراج شد، در حال اخراج از لبنانه. من میخوام بگم جمهوری اسلامی گام به گام داره ضعیف‌تر میشه و در فرایند سقوطه. ممکنه الان مردم ما بگن که آقا الان ما انتظار داشتیم الان سقوط کنه و ممکنه الان اینا توافق کنن و الان سقوطه به تأخیر بیفته. من میخوام بگم در فرایند سقوطه. بله.
So Morad Baisi is saying some people might say yes, but we want it to fall now. But we don't know, and that it might be delayed. But what Morad Baisi is saying is that based on like his analysis and his understanding, he's saying very confidently that the Islamic regime is currently in the process of falling and collapsing.
ممکنه به لحاظ زمانی پس و پیش بشه.
And he's like, yeah, it may kind of go back and forth in time a little bit. We might not have like the final date, but he is 100% convinced that the Islamic regime is collapsing. And I agree with him. I agree with his analysis.
ولی مجموع اینا رو موقعی که میذاریم کنار هم در مسیر سقوطه. یکیش سومیش سقوط اسد و از اخراج شدن از سوریه بود که داره به اخراج شدن لبنان منجر میشه. 4 شکست در جنگ 12 روزه و کشته شدن فرمانده‌های نظامی.
So guys, basically what he's doing is he's listing out all the various elements that to him have basically led him to conclude that the Islamic regime is currently in the process of collapsing. So now he's on to like reason number 4.
اینی که جمهوری اسلامی در جنگ 12 روزه تحقیر شد، این کمک
the 12-day war, that's the back in the summer, right? When Israel attacked and killed a whole bunch of Islamic regime terrorists.
کرد به مردم ایران که در دیما بیان بیرون. مردم احساس کردن این حکومت ضعیف‌تر شده.
So basically what he's saying is that the 12-day conflict, when the Islamic regime was weakened and also humiliated by the IDF, that 12-day conflict is what actually gave Iranian people the confidence to come out. When he says Dima, that's Dema. So what he means is January. So that gave people the confidence to come out in January 8 and 9 because they could see the Islamic regime is weakened.
حاجی زاده و سلامی و باقری و رشید و خیلی از فرماندهاش کشته شدن. جمهوری اسلامی در جنگ 12 روزه تحقیر شد. 5مین ضربه‌ای که به جمهوری اسلامی خورد قیام بزرگ دیما بود که مردم اومدن اون خیزش میلیونی رو انجام دادن و رهبری انقلاب ملی تثبیت شد. ما حالا قدرت خیزش میلیونی مردم رو داریم در کنار رهبری تثبیت شده شاهزاده رضا پهلوی. بعضیا با بستن اینترنت و صدا دادن به اقلیت تلاش میکنن این دوتا دستاورد ما رو ضعیف جلوه بدن، بگن از بین رفت. کجا از بین رفته؟ مگه قدرت خیزش میلیونی مردم از بین رفته؟ کی میگه از بین رفته؟ هر لحظه دوباره مردم در انتظار فراخوانن که بیان بیرون.
So what he's saying is that, you know, the Islamic regime has shut down the internet and they're putting out propaganda to make it seem as if the revolution is over and Iranians have given up and they're just staying inside. They're not coming out. And then he's like, wait, who said that? Who said that? Like, this is completely false. And he's basically saying that even now, like every single moment, Iranian people are waiting for the call to come out, right? So again, we're all waiting for the call. We still haven't had the call because it's not time yet. When the time is right, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi will make that call.
یه ذره این ور اون ور بشه کاملا فرض بگیریم ما. فرض بگیریم توافق انجام نشه، فردا صبح دوباره حمله کنه آمریکا و اسرائیل. ظرف 24 ساعت شرایطی فراهم میشه که دوباره این قدرت خیزش میلیونی مردم بیاد بالا. شما فرض کن توافق نشه، آمریکا و اسرائیل حمله کنن به ساختار سرکوب، شدید ساختار سرکوب میزنن. خب بعد از 24 ساعت دوباره شرایط فراهم میشه. این قدرت خیزش میلیونی مردم یه پتانسیلیه که اینی که بعضیا فکر میکنن شکست خورد و از این زاویه هم میگن که بیشتر میخوان به شاهزاده رضا پهلوی حمله کنن دیگه، به مردمی که طرفدار سرنگونی حمله کنن. میگن این جواب نداد. کی میگه جواب نداد؟ قدرت خیزش میلیونی مردم نیرویی که هنوز حی و حاضره.
So he's basically saying the people. So when so I also want to provide context when he's talking about, you know, the people who said this or that. He's referring to like people within the Iranian, Iranian community, right? So he's referring to those people. He's not referring to like, the American woke left or the American woke right or whoever, the Democrats. However, that could certainly be included in the analysis because what he's saying is sort of relevant to them. But here, what he's saying is that the people, like the Iranians who are basically saying that, the revolution has failed and no one's going to come out. He's saying the reason that they're saying this is less about analysis. It's more about they basically have Pahlavi derangement syndrome. So how similar, like in the United States, there's Trump derangement syndrome. It's the same thing. And for Iranians, we also have a group of like insane people that have Pahlavi derangement syndrome. They just want to attack the crown prince at any point, at any time, for any reason. So they're basically, they're attacking. They're attacking him and attacking his credibility by basically saying that he's a failure because a revolution didn't happen, which is just absolutely insane because the Iranian people were almost successful. And then what happened is the Islamic regime basically opened fire and slaughtered over 42,000 people in 2 days.
یه ذره ممکنه در اثر توافق و مذاکرات و خبر سیاسی بالا پایین بشه، ولی خود حکومت که میدونه که چه نیرویی در بین مردم هست. خود ما میدونیم که چه قدرتی داریم در داخل و خارج از کشور و مردم ایران در داخل و خارج از کشور چه قدرتی دارن. این رو قیام دیما به نظرم قدرتی ایجاد کرده که قبل از اون نبوده. قدرت خیزش میلیونی مردم که مردم اینو باور کرده. ششم، اونی که جمهوری اسلامی رو به سقوط نزدیکتر میکنه اینی که برنامه‌های 47 ساله جمهوری اسلامی برای نابودی اپوزیسیون شکست خورده. جمهوری اسلامی 47 سال تلاش کرد اپوزیسیون رو نابود کنه. خیلی هاشو ترور کرد. خیلی تلاش کرد همه رو
So he's right. Like for the last 47 years, the Islamic regime has tried to eradicate any opposition, right? And they assassinated a lot of people, including Bapishman, by the way, right? Bapishman, Fereydun Farrokhzad, he was a singer and an artist, very talented. He was also politically active, and he was raising awareness about this, right? So Fereydun Farrokhzad is one of the people that the Islamic regime assassinated back in 1992, right? So for 47 years, the Islamic regime has tried to destroy any sort of opposition to it. And Morad Vaisi is saying that they failed. The Islamic regime has completely failed. If anything, the opposition has grown because now there's so many new people, right? Like myself included, and so many others. So yeah, like they've completely failed in destroying the opposition. And of course, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, the main opposition today, he has never been more powerful, more influential. And, he has, again, the support of like over 80% of people in occupied Iran. Of course, 80% of the Iranian nation in general. Right? And this is the other thing. So it's not he. When they say he, it means the Islamic regime. So the Islamic regime, assassinated people. They tried very hard to defame everyone, guys like myself included. Like there's so many like weird rumors about me out there. But it's not working. It hasn't worked. See, guys, see this? Right now, with all its might, it is trying with its cyber army to defame figures opposing the Islamic Republic. Guys, you see this?
تمام قوا با ارتش سایبریش تلاش میکنه چهره‌های مخالف جمهوری اسلامی
Armin and I have been telling you about the cyber army of the Islamic regime, right? They literally have a whole cyber army. And this is what Armin and I mean when we say that, the Islamic regime, sure, they might be winning like the AI war. And yes, of course, they have a huge cyber army. And so, that's why you see all these bots and all these people, especially attacking me and, Armin not as much, but, pretty much anyone who's outspoken and anyone who's speaking out against the Islamic regime, we're constantly being attacked. We're constantly being defamed. We're crazy rumors about us. Like, it's just like the most insane stuff, right? It's what the Islamic regime has been doing for the last 47 years. But what Morad Vaisi is saying is that even now, the Islamic regime has all the money, they have all the resources, they have this huge, cyber army. Guys, I think like their ministry of like cyber warfare is like one of the biggest. It's they're like ministry of like cyber warfare or whatever is like the fourth biggest ministry.
And hopefully but we'll see. Talks are going on. It'll go on over the weekend, and a lot of good things are happening. And that includes Lebanon, too.
There's been reporting today that there's still, Iran says there's significant differences.
Well, there could be. Let's see what happens. If there are, we'll have to straighten it out. But I don't think there's too many significant differences.
On the blockade, Mr. President, what will it take to end the blockade?
When the agreement is signed, the blockade ends. As soon as the agreement gets signed, that's when the blockade ends.
Did Anthropic have a meeting at the White House?
Who?
Sir, Anthropic?
I have no idea.
On Cuba, Mr. President, is Cuba next?
Okay, just a quick couple of words there on Iran. But by the way, we've got the Strait of Hormuz. He was addressing that there.
Okay, that was it. That was pretty short. It's like I was just about to like get settled in, and it was over already. All right. Okay, so let's go back now. Let's go back. I mean, it was pretty good. He was pretty confident, right? Like, yeah, he's so over the press. We all are. But guys, so again, this is so important here. Right now, with all its might, it is trying with its cyber army to defame figures opposing the Islamic Republic, right? Keep that in mind.
هر روز شب و روز دیدین دیگه به همه حمله میشه که همه رو بدنام کنن، از چش مردم بندازن. ولی تلاش های 47 ساله جمهوری اسلامی برای نابودی اپوزیسیون نه تنها شکست خورده بعد از 47 سال، الان مردم ایران در بین اپوزیسیون یک فردی رو به عنوان رهبر انقلاب ملی
Someone's asking how to spell it. His name is Morad Vaisi. Guys, this is Morad Vaisi, and I'll share his YouTube channel with you guys. So this is his YouTube channel. He only live streams in Persian. So you're going to have to use the subtitles, the subtitle feature. And the subtitle feature only works on like a desktop browser. So if you watch it on your phone, you won't be able to get the translations. But I will I'll put the link, sorry, to his YouTube channel in all of the live streams here, so that if you guys want, you can follow him. And you can kind of like watch on your own as well. Because guys, he's basically like a wealth of information. He's a wealth of knowledge. Okay.
میشناسن جمهوری اسلامی 47 سال تمام توپخانه تبلیغاتی شب و روز کار میکرد که خاندان پهلوی رو از چشم مردم بندازه، شاه رو از چشم مردم بندازه. شاهزاده رضا پهلوی.
Someone is saying, does he speak English? I mean, he lives in the United States, so yeah, I mean, he speaks English, but he doesn't really do English shows, right? He's an Iranian analyst, and his viewers are like Iranians, right? So he doesn't do like English live streams or anything like that. Guys, that's why you have me and Armin. So guys, he's a professional. So he is the top analyst at Iran International. He's basically like a geopolitical analyst, reporter. He actually has a show on Iran International. And then he also does like live streams on his own personal YouTube channel as well. So yeah. So wait, let's go back a little bit.
جمهوری اسلامی 47 سال تمام توپخانه تبلیغاتی شب و روز کار میکرد که خاندان پهلوی رو از چشم مردم بندازه، شاه رو از چشم مردم بندازه، شاهزاده رضا پهلوی رو از چشم مردم بندازه. 47 سال تلاش، نتیجهش چی بوده؟ الان شاهزاده رضا پهلوی به عنوان رهبر انقلاب ملی از طرف مردم شناخته میشه.
Yeah. So I just was speaking about that, right? So basically, he's saying that for 47 years, the Islamic regime tried. What is Tucson? Wait, what's going on? Okay, is Tucson? No, he's not on yet. Hopefully, Armin will be back by then because I have an interview at 5:30. Anyway, so what he's saying here is that for 47 years, the Islamic regime tried to, defame the Shah, defame the Pahlavi family, tried to defame, of course, His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, and none of it worked. In fact, now he is more popular than ever, and he's being recognized by the Iranian nation as the leader of the Lion and Sun Revolution.
علت اینه که شب و روز، همین الانی که من با شما صحبت میکنم، هر روز از خواب بیدار میشیم خیلی ها، چه جمهوری اسلامی، چه کسایی که اسم اپوزیسیون روشونه ولی عملا دارن به جمهوری اسلامی کمک میکنن، شب و روز کارشون حمله به شاهزاده رضا پهلوی. چرا؟
Right? So this is really important. So he's saying, he's calling out those people who are, they claim that they're fighting against the Islamic regime. However, instead, they're attacking Prince Reza Pahlavi instead of attacking the Islamic regime. And he's like, why? Why are they doing this? Why are these people who claim that they are, against the Islamic regime, why are they attacking Prince Reza Pahlavi?
چون شاهزاده رضا پهلوی از طرف مردم صدا زده شده به عنوان رهبر انقلاب ملی. یه دستاورد بزرگه. غیر از اون خیزش ملی که دستاورد بزرگیه، اینی که ما یک رهبر انقلاب ملی با مشروعیت و مقبولیت و تثبیت شده داریم، این نشون میده حکومت شکست خورده و این سرمایه برای ما به سمت سرنگونی و این سر جاشه. تحولات سیاسی اگر در شکل روزمره و هفتگی نگاش کنید، ممکنه بعضی موقع آدم شاد بشه، بعضی موقع مایوس بشه. من بارها مثال زدم. همین وضعیت که الان توش هستیم که بعضی از مردم به درستی نگران توافقن و مثلا ممکنه بعضیا مایوس بشن، من بارها مثال زدم که تحولات اینجوری نگاه نکنید. مثال میارم در تایید حرف خودم، در سندش. قبل از جنگ 12 روزه مگه مردم مایوس نبودن؟ گفتن ما 1401 قیام کردیم، نشد. بعدش گفتن دیگه گفتن این قیام به این بزرگی دیگه. گفتن 98 قیام کردیم، 96 قیام کردیم، 1400 قیام کردیم، نشد. بعضیا گفتن این جمهوری اسلامی میمونه. بعد یه دفعه جنگ 12 روزه شد، مقامات ارشد نظام کشته شدن، مردم خوشحال شد. بعد از 12 روز آتش بس شد، مردم مایوس شد. خیلی اومدن گفتن جامعه دیگه دچار یأس، آیا قیام میشه نمیشه؟ من خیلی ازم میپرسیدم. من گفتم میشه، جامعه قیام میکنه. در شهریور خدمت شما گفتم جمهوری اسلامی با یه ابربحران روبروه.
So what he's saying is that after the 12-day conflict, a lot of people were like, oh my gosh, like what does this mean? Will the revolution happen? Like, are people going to rise up? And then Morad Besi is saying, even back then, after the 12-day conflict, even though it ended without the regime being completely overthrown, when people were asking me, I was saying, yeah, absolutely. It is going to happen because the Islamic regime has been severely weakened. And then, of course, it did happen in January.
تحریم ها، حمله و قیام داخلی. هر ستاش رخ داد. هم حمله خارجی اتفاق افتاد. هم تحریم سازمان ملل برگشت، هم قیام هم رخ داد. قیام که رخ داد، مردم خوشحال شدن. دیدید دیگه اون میلیونی که مردم اومدن بیرون، خود شما هم اینجا بودید چقدر خوشحال بودید. بعد که جمهوری اسلامی سرکوب کرد، دوباره مردم مایوس شدن. که نه این سرنگون شدنی اینا نیست. من دارم توضیح میدم این یأس و شادی ها چجوری نگاش کنید. بالا پایین داره، سیاست رو بلند مدت نگاه کنید. مردم بعد از کشتار دیمان مایوس شدن، رفت جمهوری اسلامی مذاکره، مردم گفتن بازم مذاکره. اصلا مردم ایران حالشون از شنیدن مذاکره و توافق به هم بخوره. حقم دارن. عراقچی رفت مذاکره، آقا روم، آقا عمان، دور اول، دور دوم، دور سوم، ویتکاف و بازی بده نده، اینا یه دفعه دوباره شد حمله اخیر. مردم دوباره خوشحال شدن آقای خامنه‌ای کشته شد. هست دیگه اون لحظه که اون هموطن ما صدای خانومی میاد که میگه بیتو زدن جیغ کشید. مردم دوباره خوشحال شدن این زد خامنه‌ای رو کشت و همه همدیگر رو بغل کردن، رقص کردن. اونو مقایسه کنید با همین الان که مایوسن. عالم سیاست بالا پایین داره اینجوری. بعد حالا یه ذره تک و تا افتاد، مردم نگران شدن. بعد لاریجانی رو زد، مردم خوشحال شدن. الان بحث مذاکره است، مردم یه ذره باز دوباره مایوس شدن که نکنه همه چی بخواد. عالم سیاست این مثالایی که خدمتتون عرض کردم بالا پایین زیاد داره.
So what he's saying is, guys, all these examples I've given you, this just goes to show that when you're in politics, right, when you're dealing with these political things, there's a lot of ups and downs, right? Kind of like a roller coaster. So he's basically trying to say to his viewers, guys, like, don't, like, just, politics is a lot of ups and downs, but don't let it, like, make you feel hopeless or that, like, it's over or something.
نگران این چیزا نباشید.
See, he's like, don't worry about these things. He's like, so see, even with his hand gestures, you can see, right? His hand gestures, he's like, politics is a lot of ups and downs. And he's like, don't worry about these things.
یه خانومی میاد که میگه بیتو زدن، رقص کردن. بعد حالا مایوسن. همه همدیگر رو بغل کردن، رقص کردن. اونو مقایسه کنید با همین الان که مایوسن. عالم سیاست بالا پایین داره اینجوری. بعد حالا یه ذره تک و تا افتاد، مردم نگران شدن. بعد لاریجانی رو زد، مردم خوشحال شدن. الان بحث مذاکره است، مردم یه ذره باز دوباره مایوس شدن که نکنه همه چی بخواد. عالم سیاست این مثالایی که خدمتتون عرض کردم بالا پایین زیاد داره. نگران این چیزا نباشید.
He's like, نگران این چیزا نباشید. Don't worry about these things.
جمهوری اسلامی در مسیر سرنگونیه.
See, he's like, politics is a lot of ups and downs. He's like, don't worry about these things. The Islamic Republic is on the path to overthrow. Like, he's 100% convinced of this, as are, many of us who have been analyzing the situation for quite a while now. So I agree with this 100%, right? This is like that, what's that meme? It's like that image that ARMIN brings up where it's like two people on a roller coaster and it's like, just the ups and downs. Yeah, so he's like, don't worry about these things. The Islamic Republic is on the path to overthrow.
جنگ قیام رو هم خدمتتون گفتم، پنجم این دلیل. ششم هم خدمتتون گفتم شکست برنامه‌هاشون در مورد اپوزیسیون و اینی که ما الان یه رهبر انقلاب ملی داریم در حالی که جمهوری اسلامی 47 سال اپوزیسیون رو میکشت، بدنام میکرد که این اتفاق نیفته و اتفاق افتاده. هفتم، ضربات جنگ اخیر جمهوری اسلامی رو ضعیف‌تر کرده. خامنه‌ای رو دیگه ندارن. بعضیا میان میگن خامنه‌ای جوانتر شده. ابدا. این مجتبی کجا، اون خامنه‌ای کجا؟ معلومه که جمهوری اسلامی ضعیف‌تر شده. خیلی از مقامات درجه یکش کشته شدن. این ساختار جمهوری اسلامی رو که به افراد متکیه ضعیف خواهد کرد. این حرفا رو گوش نکنید که بعضیا میگن جمهوری اسلامی ساختاره. نه، جمهوری اسلامی اتفاقا خیلی متکی به افراده. خامنه‌ای نباشه میفهمیم که چه اتفاقی خواهد افتاد. شمخانی و لاریجانی نیستن، معلومه، همین الان معلوم شده که خیلی از فرمانده‌ها کشته شدن. توان نظامیشون تضعیف شد. ساختار سرکوبشون ضعیف شد. نیروی دریاییشون ضعیف شد. همین الان که نمیتونن با محاصره مقابله کنن، مال اینکه نیروی دریایی نداره. هشتم که چرا اینا در مسیر سرنگونی هستند. جمهوری اسلامی الان با یه ابربحران اقتصادی رو بود. قبل از جنگ بحران اقتصادی داشت، الان تبدیل به ابربحران شده. صنایع فولادش بمباران شده. صنایع پتروشیمیش بمباران شده. تورم شدید داره میره 100 و خورده درصد. محاصره اقتصادیه، تحریم، تولید خوابیده، امید به بهبود وضعیت اقتصادی از بین رفت. این 8 تا. 9 در سطح بین‌المللی موقعیتش بدتر شده. 6 تا کشور شورای همکاری خلیج فارس که باش مماشات میکردن الان دشمنشن. امارات که جایی بود برای دور زدن تحریما الان یه جاییه که در مقابل جمهوری اسلامی ایستاده. 10 اسرائیل هنوز برای سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی ایستاده. اسرائیل پا پس نکشیده. اسرائیل به خاطر آمریکا آتش بس پذیرفته. ولی همه ما میدونیم که اسرائیل آماده است دوباره حمله را از سر بگیره. حمله هم نشه، توافق هم بشه، اسرائیل دست از سر جمهوری اسلامی بر نمیداره. اسرائیل 1001 جور روش داره برای زدن جمهوری اسلامی و میدونه که این جمهوری اسلامی اگر بمونه به هیچ توافقی پایبند نیست، میره بمب اتمیش هم میسازه. اسرائیل ول کنی، توافق هم بشه، همین امشب بگن آقا ترامپ با جمهوری اسلامی توافق کرد. اسرائیل فردا صبحش دوباره سر سرنگونی میره و هیچ کس در بین تمام بازیگرای بین‌المللی هیچ کس به اندازه اسرائیلیا در کنار مردم ایران نیستن برای سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. دنبال منافع ملی خودشونن. من نمیخوام بگم به خاطر ما این کارو میکنن. اسرائیل دنبال منافع ملی خودشه، هیچ ایرادی هم نداره. هر کشوری باید دنبال منافع ملی خودش باشه. اتفاقا هر کشوری بیشتر دنبال منافع ملی خودش باشه یعنی حاکماش عاقل‌ترن.
Thank you, Armin, for coming back.
Oh yeah, no worries. I was liking what he's saying. Murad Vaisi just said that even if United States does a peace deal with the Islamic Republic, even if that happens, Israel will never give up on destroying the Islamic Republic. That's what Murad Vaisi said. So, and this is what I say: Iranian people and Israeli people will continue fighting until the Islamic Republic falls. The Iranian people and Israelis will never give up.
Yeah, so Murad Vaisi is very popular on Iran Revolution Live. Our viewers really enjoy watching his analysis because it's much better than sort of the mainstream media stuff because he actually knows what he's talking about. So yeah, so usually like I will, because I watch these anyway on my own. So I've just started playing them here, and I will provide a little bit of like context or give like explain some of the things, but usually we just kind of just read along the subtitles. But thank you so much for coming back. I actually have to go because I have an interview.
Oh really? I was gonna show you something.
I have to go. I'm so sorry. But 2C's coming on at 5:30. So you can play 2C and then take a break to eat something or whatever the case might be. But I have to go because I have to like log on to Zoom now. But you can show it to me when I get back.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye. See you soon.
See you soon. Guys, I was gonna show Goldie something, so hold on. Do you guys want to see what I was gonna show Goldie? So here. This might seem like a similar Durka video, but there's something interesting about it. There's a new trend going on among the Durka in the streets in Iran. So, okay, so the ordinary ones that I've shown you so far is like this one with the Fatih commandos and their cars, right? You already seen that. You already saw this one that I showed you with all of these women with their armored vehicles and their guns. So yeah, so people are saying, okay, this is, so some people are saying, what is this? Guys, the Islamic, for the past 44 days, the Islamic Republic's followers are occupying the streets inside Iran because they're getting more and more creative every day. So they're bringing hijabless girls, putting it out there that these girls are single, and their type is Basiji boys. As a way to get the Basijis out, hijabless girls, they're putting concerts, even though concerts were illegal for other people. Apparently, it's not illegal for the Islamic Republic because they have hijabless concerts. They put videos of Lebanese hijabless women in music video, like concerts and stuff. So for people, they're giving out food, they give out rice, they give out cooking oil. There's so much entertainment, and they're getting really creative. Now they have these women's with their big guns coming out. So they're just trying to make it very interesting so that more people come out. So they try to keep the streets occupied because they're afraid that if they empty the streets, there's going to be an uprising of the Iranian people against the regime. So that that's why every day they're bringing more, they're trying to bring people out every day. And it's interesting because they have told these people that the regime survives because of them, which has made the people who are coming out every day demanding of the regime, because they're like, oh, you're only surviving because we have come out every day, so you have to listen to our demands. And that's why they're really angry for the Strait of Hormuz being open right now, because they're like, our demands were like the 10 maximum. Like, first of all, you should have kept on fighting, but why have you opened the Strait of Hormuz? You shouldn't have done that. You didn't have our permission, given that you told us that the regime didn't collapse because of us. They're shouting, Khaybar, Khaybar. Like, tell the infidels to remember the Battle of Khaybar. Guys, again, the Battle of Khaybar was the battle that Muhammad went and killed Jews. Khaybar, Khaybar, Ya Sahyun. They're trying to scare the Zionists by reminding them of the Battle of Khaybar, where they killed Jews. All right, so I already showed you these, and you can see that they're coming out like this every day. They're coming out like this, right? But hold on. But here's the new thing that was interesting to me was these. Look at this. What's different about these? I'll show you two videos. Did you see it? The armored vehicles are pink now, and they're painting things pink for women. Look at this. This is a military vehicle. And because women are using it, they're painting them pink. And it's not just that. Look at this. It's not just the vehicles. They're painting the missiles pink as well for the women. I don't know what's going on here. Why are they so is it a non-mahram? Okay, so I'm thinking that maybe these vehicles are too manly, so maybe the women will get, like, I don't know, they feel like maybe it's haram for manly vehicles to be used by these women, so they're painting them pink so that it's more appropriate for women to drive them, I guess. Again, here also this missile is like too manly for women to be around. So they're painting it, they're doing it transition. They're doing a gender swap, I guess. I don't know. So that women can be around the missiles without them feeling things for the missile. I don't know what's happening here. Can somebody explain to me? This is a level of Durkha that I'm not familiar with. Why are they painting the missiles and the armored vehicles pink? Anybody knows? Yeah, this is weird. Oh my God. Oh, hold on. Somebody. Yes, like the Ayatollah. Oh yeah, maybe because Mujtaba's gay. I don't know. Is it because of that? I don't know. Sorry, hold on. Where is this? No. Armin, surely there's a hadith for it. I don't know. Maybe. Wait, where's another comment that was pretty good? Hold on. Somebody said slap some. Oh, here. Slap some silicone boobs on it and call it a woman. Oh my god! Imagine that. Imagine that. Oh my god, guys! What is this timeline that we live in? Did you ever think that you would, like, when you're covering, world news, you would see that these jihadi Islamic women in black who are celebrating the destruction, like they're trying to destroy Israel and United States, are coming out and painting their missiles pink. Like what is this? Like, what am I even looking at? Like, what is this? Sometimes I can't believe that this is reality. Anyways, I want to show you also more signs of internal division, because this is pretty cool. Hold on. Do you guys want to see signs of internal division? Oh, before I do that, can somebody explain this to me? Okay, so we had this news that there's a cruise ship Celestial Discovery appears to have just successfully run the Strait of Hormuz. So this is according to open source intel. And it's interesting because this cruise ship went through the Strait of Hormuz at exactly the area where they said there's mines. You see that? This area was the part of the Strait of Hormuz where the Islamic Republic was making us believe that they have mines. And this cruise ship just went through the Strait of Hormuz, just recently passed through. And this was just only a few hours ago. My question is, what the hell is a cruise ship doing in a war zone? Well, can somebody explain to me, like, from all types of ships? Like, we're looking at tankers, we're looking at other commercial ships carrying out different materials, fertilizers, I don't know, other stuff. And then there's this cruise ship that is doing Leroy Jenkins. You're like, this is war tourism. Yeah, maybe it's war tourism. I don't know. But it's not only this cruise ship just went through the Strait of Hormuz, it went through the part that everybody else is avoiding because they think there's mines there. But what is this doing here? Like, what is this cruise ship doing over here? What are you doing in the middle of an active war zone? It's like, I think it's Leroy Jenkins. The Leroy Jenkins. That's what they did. Oh my god. You're saying, oh, so sketch therapy is saying, but that's exactly where the Navy went, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what a cruise ship is doing in the middle of all of this. It's bizarre to me. Isn't it bizarre to you guys? Or is it just me? All right. Real quickly, let me read this. Iran International just came up with this report. So let me read this entire article, right? I'm looking for signs of division within the Islamic Republic because this is really good for us, right? So look at this. State media slam Arakchi Hormuz tweets say it led Trump to claim victory. Okay, let's go to Araghchi's post so that everybody know what we're talking about. Araghchi. So we're looking at this post by Araghchi. I liked it because it's a sign of a defeat by the Islamic Republic, right? So this is the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic. Oh, by the way, let's repeat this for the people who weren't here earlier today, that neither Araghchi or Ghalibaf came out with any statements claiming that President Trump is lying about his claim of releasing the enriched uranium inside Iran and the Islamic Republic giving up its enrichment ability forever. President Trump yesterday claimed that. And neither Araghchi or Ghalibaf came out and said that President Trump is lying. What do you guys think? Why is the Islamic Republic silent about that? Because that's not what they usually do. Why is it that the Islamic Republic is not coming out like usual and saying that President Trump is lying? Is it because they're actually capitulating at this level? Guys, please understand that if the Islamic Republic, if President Trump is not playing mind games, and it's true that the Islamic Republic has given up on enriching uranium, has given up on the already enriched uranium that it has given up on supporting the proxy groups, has given up on Hezbollah, has given up on so many other things. If that is actually true, then it's game over, and we're not even dealing with the Islamic Republic anymore. We're not dealing with the Islamic Republic anymore. This is something different. We are dealing with the corpse of the Islamic Republic. And it's very suspicious to me that neither Ghalibaf or Araghchi came out and say that President Trump is lying and that we haven't agreed to any of the things that he's saying that we have agreed to. Because usually to save face, they come out and do that. If you look at Araghchi's account, he didn't say President Trump is lying anywhere. Do you think that President Trump is actually describing, what's like this time is not a mind game and this is actually what's happening? Because if that's what's happening, then it's like we're close to game over for the Islamic Republic. Like, look at Ghalibaf accounts as well. Ghalibaf didn't come out and say anything. He didn't come out and try to correct President Trump or anything else as well. Look, nothing here regarding the enrichment of uranium. Everybody's talking about Lebanon, maybe as a way to distract people. Guys, if the Islamic Republic is actually bending the knee to President Trump, that means that President Trump has very successfully found their weak spot, their Achilles heel, which is the blockade on the Iranians' southern ports, all the ports on the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. The blockade is the Achilles heel of the Islamic Republic, because they killed Ali Khamenei. They're like, we will continue fighting. They bombed their entire navy. They said, we will continue fighting. They bombed their entire air force. They said, we will continue fighting. They killed all of the heads of IRGC, the main leaders of IRGC. They said, we will continue fighting. They destroyed so many of their missiles launchers. They said, we will continue fighting. They destroyed so many of the IRGC and Basiji buildings. They said, we will continue fighting. And then all of a sudden they blocked the Iranian ports. And all of a sudden they're capitulating on everything. If President Trump is telling the truth here, they're capitulating on everything. So killing Ali Khamenei did not hurt, but cutting off the revenue sources apparently did. If President Trump is because look at this, guys. Look at this. Let me show you this. President Trump has just came out and said it's not just the enrichment of uranium. They're giving everything. So President Trump said no ground troops will be required to remove the enriched uranium from Iran. You know what that means? That means that the Islamic Republic is going to cooperate. Like they're going to help with the Americans, help the Americans get the enriched uranium out, if this is not mind games. Also, look at this. So this reporter has been talking to President Trump. President Trump also said Iran has agreed to stop backing all proxy groups like Hezbollah and Hamas. And then the reporter says, I ask if Iran has agreed to stop enriching uranium forever. And President Trump said they've agreed to everything. Everything. So guys, let me know in the chat if this is mind games or this is what's actually happening. So put one in the chat for, oh, we could do a poll. I forgot that we have polls. This is truly historic if the Islamic Republic has done this. Let me do a new poll. How do you judge statements by President Trump? Mind games? Reality? No. President Trump? No. The Islamic Republic is surrendering. Okay, so here's my poll. Let me create it. And then, how do I add it? Start and show. Oh, guys, look at it. There's a poll here. So if you put one in the chat from now on, it will be mind games. Surrendering. If you put two in the chat, it will say the Islamic Republic is actually surrendering. Let me see where this goes. Oh, mind games. You guys don't think this is real. So 85% says mind games. If that's the case, why is the Islamic Republic not coming out and saying this is lies, lies? Somebody voted 69. Oh, Newton. Okay. Again. Okay, Newton. Okay, we get it. Oh, I should put the chat on the screen. Why is the chat not here? So I got 83% says mind game. So you don't believe that the Islamic Republic would capitulate to this level? I mean, I don't blame you because this is not in their DNA. It's not in their DNA to capitulate like this to this level, unless President Trump has managed to find, a weakness, like unless the blockade of the ports has really, really made the Islamic Republic tap out. Guys, if you write 2, it's not going to count. The only way that your vote is going to be counted is if you put a 1 or a 2 in the chat. We're dealing with IRGC corps. We're not dealing with the Islamic Republic. If they have actually capitulated, we're not dealing with the Islamic Republic anymore. We're dealing with the corpse of the Islamic Republic. If this is mind games, I still don't understand why Ghalibaf would not come out and say that President Trump is lying. That's what they usually do when President Trump is trying to play these mind games. But let me actually show you a video because you know who else? Oh, actually, let me show you 2 videos. For example, look at this one. President Trump is now saying that the Islamic Republic we're getting along very well with them because of the blockade. So he's treating like the Islamic Republic right now like as if they're buddies now because of the blockade. Listen to this.
No, Lebanon. Right? So they'll be working with Hezbollah.
If they fire Jay Powell,
What?
Are you still interested in acquiring Iranian oil?
Well, we'll see. I mean, we have a very good relationship with Iran right now. It's hard to.
Look at this. President Trump saying we have a very good relationship with Iran right now. Again, I don't like, what is this timeline that we are where hijabi chadori women in Iran are painting missiles pink, and President Trump is saying we have a very good relationship with Iran right now. We're best buddies, we're besties, best friends forever. But look at what he says here.
A very good relationship with Iran right now, as hard as it is to believe. And I think it's a combination of about 4 weeks of bombing and a very powerful blockade. The blockade is maybe more powerful than the bombing, if you want to know the truth.
Look at this, guys. I only saw this video today. I've been telling you the blockade is more effective than the missiles. Have I not been telling you that? Have I not been telling you that the blockade has been more devastating to the Islamic republics than the bombings? Have I not been telling you that? The blockade on the port, so far at least. Guys, the Islamic Republic can take death, but it cannot take humiliation. Like they could give up as many supreme leaders as you want. You could kill their supreme leaders, you could kill their IRGC leaders, you could destroy their IRGC bases, their navy, their air force. I mean, if they like the joke that was the air force, anything. And they were like, we're winning, we could go, this is fine, this is completely fine, we could keep going, we could do this forever. We could do this forever. Keep blowing up, keep killing us with missiles. We could keep fighting. We have like 7 layers of leadership. You can kill the first layer, we have a second. You kill the second, we can have the third. You can keep going. We could go 7 layers deep. We could keep going. And then as soon as you cut their revenue sources, they tap out. Like, okay, what do you want? And President Trump is confirming what I told you yesterday, that this blockade seems to, I mean, up until right now, things could change, seems to have been doing something to the Islamic Republic that none of the missiles and drones could. At a fraction of the price, but may I add. It's also finally getting the regime supporters to think that they're losing. All of these bombardments, all of this killing, all of these assassinations, the regime supporters were like, yeah, we're winning. We're destroying the Americans and Israelis. And then all of a sudden, 2 days into the blockade, they're like, oh my God, we're losing. Finally, we managed to get some admission of loss out of these people. I mean, also, by the way, thank you, Islamic Republic, for giving us the idea, because President Trump just copied the Islamic Republic with all of this, right? Because they were like, oh my God, why are these people not capitulating? Like, what else do we need to do? Like, we brought like the entire American military might here, and these people are not capitulating. And then they're like, we will show the world, we will block the Strait of Hormuz, because it takes only a little bit of a military power for us to be able to block the Strait of Hormuz, and we could make the whole world, we could control the whole world just by this tiny little strait here. Like, even if you have destroyed most of our military, it takes only a little bit of a military power for us to be able to block the strait, and then the whole world has to dance to our tune. And we could basically control the whole world just by controlling the Strait of Hormuz. And then the Americans looked at that and like, well, if it's easy for you, then it's easier for us. Two could play the same game. You block the Strait of Hormuz, we'll block your ports. And they tried it the Islamic Republic way, and it worked beautifully. I'm like, yeah, you're right, the Islamic Republic. This is actually easier. We could do the same thing. They basically, United States just did an Uno reverse card on the Islamic Republic, and you're like, yeah, you're right. This is actually better. We'll do this to you. And Islamic Republic like, oh no, oopsies! Like you're not supposed to do that. That's my way. That's my way. That's what I do. You go do your own thing. And then President Trump was like, nope, we're going to do it your way. And they're like, no, I'm supposed to do that to you. You're not supposed to do that to me. And like, no, actually, you're right. This is actually better. And then the Islamic Republic was like, okay, we'll open the strait. And President Trump like, I'm actually comfortable here. Thank you for opening the strait. We're going to continue our blockade. You stop your blockade, but we're going to continue with our blockade. So we went from nobody could use the Strait of Hormuz except the Islamic Republic to everybody can now use the Strait of Hormuz except the Islamic Republic. We did a complete 180. It's beautiful. This is so beautiful. Oh my God. Guys, you guys were here at the beginning of the stream when I showed you the messages from the regime people. Like if you guys have not seen that, that was the most beautiful thing I've seen since Ali Khamenei's death. That was the most beautiful thing I've seen. Like I don't know if I should go over it again with the regime supporters losing their mind that the regime opened the strait. Oh my God. Like if most people here haven't seen it, I should show it again. It was glory. You guys have seen it, right? Like most of you've seen it. Oh my God, that was such a beauty. But now I have more. Yeah, guys, I've seen the ship. Some ships are trying to make it through and they can't. I saw that. Oh, actually, let me see if I had one ready for you guys that showed that. Did I have one? Oh, yeah, like this one. This is one of them. Numerous ships making the break for the Strait of Hormuz this evening have made abrupt U-turns and are heading back towards the Persian Gulf. Over a dozen ships have already turned back. So we have to see if this is these are ships that are leaving the Iranian ports, because any ship that is turning back is being turned back by CENTCOM because they left Iranian ports. So far, that's what. Okay, so the poll says 77% mind games. Interesting. So you guys don't believe that the Islamic Republic, guys? I know a lot of you like Armin, the Islamic Republic lies. You can't trust them. Oh, really? You're telling me? Wow, guys, I didn't know you can't trust the Islamic Republic. This is not about trust, guys. Nothing in politics is about trust. You know, when you guys sometimes say in the chat, like, we can't trust those people, we can't trust these people. Guys, you can't trust anybody in politics. So stop saying like, oh, we don't trust these people, we trust that people. In politics, it's always about interests. It's about mutual interests. Even our allies and the people we like, it's not about trust. It's about that we're allies because our interests align. When you have allies in politics, it's not because you trust them. You don't trust anybody in politics. It's about mutually aligned interests, right? So stop saying like, oh, we don't trust Pakistan. We don't trust the Islamic Republic. Of course we don't trust them. Of course we don't trust them. But the issue, the thing is that even if the Islamic Republic is lying with regards to accepting the terms, and one day they're going to backtrack, the thing is that the immediate result of that is going to be the division and the demoralization that could end up collapsing the regime before they even get to a point where they could move back on their promises, right? So for example, you're like, Armin, they're just going to allow American observers to come to Iran to check that they're not enriching uranium, and then when President Trump is out of office, then they're going to go back to enriching uranium. Yeah. If they're still around, because when you allow the people who killed your supreme leader on your soil to check every hole in your country, including yours, to make sure that you're not enriching uranium, then what do you think that level of humiliation is going to do when it comes to the regime supporters continuing to support the regime or not? Everything is falling apart from the inside. This is beautiful, guys. This is causing cracks within the regime in a way that no explosion could. But look at this. Let me see more signs of divisions. Oh wow, look at this. Somebody saying, can we all just admit Armin is a genius? Oh wow, thank you. Thank you so much for that comment. I appreciate that. Glad I saw that. Oh no, somebody's saying I trust you, or Omida saying I trust you, Armin. You have always been right. No, I have not. Okay. I admit my mistakes, but thank you for your trust. Okay, one way to make you trust me more is that when I make a mistake, I'll come and tell you I made a mistake, and I'll tell you that I don't get everything right. Okay. I don't think anybody, like, I know we have a joke going on here, you know, but that's just a meme that we have. But honestly, like, nobody ever gets everything right. Okay, yeah, I will read the super chat soon. But let me go through this article really quickly, because this shows divisions, right? Look at this. Iran state media issued rare and sharply worded criticism of Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and the negotiating team after he declared the reopening of Hormuz Strait on X, saying the move created confusion and gave Trump an opening to claim victory. Okay, so then it goes through his Araghchi's post. So this is very important because the state media that we're talking about is the IRGC state media. We're talking about Tansim, which is IRGC run. Oh, Goldie's back.
You can continue though.
Okay. So
I'm going to take like a 10-minute break if that's okay.
No, you're not allowed.
No?
I'm just kidding. No, it's okay. Okay. Oh, okay, fine. It's okay. Okay, you can do that.
Okay,
we
thank
allow
you.
it.
I'll be back.
You're okay. Okay. All right. Oh, that was. Oh, I get sad. Okay, so Araghchi said, in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and actually announced in a post on X on Friday. So we already mentioned it, right? But this is the interesting part. Minutes later, President Donald Trump said Iran has just announced that the Strait of Iran, which is the Strait of Hormuz, is fully open and ready for full passage. So yes, this is old news. The interesting part is we're not there yet. Araghchi's post was widely criticized by hardliners and their outlets, including the state-run Mehr News, which said Araghchi's tweet provided the best opportunity for Trump to go beyond reality, declare himself the winner of the war, and celebrate victory. It is clear that ceasefire. So this is the post by Mehr News, which is a hardline news outlet within the Islamic Republic. It says, it is clear that ceasefire-related negotiations are not being handled solely by the foreign ministry. Therefore, it is natural that under these circumstances, the entire team should collectively explain the decisions that have been made. Guys, what I'm showing you is the cracks within the regime. Okay, here, this is more important. Tasnim news agency, this one is IRGC backed. So this is very important what Tasnim says, okay? Tasnim news agency described the post as a bad and incomplete tweet that created misleading ambiguity about reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. The IRGC outlet said the announcement lacked necessary and sufficient explanations about the conditions, mechanisms, and restrictions governing vessel transit, prompting widespread questions. Fellow IRGC outlet Fars News Agency earlier quoted an informed source close to the Supreme National Security Council as saying that the strait's reopening was subject to 3 conditions. Ship must be commercial. Okay, like guys, they're trying to, this is copium. This is copium because they're like, oh, we didn't open it to military ships, only to commercial ships. Okay. That's going to bring the oil prices tumbling down. Like the military ships don't carry oil last time I checked. And then they say the passage of military vessels is prohibited, and neither the ships nor their cargo may be linked to hostile countries, meaning Israel and United States. Yeah, most of the oil tankers are not. So, and then it says vessels must pass through. This is just them trying to act like they haven't capitulated. Let's see what the third part is. Vessels must pass through routes designated by Iran. So God, look how pathetic this is. They're saying like, yes, we have opened the Strait of Hormuz, but you have to go through the routes that we have determined. We're still in control. This is them. Guys, they have done the thing that they said they would never do. They have opened the Strait of Hormuz, and they're trying to act like they're winners because you have to go through this line. And that means we're still in charge. Okay, buddy. Okay, you're still in charge, buddy. Okay. And it says, and transit must be coordinated with Iranian forces responsible for managing passage. Like, you can go through, but you have to talk to us. I mean, you opened the Strait of Hormuz. That's why oil prices are coming down. Like, you're doing the thing that you said you would never do. So this is all just like coping. So, and this is the source said Iran considers the continuation of a U.S. naval blockade as a violation of the ceasefire. Then why did you? Okay, they're like, the U.S. is violating the terms of the ceasefire. They're continuing their blockade. Okay, then why didn't you close back the Strait of Hormuz? Then why are you opening it? Why are you opening it? If the Americans have violated it, why do you comply? Why do you continue to leave the Strait of Hormuz open? It's almost as if you have ran out of options. It's almost as if the Americans have all the leverage. It's almost as if President Trump was right when they said they have no more cards to play. So yeah, again, if the American blockade has not been lifted, Tasnim, guys, remember Tasnim is also IRGC. Tasnim said Araghchi's post on X lacked any verbal explanation or at least sufficient written clarification, which it said, and by the way, different parts of IRGC. Remember, there are different segments, which is said amounted to complete poor judgment in communication. The outlet urged either the foreign ministry to revise its approach or the Supreme National Security Council to step in and impose a more coherent messaging framework. Guys, you know why this is retarded? Tasnim, let me tell you something. I think you know this. Tasnim, come close. I know you know this. Okay? I know you're saying this for the sake of the regime supporters. But I know that you know that I know that you know that everything Arakshi does is coming from the higher ups, is coming from whoever is in charge, whether it's Vahidi or Zulqadr in the National Security Council. Whoever is in charge, Arakshi is a nobody. Arakshi is not making any posts without other people telling him exactly what to say. So if you're saying like, no, the Supreme National Security Council, they should come in and they should be clear because Arakshi is effing things up. Arakshi is doing exactly what he is told to do. Exactly, word by word, dot by dot, every single comma, every single word, everything he says and everything that he doesn't say has been completely coordinated and been by the Supreme National Security Council and IRGC, whichever one is in charge right now. And I know you know that. So what is this BS that you're printing? I know you're posting this because you need to keep satisfying the regime supporters. Are you still winning, by the way? Guys, do you feel like regime supporters? Do you still feel like winners? For 43 days, you kept on saying like, we're winning. Are you still winning? Are you still winning? How does it feel like now? How you came out and said like, you guys are retarded. You think that America is winning, Israel is winning. We're winning. We're controlling everything. We're controlling the world economy. And I'm like, okay, let's see. You're like, we're gonna get revenge for killing our supreme leader. You gave up the Strait. And says, okay, the outlet urged either the foreign ministry to revise its approach or the Supreme National Security Council to step in. Guys, remember the Supreme National Security Council, the head of that right now, it used to be Larijani, but the head of it is now Zulqadr. Zulqadr is IRGC. The head of IRGC, though, is Vahidi. And Zulqadr used to be close to Ghalibaf. We don't know if Zulqadr is now close to Ghalibaf. We don't know who has the upper hand right now. We know it's not Ghalibaf. It's either the main person in charge right now is either Zulqadr. Maybe there is no main person in charge actually. But the main people in charge are Zulqadr, maybe Vahidi, Abdullahi, and Musavi is important, but he's not in charge. Yeah, it's one or all of these three people. Abdullahi, Vahidi, and Zulqadr. And it's actually very interesting because General Munir from Pakistan, when he went to Tehran to see who's in charge, he managed to meet with Zulqadr. He didn't get a chance to meet with Vahidi. I think Vahidi is too scared to leave his bunker. I think so. Look at this now. Look at this from the regime supporters. This is beautiful to watch because somebody in our discussion group showed this to me when I was in the discussion group. Somebody showed this to me and I'm like, we need to discuss this on the show as well. This video shows that everything so far that I have been telling you regarding the regime supporters has been correct. And they're finally figuring. I told you these people will not wake up from their delusion until the regime finally has to capitulate one way or another, because the regime can come up with lies all the time, but they cannot change objective reality. At some point, this would hit a wall. You could keep pretending like you're winning, but at some point, it's going to become obvious that you're not. And then the whole web of lies that you have created, it will all come down at the same time. You have created this fantasy world for your regimes, for the regime supporters, and you keep feeding them victory narratives. But at some point, something is going to happen that is going to show to all of them that all of this was a lie, and it's going to wake them up. And it's not the missiles and the drones and the killing of their leaders. That's not going to wake them up. When you cut their revenue and they finally have to bend the knee, then the regime supporters will realize that, oh, actually, it seems like the Americans actually have the upper hand. And that's what's going to wake them up. So look at this video, and then we'll go to the super chats. Okay.
اینا ادعاهاست. ببینید میگه ایران has agreed to never close the Strait.
So you know what he's doing? He's reading on his phone right now. He has President Trump's account on Truth Social. So he's reading President Trump's Truth posts.
اینا ادعاهاست. ببینید
So these are regime supporters, right? So look, he's saying, look at the claims by President Trump.
میگه ایران has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. ایران توافق کرده که دیگه هیچ وقت تنگ هرمز نبنده.
So he translated that into Persian.
من در برابر شما بینندگان عزیز خیلی رک و راست میگم تمام آنچه که ترامپ داره میگه برای من و بر اساس اطلاعاتی که ما در سردبیری دنبال کردیم، با مقامات آگاه هم صحبت کردیم، حرف زدیم، از بالا تا پایینش همش دروغ مردم ایران.
So he's saying, I want to tell something to our dear viewers. Everything that you read from the top down, everything that Trump has posted, everything from the top down. And I'm saying this based on the information that I have from the higher ups, people who were informed. Everything Trump has said is a lie. Everything is a lie. He said, I know this. I'm telling this to you, the people of Iran. He's like, trust me, bro, it's all a lie. Trust me, it's a lie, okay? But guys, the most interesting part is in the last few seconds. So they are panicking because the post by President Trump is making the regime supporters think like, oh my God, maybe Trump was right all of this time. Maybe he's like, now that we're capitulating, maybe everything that the regime has been feeding us was a lie, and Trump was telling the truth. And so they're panicking and like, no, Trump, I know. Like we're not capitulating. We're not giving them the enriched uranium. They're all our lies. That's what he's saying. Okay. Like Trump has lied so many times. And he's lying again. And why is he lying? If you ask me, it's because the great victory that we had yesterday. I don't know what he's referring to, by the way. Here, does anybody have a clue? He's saying Trump is lying. He's coming up with all of these lies that we have capitulated and given them this and that because we had a great victory yesterday. I have no idea what he's trying to sell as a victory right now. What happened yesterday or 2 days ago that he's saying that, I don't know, that America
در سعودیم داره الان دروغ میگه. اما سوال نیما وجیهه.
Oh, this is the interesting part. So this part was obvious. The regime supporters are like, Trump is lying. We're not giving them anything. It's like we haven't capitulated. None of that is lies. So that part is obvious. Like that is nothing new. That's what you expect from the regime supporters. Okay. Yes, but America. Yes, yeah. But this is the interesting part. This video is 45 seconds long. The first 35 seconds was him basically sinking deeper into that delusion. But the last 10 seconds is there's a glimpse of, like, there's a sign of these people waking up a little bit. Okay, watch this part.
اما سوال نیما وجیهه. روایت من کجاست؟ این که داره دروغ میگه. اما خب روایت طرف ما کجاست؟ هر بزرگواری که مسئولین روایت
همش داره بازنش میشه.
So he's saying like, oh, okay, but Trump is lying. However, where is our narrative? Where is our narrative? Why are the regime officials giving our narrative? So it's like Trump lies. Of course Trump lies. But guys, remember, before I even saw this video, I told you that it's very suspicious that Arakchi and Ghalibaf, they're not coming out and saying that Trump is lying. So a lot of regime supporters with their media, they're coming out and saying Trump is lying. But she is not saying Trump is lying. Ghalibaf is not saying Trump is lying. I'm like, isn't that suspicious? Is Trump really playing mind games or something is really happening? Have the Islamic Republic officials actually capitulated? Are they actually bending the knee? And I'm like, why are they not coming up with their own narrative saying, like, Trump is lying? These people who are not regime officials, they're saying Trump is lying. But I was wondering why the regime officials are not saying that. And he's wondering it as well. He's wondering it as well. They're like, where are the regime officials? Why are they not coming out with the correct narrative? Look at this.
اما سوال نیما وجیهه، روایت من کجاست؟ این که داره دروغ میگه. اما خب روایت طرف ما کجاست؟
روایت طرف ما کجاست? Where is the narrative from our side? I think the narrative from the President Trump side is that we are giving up the enriched uranium, that they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz forever, that they have agreed to everything. That is the Trump's narrative. But where's our narrative? Why is nobody putting out the Islamic Republic narrative, the correct narrative, that the Islamic Republic narrative in their mind? Why is that not being communicated? Why is there this, like, where, hello, Arakshi, we need a response, Ghalibaf, we need a correction, come out and say that Trump is lying. That's what he's asking. So guys, it's not just us who's noticing the silence from the regime. The regime supporters are noticing it as well. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? This is the house of cards is falling down. The house of cards is tumbling down. And guys, again, yesterday when President Trump, I know most of you think that President Trump is playing mind games. And yesterday when I was talking about this, I was also thinking that that's the most likely scenario. But today, even after 24 hours without any corrections from, we might get a correction at some point because it's the pressure from internally is getting too big. It's getting too much. But given that Arakshi and Ghalibaf still haven't come out and called out President Trump and saying that he's lying, and given that the Strait of Hormuz, so guys, we have 3 data points that might suggest that the Islamic Republic is surrendering. Number one is Ghalibaf and Arakshi still haven't come out and said that President Trump is lying. 1. Right? Number 2 is that the blockade is a much more effective way of making the Islamic Republic tap out than anything else that has been tried before, because it's very effective. It effectively cuts out the revenue source. So it would make sense for why they're finally responding to this. So that's number 2. Number 3 is that the Strait of Hormuz is open. So when President Trump said that they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and we were wondering, are they? Are they really? Because they seem to be very certain that they're not. And then all of a sudden today, we woke up and we're like, they opened the Strait of Hormuz. It's open. It's open. And President Trump was not bluffing. He was not playing mind games. It actually happened. That was not a mind game. President Trump said that they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and they opened the Strait of Hormuz. And point number 4 is President Trump is continuing to close the Iranian ports. That's actually point number 4, which to me suggests that President Trump thinks that, oh, I got them. I got them. So what, like, I'm going to continue to keep pressing this button. It's working. So this might suggest that President Trump has them by the, can I say that? I can't say that. By the, okay? It's grabbed him really hard by them. And then he's not gonna let go. He's not gonna let go. They're like, ah, it hurts. It's like, oh, I got you exactly where I wanted. And the Islamic Republic is like, what do you want? What do you want? Like, open the Strait of Hormuz, give up on Hezbollah. Like, okay, what else? Give me your enriched uranium. Let Americans come to Iran to verify that I destroyed all of your enrichment facilities. What else do you want? Like, oh my God. Like, by this rate, I don't know. No, I'm not going to say that. Right. I don't know. Like, again, do you guys agree with these 4 points? I know most of you voted that he's like, President Trump is just playing mind games. But let me see. When I'm going to write these, because maybe I'm going to make a video out of this. 1 is the Strait of Hormuz. 2 is the silence. 3 is Four is the continuation. There's a lot of signs that I'm not saying this is all real, okay? I'm saying the chances of it being real has increased. I'm not saying, guys, the Islamic Republic has surrendered. We have no idea. We have no idea what's happening behind the scenes. But what I am suggesting is that there's whatever the possibility was, whatever the probability was for the Islamic Republic to surrender yesterday, today, that number is a lot higher. A lot higher. I don't know how much higher. I don't know if we were below 50 and now we're above 50. I have no idea. But if we were at 2, we're higher right now. If we were at 50, we're higher right now. I don't know. But just think about the possibilities if this is the level of surrender. Again, let me read this again. President Trump said no ground troops will be required to remove enriched uranium from Iran. Do you guys understand what that means? Do you understand the level of cooperation that the Islamic Republic has to have agreed to for the Americans to be able to go inside Iran and remove the enriched uranium without the backing of ground troops? Do you know if this is true? This is some of the most extraordinary, all of the 5D chess claims that people were making, it ends up being all true. Ends up being all true. If that's actually what's happening. Again, it's a big if. No, Sketch Therapy is saying it could be a trap. I don't think it's guys, if the Americans go in and the Islamic Republic takes them hostage or anything, something like that, then you could believe it that they're going to be raining hell upon them, and the whole world would be, a lot of the world would be supporting that. And then look at the second part. So Iran has agreed to stop backing all proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas. Guys, even if the Islamic Republic has said that to President Trump, and you don't trust the Islamic Republic, and you shouldn't, and you think that they're going to eventually go back to their old ways once President Trump is out of office, just coming out and having the Islamic Republic just utter those words, just sign a piece of document that says we're not going to support Hezbollah and Hamas, that would end them by just saying that. And it would be so much more delicious and wonderful and cause so much more butthurt among the regime supporters if President Trump himself goes to Islamabad and shakes the hand of the people whom he has killed, like who he has destroyed most of their leaders, the supreme leader, like that level of humiliation. Like, imagine if you have said that we will get revenge of Americans for killing Ghamari by killing Trump, and then now instead of that you're shaking his hand in Islamabad. that shaking of a hand of President Trump by any official from the Islamic Republic would be like kissing the ring, would be like bending the knee completely. That picture, that frame will haunt them that will be the end of them. That would be the second that happens, that's the end of the Islamic Republic. Even if they don't get that picture, even if this just their signing of a document where they say they would never support Hezbollah or Hamas, that would be the end of it. Whatever remains would be a corpse of the Islamic Republic. Does this make sense to you guys? But here, look at this last part. That's the most important part. Let's read that one more time. Saying, I asked if Iran has agreed to stop enriching uranium forever. This is how President Trump responded. They've agreed to everything. Again, guys, this is crazy if true. Again, I don't know if it's true or not. I used to, if I read something like this yesterday, I would be like, this is just mind games. Of course, this is not within the nature of the Islamic Republic to do anything like this. I still think that. There is no way the Islamic Republic would agree to any of this stuff. It's not in their nature. It's not in their DNA. But maybe, just maybe there's a small chance that President Trump has managed to figure out a way to get them abandon their nature, because without the revenue, and guys, if this is the case, we finally will have the answer to how much these people are ideologically driven and how much of it has just been a weapon for money and power. And if you cut their revenue, they're going to bend the knee, then we will finally have the answer to that question. We also had the state TV in Iran come out and say that the U.S. president's claim about talks with Iranian officials is not true. So we're seeing these messages coming from state media and content creators who are supporters of the Islamic Republic, but we're not seeing it from IRGC or Ghalibaf. But this is the highest level we've got. Foreign Ministry spokesperson. I wish this was a video. I'm not saying I don't believe this unless I could play it. Again, this is Tasneem News, so I don't trust it. This is IRGC source. Oh, by the way, no, I think, did I show this to Goldie? No, I did not. I showed this to you guys, but Goldie was not here when I showed this, right? I want to ask Goldie what the hell is happening here. Why do we have a cruise ship in the Strait of Hormuz? Bizarre. All right, let's do some super chats. And guys, feel free to ask me questions. I don't know where the last super chat was, by the way. Okay, here. Saying, greeting from Minsk. I am currently enjoying Persian cuisine while I watch the show. Thank you for being the highlight of my day, Javid Shah. Well, thank you, Javid Shah. And then, oh, look at this. Florida man is saying, Lebanese diaspora here. Why give pause to Hezbollah? They were near collapse. I mean, they have been near collapse for a while now, haven't they? Right. So, why give pause to Hezbollah? Because there's two reasons. First of all, the situation has been so bad for this pause might be able to get you an agreement with the Lebanese government, and if the Lebanese government and Israel became close together, then they will be so much easier to disarm Hezbollah. Like, remember, these groups like this, you could bomb them, but you could never actually make them completely disappear unless you have an entire population that they're based in wants them gone, right? So if you could actually create a good relationship between Israel and the Lebanese government, the destruction of Hezbollah could become more complete. So there's that. Also, because by President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu playing good cop, bad cop, you might be able to get the Islamic Republic at least a sense of victory with regards to because without this they wouldn't have anything. if you didn't even have this, like imagine like the Islamic Republic gave a list of 10 conditions they had for ceasefire, and President Trump said like go F yourself into all 10 of them. And the Islamic Republic was like, you have to give us something. Like you can't, we have to somehow be able to sell this to our supporters. And like, okay, I will tell Bibi to just put a pause on effing up Hezbollah, and that's all you get. And like Israel didn't even leave southern Lebanon. Like they have all the gains that they have, they're maintaining it. So they gave an excuse to the Islamic Republic to say at least we got something. And we got another super chat saying, long live the king. Well, thank you. Thank you. I agree. Where were we? We got another super chat saying, God bless USA, Israel, and Iran. Thank you so much for your support. Goldie, are you here? We're already be more than 10 minutes. I already gave you 10 minutes, Goldie. We got Amir gave a membership gift to Goldie. Thank you so much, Amir. You always support both channels. Very kind. Sketch Art Therapy is saying, what? Lebanon talk equals mind game to hide surrender from public. Yes. Yeah, it's like squirrel. Like they're basically effing us up here in Iran. I'm just gonna say Lebanon, 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 so you could focus there, so that maybe people will get distracted and they will stop paying attention to how humiliated we have been. We're gonna super chat saying, I need a rant. Well, guys, the rants come naturally. I don't, guys, when I'm rant, I'm like, I promise, the rants that I'm giving you are natural. I do not force them. So the timing of them happening is not within my control. When I want to basically allow myself to get angry, I need to see something that makes me angry. I can't just I can't just make it happen. It has to be based on something that I can. You know what does it? If I basically start reviewing Piers Morgan shows, that would do the job. It will do the job. Yeah, so it has to be natural and organic. I cannot be like, but but watching Piers Morgan gets me there. He has some of the worst people there. Don't worry, I would never force it. It's all natural. It's natty. Omid Salute just got a membership for Liberty Politics. Guys, I have to get used to saying Liberty Politics instead of Atheist Republic. Thank you, Omid. Thank you so much. And Omid saying, Casey saying, I enjoy every one of Armin's rants. Yeah, you know what? After this whole revolution is over, I'm going to, on my channel, on Liberty Politics, I'm going to be spending so much time, so many live streams reviewing Piers Morgan shows, reviewing Nick Fuentes, reviewing Tucker Carlson, and reviewing basically any good source of BS. And there will be basically rant after rant after rant. And then we got another super chat saying, have you thought of starting a podcast with guests? I did have, that's what I used to do, but it's just so time consuming to arrange the guests. And then I had so many times the guests canceled last minute, and I would like, I'm done with inviting guests. Like I remember at one point there was a guest that canceled like 5 minutes before we were supposed to go live. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I am not doing this again. 5 minutes before we went live, the guest canceled. And there was another guest that canceled 3 times in a row. And like, this is not worth. I don't like this. I don't like this. I do not enjoy doing this. Sketch art therapy. Oh, that's a good question. Let me respond to this. Sketch art therapy is saying, how about an economic fury operation against Hezbollah? Destroying the Islamic Republic is exactly that. Because if you want to do an economic fury operation against the Islamic Republic, you cut their oil and gas revenue. But what is Hezbollah's revenue? What is Hezbollah's? Hezbollah has two sources of revenue. The bigger one, the main one, is the Islamic Republic. And the other one is drugs. Drugs. So Hezbollah has two sources of revenue. One of them is the Islamic Republic. The second one is selling drugs. So if you want, and the bigger one is the Islamic Republic. So if you want to do an economic fury operation against the Islamic Republic, then destroying the Islamic Republic is exactly that. Yeah, they're literally a cartel. Exactly, they are. And they sell everywhere, including in South America. Let me check something. One second. One second. Okay. Goldie. Is Goldie coming? Okay, Goldie is not coming. All right, let's go. Let's do more of this. So I was looking this person up. I can recognize his picture. So Halal works is saying Hossein Vahid Khorasani, is he pro-regime or anti-regime? I looked up his image, and I remember him having some videos, but I don't know if he's taken any official positions against the Islamic Republic. This guy, Hossein Wahid Khorasani, is, I remember watching some of his videos on YouTube, and it seems that he was critical of the Shia, like many of the narratives that we have been official narratives of Shia Islam, and he has a different view, but I haven't seen him commenting on the Islamic Republic itself. So I was just looking up to see what his political views are. And what I'm getting is that he's a quietist rather than openly being anti-Islamic Republic. But he has hidden and indirect critiques, it seemed like it. So he hides his critique of the Islamic Republic, you know, under a veil. He doesn't believe in the guardianship of the jurist. So he is Ethna Ashari, but he doesn't believe in the Velayat Faqih. So that means that he disagrees, given that he believes that Shia Islam clerics should focus on religious guidance rather than political governance. That goes against the Velayat Faqih concept by Khomeini. So this is a direct clash inherently there. So what I'm saying is that he believes that, you know, clerics should focus on just religious guidance of people and not political governance. And we know that that violates the Velayat Faqih teachings of Khomeini, or basically the guardianship of the jurist. So that means that puts him in direct clash with what Khomeini and the Islamic Republic stands for. Okay, I'm saying that he has historically criticized the government for its treatment of political prisoners and the suppression of protests. So he has done that. But again, don't remember that these people are actually part of the problem, because they make it seem like there's a good version of Islam, and that's how you make Islam last longer. So these people, to me, are even more dangerous sometimes than the political clerics. Oh, Goldie's back.
Yeah, sorry. I had to go. I honestly, I didn't even eat. Like, I had to go pick up like a delivery package. I had to go track it down. So sorry about that. But I know there was something that you wanted to show me before I left.
Oh, yes. Okay. So Goldie, we already seen Durka Fatih commandos in the streets, right? But have you seen this? Look at this. Let me show you two videos, right? Look at this one. Okay, so look, they're painting their armored vehicles pink for women.
Yeah, I saw the photo of this. It's insane.
And also they're now also painting the missiles pink for women. Look at this.
اینا ببین اینم دیدم میخواستم اینو پست بکنم ولی گفتم خیلی زشته این دارن چیکار میکنن چرا صورتی ها دارن نمیدونم میمالوننش. It's weird.
Because it's haram for all these male equipment to be next to women. نامحرمه موشک نامحرمه.
Did you see what's written behind that? It's something like big goshayish, like they're even saying like some opening.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Go forward in the video a little bit and read like the first part of what that sign says. Go forward.
Oh my God, you're right. I didn't even notice that. That's Goldie. That's the explanation of that is R-rated. I can't even explain that to people. They're having this thing here which looks like something that I'm not going to explain, and on top there they're talking about like widening things. Oh hey, Sohail is here.
Yeah. He has something that I think he wants you to share, but yeah, this is like, ew, I saw this video and I was like, this is so weird. Like, why are they like spraying it and why are they rubbing it down? And then why does it Omid be goshayish means like hoping for an opening.
Yeah, hoping for an opening with the command of the coming of Mahdi, like the Mahdi that Amr Zuhur Hazrat Waliullah. Okay, so by the command of the coming of the representative of God, we have hopes for something widening up or opening. Yes. Yeah, so
it's just I don't know, man. It's just so weird. Like I saw this and I was like, how do I even share this or explain this? Like it's just so bizarre. Sohail, how are you? Welcome. We haven't seen you in a while.
Mahdi. Yes. Sohail.
درود یه چیزی یه توییت زده قالیباف 20 دقیقه پیش دیدید اونو؟
نه هنوز.
No. Oh wait, that's what you posted. Oh, okay. I see it. Oh, did Ghalibaf finally said? Oh, guys, this Ghalibaf finally. The silence is over. The silence is over. Thank you, Sohail. Ghalibaf finally. Guys, remember I told you, why is Ghalibaf not saying that this is a lie? Why are they not saying this is a lie? After so long, after a whole day, 2 days of President Trump claiming everything, finally Ghalibaf came out and is now saying this is a lie. This is what, see guys, we knew that this is what the Islamic Republic usually does. And the fact that they haven't done it for so long, I showed you a video where the regime supporters were wondering why the regime officials are not coming out and calling it a lie. And I think eventually the pressure mounted up so much that Ghalibaf finally came out and is now calling it a lie. So let's look at these 3 points. Ghalibaf is saying the president of the United States made 7 claims in 1 hour, all 7 of which were false. Kizb mahsa, kizb. And then 2, they did not win the war with these lies, and they will certainly not get anywhere in negotiations either. Okay, that's number 2. Number 3, with the continuation of the blockade, the Strait of Hormuz will not remain open. You know why it's hard for me to take Ghalibaf seriously? Because Ghalibaf and others were saying that they will never open the Strait of Hormuz. And now they're saying that the Strait of Hormuz will not remain open. How can I take you seriously when you told us that the Strait of Hormuz will not be open and then you opened it? Why did you open? Can somebody ask them, why did you even open it? Why did you open it? I'm gonna slap you if you say Lebanon. I'm gonna slap you if you say Lebanon. I'm gonna slap you. It has nothing to do with Lebanon, because you know how I know you didn't open it because of Lebanon? Because you didn't close it for Lebanon. You didn't close it for Lebanon, so how could you open it for Lebanon when you closed it? When you closed it for something else, you closed it because of the attacks, you closed it because of the military operations, you closed it because you said you're going to keep it like this forever. You said this is ours for now, forever. You said you closed it to collect. Oh, this is why you closed it. You closed it so that you could collect tolls as a way to collect the money for all of the damages that the Zionists and the evil imperialist West has caused you. You said we're going to close the strait to collect the money for the damages of that they caused you. That's why you closed it. You didn't close it because of Lebanon. And they're like, oh, there's ceasefire in Lebanon, so let's open it. And the ceasefire in Lebanon is actually not even in your favor. They're sidelining Hezbollah. They're sidelining Hezbollah. So how is that even in your favor for you to open? So yeah, I can't take you seriously. I can't take you seriously. I don't know. Like, is either Trump is playing games,
Armin,
or
it continues because he's not a verified account anymore. So
it goes on. You're right. Okay,
because he's limited.
Oh my God. Oh, poor Ghalibaf. I could actually post all of this in one post, but Ghalibaf can't. He has to do multiple posts. All right. He continues saying, passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be conducted based on the designated route with Iranian authorization. Oh, guys, wow, you're still in control. Okay. Oh, be a remote destato. So, guys, they're saying, it's like, we opened it, but you have to go where we tell you to go through. Like, okay, this is copium. This is them coping. They were forced to open the Strait of Hormuz, but as a way to say, like, we're still in charge. The strait is open, but you have to go where we tell you if you want to go through. Okay, fine. You're in control. Okay, you're in control. Don't cry. Don't cry. And then he continues saying, whether the strait is open or closed, and it's open. It's open. What do you mean? And the regulations governing it will be determined by the field, not by social media. So, guys, the field is the name that the regime officials have for IRGC. So, in Persian, you say Maidan will determine things, and Maidan translates to field, like battlefield. But when the Islamic Republic vocabulary, that means IRGC. It's good that I know these things, guys, because you wouldn't understand what the hell he's talking about. A field does not make like you were like, do we have self-aware conscious fields in Iran? Do fields make decisions now? We didn't know the field actually could make decisions. So, but I'm here to tell you the field means IRGC, okay? It basically means the battlefield. So he's saying like the decision. So here's how I know this is a lie, okay? He's saying whether the strait is open or closed, we will determine that. The IRGC will determine that. It's not social media post by President Trump. It's IRGC. Okay. Why is it open? You're saying that the strait is open because IRGC decided that it's open? Why did they open it? Why did it open it? What happened? And again, remember, I will slap you if you say Lebanon. I will slap you if you say Lebanon, so you can't say Lebanon. All right, let's continue. There's more. But wait, there's more. Number 6. Why is there a... Okay. And then he says, media warfare and engineering public opinion are an important part of our war, and the Iranian nation is not affected by these tricks. Read the real and accurate news of the negotiations in the recent interview of the foreign ministry spokesman. Oh, that's the image that I showed you. So, remember I showed you this image? That's what he's linking to. Foreign ministry spokesperson, U.S. president's claim about talks with Iranian officials is not true. Okay, I said to you guys, I wish I had the video to that. And now he's linking us to the video on Telegram. So now I can go and watch the video to see what... Thank you, Ghalibaf. I was looking for that. Ghalibaf is now in my research team. Like, I asked for the link to the video and Ghalibaf provided the link. Thank you. Again, sure, everybody's lying. No, don't trust anybody. Don't trust President Trump. Don't trust Ghalibaf. Social media posts. Don't pay attention to that. Look what's actually happening in the battlefield. Okay, fine. You know what? Actually, Ghalibaf has a point. We don't know who's telling the truth. We don't know who to trust. Even President Trump might be playing mind games. We have no idea who to believe or what to believe. So let's judge by our eyes instead of who's saying what. And judging when we look at what's happening in the field is that the Americans gave you nothing. Slap you if you say Lebanon. And you opened the Strait of Hormuz. We saw that you said you're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and you opened the Strait of Hormuz with the excuse that there's a ceasefire in Lebanon. There's a ceasefire in Lebanon. And also, guys, in Lebanon, the Israelis did not even go back to Israel. The southern Lebanon, they're still there. They're still there. They were basically effing up Hezbollah, and President Trump said, like, hold on for a second. And we're like, okay, we'll stay where we are. We're not going to abandon southern Lebanon, but we'll just stop for a little bit. And they opened the Strait of Hormuz for that? For that? You opened the Strait of Hormuz for that? With for a peace deal that is going to strengthen the government of Lebanon so that maybe eventually they could disarm Hezbollah? That's your win? That's not even a win. That's a loss for you. This peace deal between Lebanon and Israel that's not even a win for you. Why do you think Hezbollah is so angry? Hezbollah is angry with this peace deal and you're happy with the peace deal? Something is fishy here, guys. Something is fishy. They're acting like they're in control and this was just all their decision. It just doesn't seem like this was the decision. It just looks like the Islamic Republic does not actually have the upper hand. Guys, I'm starting to think that the Islamic Republic has been lying to us. I know it's really hard to believe, though. Okay? I'm starting to believe that we can't actually trust the Islamic Republic. This is kind of strange. But it's not just me, guys. Like, if you're like, Armin, you are a Zionist, you are an imperialist, you are what is it called? You're a traitor to your own kind. We cannot trust you. You are a monarchist. You love the Israelis and the Americans, and you have sold your... Like, you don't trust Armin. Don't trust Armin. Don't trust Goldie. You know who's saying all of this? You know who's saying that it seems like something fishy is happening here? Your own supporters. Your own supporters. Like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you opening the Strait of Hormuz? Look at them. Look at them. This person here wants to die. This is the regime supporter. He's like, just end it. I want to die. Where is it? This one. This person say, I want to come بمیرم. منم بهش میگم خب برو بمیر. But look at all of this. You don't forget responding to us. Of course, we're traitors. What about your own followers? What about this? Anyways. Oof. What a day, Goldie. What a day.
Armin, I have another video for you.
Ooh, okay, let's see.
Here, I'll send it to you.
Oh, you found it. Oh, is this a, yeah, that's the spokesperson of the foreign ministry. So let's read your caption. So Goldie is saying, I have a feeling that just like the negotiations, this agreement, quote unquote agreement, between the Islamic regime and the United States to hand over uranium and stop uranium enrichment forever won't last very long. You can already see the fractures within the IRGC. This is a genius move by President Trump. He's basically made the remaining leaders of the Islamic regime turn on one another. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismaili Baghai is saying, nothing the Americans said regarding uranium is acceptable. Ooh. Enriched uranium in Iran, unacceptable, or was it a lie? That's interesting. There's a big difference between that. Enriched uranium in Iran will not be moved anywhere under any circumstances. Just as the soil of Iran is sacred to us, this matter is also sacred to us. Okay, this is good. This is good because that means the Islamic Republic inflexible, which means that it will crack easier. Guys, you can see the divisions. And then the reporter saying, so you completely deny this possibility? Baghai, Iran has never raised this possibility, not even once. Guys, remember that this guy is completely is worth nothing to the Islamic Republic. So let me give you some context. Throughout the history of this, we Iranian people are very used to this. Whenever the Islamic Republic needs to put two different messagings out there, they will use expendable people to come out and say the lie version as the official version out there. And then once it eventually ends up being a lie, that person is thrown under the bus. So Ismail Baghai is not important to the Islamic Republic, and they're completely willing to give him some information that is not coming from, like, for example, if Vahidi comes and says a lie and then it proves to be wrong, that would be very bad for the reputation of Vahidi, and that's not an expense they're willing to pay. But Baghai, his reputation being completely destroyed and him being seen, like he's considered a reformer. So Ismail Baghai is the reformers historically have been scapegoats, have been taking the bullets for everything that goes wrong within the Islamic Republic. So he's expendable, meaning that he could come out and say something that eventually soon will be proven to be a lie. And then the regime supporters coming out and attacking Ismail Baghai is not considered a loss for the Islamic Republic. So let's see what he has to say. Do you guys understand that? Guys, these are like the level of detail that like most people don't understand. Let me know if you understand. Like making reformers lie for the Islamic Republic is something that the Islamic Republic is very much willing to do because their reputation is not really that important. Do you understand? Yeah, he's expendable. So, and the reformers understand that that's their purpose. So they're willing to take the bullet for the rest of the regime. So let's see what he says here.
از مقامات آمریکایی ذکر کردن هیچ کدومشون قابل تایید نیست.
Wait, hold on, man.
از مقامات آمریکایی ذکر کردن هیچ کدومشون قابل تایید.
Alright, so he's saying the things that the American officials have said, none of them قابل تایید نیست.
هیچ کدومشون قابل تایید نیست.
قابل تایید نیست. Wait, let me listen to this whole thing because I'm going to see.
به عنوان مثال عرض میکنم خدمتتون اورانیوم غنی شده ایران به هیچ عنوان قرار نیست به جایی منتقل بشه. به همون اندازه که خاک ایران برای ما مهم هست و مقدس هست، این موضوع هم برای ما اهمیت داره.
پس به طور کامل این رد میشه.
اصلا
موضوع انتقال اورانیوم با قنای 60% مطرح نیست.
هیچ وقت این بحث مطرح نبوده. به عنوان یک گزینه از سوی ما مطرح نبوده.
Okay, guys, this is actually the words that he's using is quite suspicious. Look at this first part. I'm actually starting to wonder why he's using this vocabulary. Listen to this.
از مقامات آمریکایی ذکر کردن هیچ کدومشون قابل تایید نیست.
He's saying that what all of these things that the Americans have said, none of it can be confirmed. None of it can be confirmed. Do you understand why I'm thinking this is suspicious? So it might be true, but you can't confirm it. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Iranians in the chat. Am I do you see what I'm saying? Like Iranians, let me know if I'm reading too much into this. He's saying none of what the Americans are saying can be confirmed.
از مقامات آمریکایی ذکر کردن هیچ کدومشون قابل تایید نیست.
قابل تایید نیست. So that means that maybe somebody higher ups within the IRGC has made this decision and you're just a nobody who hasn't received the memo. Like guys, it might be that he's not even lying. They're like, we can't confirm it because who gives a crap about us? Like, I'm the speaker of the foreign minister. I'm not IRGC. I'm not a member of the Supreme National Security Council. I'm a nobody. I can't confirm this. Okay, so it might be true. Oh my God. Guys, when he says it can't be confirmed, to me, it sounds like it could actually be true. I just don't know. I cannot confirm that. Right? Oh, look at this. I'm Iranian. Oh, look at this. I get a compliment from an Iranian saying, Armin tease me, Bini. I do. So this person is like saying, like Iranian saying, like I'm paying good attention, like I'm paying attention to the details. Okay, let's continue.
به عنوان مثال عرض میکنم خدمتتون، اورانیوم غنی شده ایران به هیچ عنوان قرار نیست به جایی منتقل بشه. به همون اندازه که خاک ایران برای ما مهم هست و مقدس هست، این موضوع هم برای ما اهمیت داره.
پس به طور
Who's mom? Okay, so he's saying that the uranium is not going to go anywhere, and as much as the soil of Iran is sacred to us, and in the same level, this matters to us, right? But who is you? Like, are you speaking on behalf of yourself, or are you speaking on behalf of the entirety of the regime, or the IRGC, which hates you as a reformer?
موضوع هم برای ما اهمیت داره.
پس به طور کامل این رد میشه.
So the journalist wants to get the journalist here, the reporter here wants to get a better clarification. So she's saying, is this completely rejected? Like, is this issue completely rejected then? By the way, guys, pay attention to your screen. Why is it that this interview is not the entire screen? Look at what you're watching. This is the interview. It's 1/4 of your screen, but it's not your entire screen. The other parts of the screen is the city of Kermanshah in Iran, live feed from Kermanshah, live feed from Yasuj, live feed from Goldie city, Ahvaz, and there's these other live feeds as well that we're not seeing in full. So the reason you can see how desperate the regime is to keep the streets full, to prevent an uprising. Show this to the people who say, like, why haven't the Iranian people done an uprising? Has the uprising been canceled? You know who doesn't think that the uprising has been canceled? The Islamic Republic. They're so terrified of an uprising that not only they want to keep the streets occupied with the pro-regime people, look at the level of marketing that they're doing to keep encouraging pro-regime people to keep occupying the streets. This is all because they're afraid of an uprising. And this is one of the reasons why we haven't had an uprising, because of the regime supporters keep occupying the streets like this to encourage a civil war if the anti-regime people come out. This is all of this live feed that you're seeing is the continuous promotion of the Islamic Republic to keep the streets occupied so that we don't see an uprising.
کامل این رد میشه.
So again, she asks again, so this is this completely rejected?
موضوع انتقال اورانیوم با قنای 60% مطرح نیست.
So he's saying that she's saying that the transportation of enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium, that's not on the table. That is not at all being discussed. Is that right? And he's saying that has never been that has never been an issue that we brought up. Okay. But again, the question is like, who is we? Like, you didn't bring it up, but you are not the decision maker. Like, you are not even allowed in the rooms where the big decisions are made. Not even, guys. So look at how far this man is from power, right? So he's the spokesperson of the foreign ministry. That means that he works under the leadership of Arakchi, and Arakchi is supposed to, but doesn't, work under the leadership of the president, which is Pezeshkian. And Pezeshkian is a nobody. So this man works for the man that works for the man that is a nobody when it comes to the decision making within the Islamic Republic. So wherever they're making decisions for what the Islamic Republic is going to do, this man is not allowed even near that room. He doesn't have a table. He doesn't have a seat in the table. Okay. They just, like, the big boys are making decisions and he's giving like a tiny baby kid's chair and a kid's corner for them to think like they are part of something, that they're also, oh, you're so important, here, go talk with your other reformers, right? So that's what this guy is. So he's saying this has not been provided as an option from us. But who are you? Like, you're not talking to President Trump. You're not talking to President Trump. Whoever is having these conversations with President Trump, I'm pretty sure they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you. So there's that. I mean, oh, guys, remember that these are the same people. I mean, people more important. Baghai, listen to me. People more important than you within the regime said they will never open the Strait of Hormuz. And now they open the Strait of Hormuz. So how could we take you seriously when you say we will never, the option of removing the enriched uranium out of Iran has never been an option that we considered? How could we take that seriously when people more important than you said that they're never going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and then they open the Strait of Hormuz? There you go. That was a very important video. Thank you, Goldie. I'm going to start this.
Absolutely. Sorry, I just
Goldie,
some footage to a news outlet.
Goldie, did you see this?
No, what is that?
It's a cruise ship. Celestial Discovery. Okay, you're busy. I'll talk later.
Yeah, sorry. I have a request from the media outlet where I did an interview. They're asking me for
It's okay.
footage
It's
of
okay.
January.
I'm not upset that you're ignoring me at
I'm
all.
sorry. No. Armin, sorry, no. This is, let me just
I'm
explain.
kidding.
This is important because when they were doing the
Yes.
intro, they were talking about like the protests against the Islamic regime, but like someone was putting like using like B-roll footage of like pro-regime demonstrations. So I was like, guys, those are pro-regime demonstrations. So now they're asking me for anti-regime. So that's why. Just give me like 1 or 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let me look at some super chats there. Oh, look at this. Sketch Therapy is saying, I super chatted Apostle Prophet and they would that you shy. Joking. They want you on. Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Sketch Therapy. Okay. I'm gonna message them. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. I would love to. I haven't gone to another show for some time now. I would love to go there. They should also have Goldie on, by the way. Goldie, I think, has been there already, but they should have her on again. Look at this, guys. We got paid to do do a promotion. Look at this. Casey gave us a $2 super chat to say join Armin's great discussion group. Thank you, Casey. Thank you. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the link to the discussion group in the chat. It is a good discussion group, isn't it? Look at this. People are fans. Thank you. Okay, guys, I put the link in the chat to join our discussion group. And then we got a super chat from Amir saying, sorry for being a Poland kind of mother, but please remember to eat and sleep well. We wish you the best and need you at your best. Thank you, Goldie. Oh, you were talking about Goldie. I thought you're talking about I was gonna say, don't worry about me. I'm a health freak. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Goldie is also very much into taking care of her health. Okay. But just in case if you're also wondering about me, don't worry. I'm also eating well. I know that was for Goldie. All right. Then we got another super chat saying the Ayatollah is transitioning the weapons. Oh, they're just trying to be more exclusive. That makes a lot of sense. And then we got a new member. Thank you for becoming a member. And then we got another super chat saying one of the conditions next negotiations should be all the hardliners are called to a meeting. We were waiting to arrest them on live TV. I mean, leave some for the Iranian people. Have some, you can't just do everything. Yeah, leave some of these for us. Also, Sohail just sent me a post. Let me see what this is. Oh, guys, this person managed to finally get internet connection after 50 days. So, guys, this person just came back online after 50 days, and let's see what his message is after 50 days of not having connection in Iran. So he says, after 50 days of being cut from the world, I write to you from the heart of Iran's darkest days. We remain loyal to the flag for which our loved ones gave their lives. Cut off the internet and hide the truth, but I promise that on a day not far off, on soil stained with the blood of our fallen friends, the lion and sun will rise again. Wow. And he's taking this picture next to a picture of one of our fallen. That was powerful. Guys, there's so many Iranians that we have been out of touch with for such a long time. It's crazy how long we have gone without talking to them. I haven't seen and talked to my friends in Iran for such a long time.
Okay, I'm back, Armin. Sorry about that. What was it that you want to show me?
Oh,
this. What are we looking at?
There's a cruise ship that just went through the Strait of Hormuz. So the cruise ship, Celestial Discovery, appears to have just successfully run the Strait of Hormuz. And not only, Goldie, what is a cruise ship doing in the middle of a battlefield? I don't understand.
Wait, well, what is it? Okay, what is it? Why don't we look it up? Let's.
Oh,
Celestial Discovery.
And Goldie, I was telling people that this cruise ship just went.
Here's the article.
Oh, Goldie, I was telling our audience that this cruise ship just did this Leroy Jenkins did. They were like, Leroy Jenkins, because they went through the part of the Strait of Hormuz where the mines are. Like, it went through the most, allegedly. The part that you're seeing is where the Islamic Republic said that they had the mines, and they just went through that. Okay, show us this.
Okay, so apparently this article just came out. After 47 days stuck in the Middle East, a cruise ship has reportedly cleared the Strait of Hormuz. Celestial Cruises Discovery vessel passed through the Iran-controlled waterway on April 17, according to 2 separate trackers. So, yeah, after more than a month stuck in the Persian Gulf due to ongoing military conflict, where were they going?
The UAE, Dubai, probably, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe, but it was stuck there for like 47 days. Wow. There you go. So
I think that because they were so desperate to go out, they didn't take the longer route. They were like, this is faster. They were like, but their minds here. Like, I don't care. We want to go out. We want to leave. They're like, no, go up there. Like, no, that's too far. We're going to, this is our chance. That's why they went the shorter route, even though it might have been boom booms
that's
there.
crazy that a cruise ship went through. Oh my gosh.
Like, I'm out of here. I don't care if there are mines here. Just get us out of here.
That's definitely the Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Wow. That should be a movie.
What? Are you kidding me? The cruise ship? Ew, Armin. There's actually a documentary on Netflix called Poop Cruise. It's really gross.
Ew, I don't want to watch that.
Has anyone seen Poop Cruise? Like that documentary on Netflix? It's messed up.
I know what news is about, but I remember the news regarding that cruise ship.
Yeah, so they made a documentary about it. Oh my gosh. It was crazy. But yeah. Armin.
Yes.
I found something and I want to send it to you.
Okay, good. You find the best stuff, except when you rickroll us. Other than
I'm not rickrolling. I have to download this. Okay, let me just download this really quick.
Goldie is very good at rickrolling because every time we think she's going to rickroll us, she does it. It only happens when we least expect it.
Well, yeah, because if I do it all the time, then like I got to keep you guys on your toes, right? But
Hey, Mo, you made it to the final round. Let's take a look at the board. C, D, M, A. Doesn't look like you got too much help. Good luck.
Rabid Seal, David Spade, Javid Shah.
Javid Shah!
Oh, that was good. Oh my god.
Isn't that amazing?
That was great. That was so good.
You should play it again. Just press play on the video.
I wanted to do see what Pazishkian was trying to do here.
Okay, Mo, you made it to the final round. Let's take a look at the board. C, D, M, A. Doesn't look like you got too much help. Good luck.
Rabid Seal, David Spade, Javid Shah.
Javid Shah!
The best part was when Pazishkian was going like, yeah, and Aroshi was like, stop it. Why are you clapping Javid Shah? Oh my god, that part was comedy genius. This part. Like, you know, it's so good because Pazishkian is like clueless and he's
like the idiot. He's like the useful idiot.
He's the one who just follows whatever he's supposed to do. Like he's like this, like, oh yeah. I was like, stop. What are you doing? Oh my God, this is so on point. Love it. Oh,
There's also a new message from President Trump. You missed it. So I actually played it on Fox News Live. He had a very brief press conference today. So I just want to play that for you as well.
Okay. There it is.
Rangers who love the rules and so the midnight's like taking out you and this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna feel alive and hurt you. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say inside. We both know what's been going on. We know you and if you ask me how I'm feeling, don't tell me, don't buy you see. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna feel alive and hurt you. Oh, never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna feel alive and hurt you.
There you go. All right.
That was the best. That was the best Rick roll. Trump roll.
Trump roll. There you go. So the Rick roll has evolved into the Trump roll. But Armin, on a more serious note, okay. Your theory is absolutely correct when it comes to Islamic regime politicians, calling out Arakchi and Ghalibaf. So now there's this random mullah who's basically he called President Trump a vile yellow dog.
That's Nabavian.
Yeah.
I know
But
him.
he's like, don't worry though, it's a totally new regime here. Let me send this to you, so you can translate his post.
Yeah. This Nabavian guys he's from the Paidari camp. Paidari camp is the most Durka of part of the regime. Okay.
Look, mullah, look.
Goldie, you're gonna hate. I have some videos on my Persian channel where I invite some mullahs and I talk to them, and I'm like, and I'm so friendly. You're gonna hate me if you watch those. Yeah, I am so friendly, and then they feel comfortable with me, and we're laughing, and I debate them, and I basically it's called Bopam Besar Buridan.
100%. No. Listen, I agree. That is the proper strategy. You have to be friendly with them because that's how you lower their guard, and then you can expose them for what they are because you make them. Yeah, I've done the same. You're listen. You're the Durka whisperer, so you can do it with the mullah.
Maybe one day I can show you some parts of my debates with the mullahs and the Persian channel. So,
sure.
Okay. Regime politician and cleric Mahmoud Nabavian just called President Trump a vile yellow dog on his X account. Don't worry though, it's totally a new regime and definitely not the same one. So let's actually see this. Sayed Mahmoud Nabavian saying Arab Nashini. Guys, by the way, Nabavian was part of the delegations to Islamabad. You know how the regime, the Islamic Republic, took so many people with them to Islamabad to meet with the Americans. Nabavian was one of them for some reason. He's a member of parliament, but he's also part of the Paidari camp. So he's saying با عقب نشینی رژیم شرور آمریکا و پذیرش آتش بس در لبنان. So he's saying with the retreat of the evil regime of United States of America, and by accepting ceasefire in Lebanon, به برخی از کشتی‌های تجاری با اخذ عوارض. So we are giving اجازه عبور از تنگه هرمز داده خواهد شد. We're giving permission to some commercial ships, if with payments, like you have to pay us, if some commercial ships after payment will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. By the way, this is a lie. The Strait of Hormuz, they're not paying anybody. They're not collecting tolls. So then he continues by saying ادعای محاصره دریایی توسط سگ زرگ خبیث با عبور نفتکش‌های ایرانی در چند روز گذشته یک شوخی و از پیش شکست خورده است. Saying this claim that the yellow dog has basically surrounded us. This evil yellow dog claiming that they have surrounded Iranian oil tankers in the past few days. This is a joke, and it has been already defeated from guys. Like, what is he talking about? Like, this can be verified by, like, everybody's following every ship that is moving in the Strait of Hormuz, and all of this has been verified that that Iranian tankers leaving Iranian ports are being sent back. Like, these people, this is such cope. He's just, I know what he's doing. He's basically trying to lie to satisfy regime supporters, to think like they're not losing. But here, like, we actually have evidence here. Look at this. We actually have video evidence of, look at this. CENTCOM video shows the U.S. military enforcing America's naval blockade on Iranian ports in the Middle East, as President Trump announces the blockade would remain in place as the Strait of Hormuz reopens for passage. Guys, everybody has confirmed that this is happening, and it's been very successful so far. And here's what it looks like. So this is basically the U.S. Navy contacting a ship leaving an Iranian port and telling them to go back. And look how they comply. Watch this.
Blue Sky 4, this is U.S. Navy Warship 115. Request you return to original port of call in Iran. How copy? Over.
Copy, sir. Thank you very much. Copy, sir. Me alter to Iran. Thank you.
Blue Sky 4, this is U.S. Warship 115. I understand you will return to your previous port of call in Iran. This is U.S. Warship 115, standing by on channel 16. Out.
Copy, sir. Alter to Iran. Okay. We're out of here. Guys, there's so many ships being confirmed that were leaving Iranian ports, and now they're going back to Iran. So this has so far been successful. So I don't know what this Nabavian guy is talking about. I mean, at the end of the day, their credibility is now very, very low, given that they told us that they're never going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and now it's open. And let me see where. Oh, Brent is still under 100. Look at this, low 90s. Very nice. So everything is working out. So far, everything is good.
Well, is it though?
بر سرتان ویران می‌کنند. نظر تو بادا، دست مردان تو در دست خدا، مهد وفا. ای غیرت کانی وطن، پاشیمسن کفارسن، عزت لبایراغın asır yol vermesen, al yarasın, yol vermesen, yarasın. vulture صاحب زمان
ای بلیت ریش دارم درد شیر سردیارم ای بغ شاهنامه خونم کرپل نیل
شاهنامه
بنگ نه دالمونی تو رستم ظالمونی تو
رستم
شلوارم سیاه افزو مالمونی تو برنو غیرت بشونت آسماری مادیونت شیر زرد هفت
So, guys, the Islamic regime. So this is basically the equivalent of their like CNN, right? It's like their 24-hour news network. It is insane copium. It's just basically chants of like death to America, and then people crying that Khamenei is dead, and then they're talking about like Iranian culture and like this weird jihadi Durka song. The whole thing is
Rustam and Shahnameh. They're
I know.
mentioning Rustam and Shahnameh.
Yeah, cultural appropriation.
چو دشمن بار ببنده.
Yep. Let me see if I can go forward. What else do they have? It's basically just like full on Durka. Oh, wait, what's going on here? Okay. Now, guys, now they're gonna start interviewing like the Islamic regime hoes, right? This is where they interview the Parastu. Oh, sorry, not the Parastus. The what was the word? The Fatih Commandos. This is where they are interviewing the Fatih Commandos. So she's like, we have like a brotherly and sisterly connection. She's like, everyone who loves Iran has to support us. Like, what? Like, you insane person. Like, no, we love Iran. That's why we're fighting to free our country from like you disgusting jihadis. Nope, I don't know if I can handle this. But you know, Armin, I did do an Armin rant last night.
Oh, okay. Show.
Okay. So while you were gone, we were playing Morad Basi. How do I maximize this? Or I guess that's as big as it goes for some reason. Anyway, so is this why is it like this? This is so weird. Why is a live stream like that? I don't know. All right. Anyway, so people were like, Goldie, do an Armin rant. And I was like, all right, so here's the Armin rant. Attacking Israel, right? So yeah, there is no media. There is no independent media. And this is what's really frustrating, because you have all these like ignorant people, like ignorant non-Iranians who are like, oh, Islamic regime media said this, or according to Iranian sources. Yeah, those Iranian sources are fake. Oh, wait, you know what, guys? Now I can do an Armin rant for you here. This will be my Armin rant for you guys, because I promised you guys an Armin rant. So here you go. Yeah, apparently people last night, they were feeling upset because there was no Armin rant, so they were like, Goldie, do an Armin rant, and I was like, all right, let me fix this. I'll be right back.
Oh, you got this. You got the green turn. That's amazing. Oh, people are saying she nailed it. Really? Okay, I'm excited.
Wait, are you guys ready? I'm not used to yelling. Okay, let's get started. Guys, when I tell you that why is the Western media quoting Islamic regime state TV? They are propaganda. They're propaganda. Like CNN comes and they say, according to the Islamic regime, are you retarded? Why are you retarded? You're so retarded. It's fake news. It's fake news. It's not fake. Everything from Khamenei. Why? Why is the fake news media trusting the Islamic regime? confused.
Okay. I mean,
Was that good?
yeah, yeah, that was perfect. That was
Armin.
better.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. 10 out of 10. I mean, I couldn't even tell if it was me or you.
You know what? Honestly, people last night in the chat, they were very confused because, oh, look, here I go again. Because people were very confused because when I put on the green headband and I started yelling, people were like, oh, Armin's back. Where did Goldie go? Nations are to blame for Iranian people being poor. No. How the hell are the same?
Oops.
Let me go on a rant about the sanctions.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay.
Are the sanctions responsible for people being poor? I am sick and tired of the woke leftists talking about the sanctions. The sanctions. Are you retarded? If the sanctions were so bad, how the hell did the Islamic regime spend billions and billions of dollars building underground missile tunnels? They built underground missile tunnels while the Iranian people were poor. 60% of the Iranian population are poor. They live below the poverty line. If you're blaming that on the sanctions, then how the hell did the Islamic regime spend billions and billions of dollars building underground missile cities all around the country? You are stupid. Stop blaming the sanctions. The sanctions have nothing to do with it. It's the Islamic regime stealing the money of the Iranian people, using it for terrorism, and shame on you. Shame on you.
Perfect. I approve.
Apparently my Armin rants are better than your Armin rants.
Yeah. People are like, this is actually better than Armin, right? Okay. Oh no.
Yeah. So I don't know.
All right, guys.
But it all started when like I actually, yeah, it was when you were gone, and then there was like some sort of hey dad or something was happening. And then people were confusing me with you. And then we decided to play Morad Vesi. And then I just went with the full headband. Wait, where was it? I think it was here. Seems different. Goldie, nation, spicy. Thank you, Goldie, for the best news and showing Morad Vesi. You're welcome. Oh, I've been medicated. Yeah, Armin's been medicated today. There we go. Yeah, Armin, these are no, don't say that. Don't say that. I'll get banned again or something. Oh, wait, try an Armin giggle.
Oh, you're bad.
God, I'm so bad at
Don't say
impersonations. I can't do it. I can't do it. That was terrible. That was so scary. Just a joke. Armin. This isn't Armin, it's Sholdy. There you go. She, her. Are you sure you're Armin? Something seems different. I don't know. So what happened, Armin, is like, honestly, your live stream chat, like people are amazing. So I think I shared a link or something, and then someone was like, thanks, Armin. Then I was like, oh no, Armin's gone. It's me, Goldie. And then people were like, no, wait, are you sure? Because you look like Armin. And then it turned into a whole joke. And I was like, are you sure, Armin? And I was like, oh, wait, no, wait, what seems different? And then wait. I know what I'll do to convince. Okay, I know what I'll do to convince you guys that I'm Armin. Give me one moment. I'll be right back.
Oh my God, this is amazing. This is
So then I did this to prove that I'm you. Okay, see, I'm Armin.
There you go.
This is literally proof. This is literally proof right now that I'm Armin. Okay? Like, I don't know how much more proof you need. Yes. Dying of laughter. Where is this?
Oh
Dying of laughter. Have you, though? I mean, one could be just like an AI. There you go. Yeah, you called it. You called it. There you go. There you go. So we did have a little bit of fun when you were gone last night.
That's amazing.
But that's me like getting you back for, because I remember one time I was gone and you were like, You know what we need to do? You know what we need to do, Armin? We need to find a Haydar music video, and then you need to have like hijab and sunglasses, and I need to like have this. Like we need to like do role reversal.
Yeah, I'll be Goldie.
Yeah.
I'll be Goldie. You
And
be
I'll be
Armin.
Armin. There you go.
Fantastic. Good idea.
Oh, look at the super chat from Rory. Hi, Armin. I'm currently in hospital with the flu, but your laughter keeps me going and gets me stronger even when I'm down. God bless you. Oh, Rory, we're praying for you. I hope you get better soon.
Oh.
You know, Armin, your laughter, it raises all of our moods. We always love it when you laugh.
Oh, thank you guys. No, I will hope you get better soon.
Yeah. All right. People are requesting trans Haydar. I don't know. Armin needs to find a good Haydar song and then we'll think about it.
Trans Haydar? What is trans Haydar?
Well, trans Haydar is because I would be in the green headband and you would be in hijab.
Oh, okay.
We'll think about it. We'll think about it.
Okay.
So
okay, I need to find a hijab or something.
I just put on a black scarf. That's not no. You need it has to be black. No, because you have to look like me. You have to look like me. Yeah, but you need it. You need it black.
Okay, I'll find it. I'll find it.
Oh my gosh, you're too funny. But yeah, like Islamic regime state TV is messed up right now.
که من این کارو کردم دعای اون گل نصیب زیبا
Dementor.
دیگه مثلا میدیدم خانم فضای خوبی تو دوران
Expectro-petroleum. How do you say that? Expectro, what that? Petroleum? What is that?
Yeah, expecto. What is it? Expecto patronum. Wait, what is it?
Petronium. Expecto petronium. Is that it? Is that the spell?
Is that what it is? Yeah,
Dementor, guys.
Expecto patronum. That's what it is.
Oh, patronum.
درست میکنم گاهی به صورت ماکارونی درست میکنم ولی میخوام نشون بدم بدون گوشت هم میشه غذای خوبی درست کرد و بعد حضرت آقا هم تعریف و تکریم می
Ew, she's speaking about like making so she's speaking about like cooking without meat because like people right now like the economy is terrible and people don't have access to proper food. So now they're trying to like create propaganda about how like, oh, you can make healthy meals without meat, right? You don't need protein to survive.
Oh my God.
کردن این حرکت خانم مدیریت خانم رو که تو صحبتاشون هم میفرمایید
Crazy people. All right. Is there any more latest breaking news?
No, just Ghalibaf statements finally coming out, and we were waiting for him to call out and say President Trump is lying regarding the uranium and stuff. And we're wondering why they're not doing that. And then finally they came out and did that. So that's it. Oh my God! More. Is it pink?
It's pink!
Are they supposed to be Minab, the children that died at Minab school? Yeah. John Fado.
Yep. This is crazy. They've gone insane. Like the regime has gone insane. Like this is so disgusting. And then look at this. He's saying we can go fight like the men. And she's like, oh, we can also fight on the ground. And like we've signed up for the Martyr website. Oh wow, she's saying she was born outside of you. Okay, you know what? Actually, let's do Armin GPT because you're better at this.
Oh.
And then you can head out. Unless you want to save this for tomorrow.
No, I could do this one.
Okay.
And then after
send you the link. Yeah, and then if you want to head out after that. And then I'm just going to finish up Murad Vaisi's analysis from this morning after you leave.
Yeah, guys, like if you guys are watching Murad Vaisi with Goldie, then you guys know more, like your level of understanding of what's happening in Iran is really, really high. Goldie has found a really good source for you guys to. Oh, there's 4 of them. What is? It's really pink. It's pink. Why is it? Why is it pink? So they're saying Hukm Jihad Ahmad, since the command for jihad has arrived. Why is it pink? Why is everything pink now? Okay, look at this salute. That's lazy. That salute is lazy. Why is it not going back? Hold on. Let me try again. Okay, so, to be fair, these 2 women, they, somewhat proper salute. But look at this other one. Look at this. You're not even trying. What are you doing? Okay, look at these girls holding their hands like this. They're supposed to be doing the salute. Okay, wait. What did the song say? So Hukm Jihad umade, which means the command for jihad has came. And then what was the rest? I can't hear what the rest is. Okay, let's go look at this lady. This girl wants to go fight in war herself, become a Jan Fado, basically sacrifice her life. Just make sure you give her a pink gun, okay? Given that everything woman related is now becoming pink in the Islamic Republic, if these women are gonna come fight, like make sure her guns are pink. So he's asking, how could women be participating in this war? Like she's saying, in every way they could participate in every way, like just like the men. So I guess the reporter was asking, how could you support the men? And the lady was like, why could we could actually go in the war ourselves like the men? Okay, as long as she has a pink gun. Like give us some example. So ground operations, we could actually go do some ground operations, like just like the men. Guys, we have wokeness in Iran as well, apparently. This idea of female bodies are capable of doing exactly what male bodies are capable of. Apparently this wokeness has have somehow managed to reach its way into Iran as well. Or like, yeah, we could be in the battlefield. We could do it. Okay, sure. Go. Why not? Go try. Yeah, this is Durka DEI. Exactly. Durka DEI. Like, would you go do grand operations? You're like, yes, I will. Make sure you bring your makeup, though. You need to. She's like, I have actually submitted my name in the Jan Fado website. So guys, if you don't know, the Islamic Republic has this website up and it's getting everybody to go register their names as people who are ready to die for their country as Jan Fado instead of Shahid. They're saying Jan Fado. Basically, they stole our word from us. The anti-regime people. So they're basically reducing the Islamic vocabulary and increasing the vocabulary, like using more of the words that the patriotic Iranian would lose, right? So apparently they say that they have received 30 million registrations so far, 29 million registrations so far. 29 million out of the population of 90 million Iranians. They're saying that 29 million people have registered to sacrifice their life for the Islamic regime. Somehow, I don't believe those numbers. I don't think those numbers are real. But sure, why not? Let's believe that. Let's believe that too, right? Let's see what they say here. This is another. It's all just women. Like, I think nobody cares about the men, I guess, anymore. Right? So she's saying, I was born outside of Iran, outside of the country. Like, but when she was born, we came back to Iran so that she gets basically the culture from inside Iran. So she's saying, like, we were outside of Iran, but as soon as she was born, we came back to Iran so that she has the proper culture. The Durka culture. We wanted to make sure she's full Durka. خوب یاد بگیرن. So she's saying like we wanted her to learn the culture of Iran very well. Well, lady, this is not Iran's culture. This is Durka culture. You're missing Durka culture. You retarded. This is not Iranian culture. This is anti-Iranian culture. و اینکه ببینن همه این اتفاقاتی که داره میفته. So she's saying we brought her back so that she could see everything that is happening. Oh, great. So you were in a safe area and you brought your child into the middle of a war. Wow. Really good, responsible mother. یعنی اینقدر تاریخ و فرهنگ و همه چیز رو دوست داریم وسط میدون ببریم. So you're saying like, so you love the culture and our history so much that you want to bring them into the middle of a field, like the battlefield? Like, yep, oh yeah. And she said like, yes. Yeah, that's retarded. Like, has anybody told you that why are you going? You shouldn't go there in the middle of all this. Like the same thing other people say. So basically, like she's not saying it, but what she means is that without saying it, she's saying you don't look like the type of person that belongs in this crowd. So we know that your friends and your family think you're retarded for being here. Have your sane people, have the same people in your friends and family circles told you that you're retarded for coming in the middle of these Durka people? That's the translation. Okay? She's saying, we're Durka. You look like a normal person. We're insane. We think that you probably have normal friends that are not Durka like us that have told you that you're retarded for joining us. Have your friends told you that you're retarded for joining us? That's the translation. So she's saying, yeah, there's many of these things. Like even in families, there's fights between brothers and sisters. Like these are the type of conversation people have in their family, between family members. Yeah, but however, when you see it with your own eyes and you see the reality with your own eyes, like what is it exactly that I'm here for? I don't actually know. Tell us. Like I'm here because I'm very proud of my language. I think she's actually retarded. Like, you know, we kind of use the word retarded here to insult these people. But I think I shouldn't have used it on her because I think she's actually like mentally handicapped. Like I'm not exaggerating. I genuinely think this person is mentally handicapped. Like not retarded as an insult, retarded as in actually retarded. She's saying like I'm here. Why am I here? I'm here because I'm proud of my language. Okay. Like I'm here because I'm proud of my culture. I'm proud of my past. Guys, she's here supporting this jihadi woman because she's proud of the Persian language. Okay, that makes sense apparently in her mind. Like if you look at around you, all of these people here, all of these kids, why are they here? I don't know, lady. You tell us. You're saying they're here to show that they're Iranian. Okay. Wow. Okay. Guys, I wouldn't I don't know. I didn't know.
It's next level gaslighting.
It's the oh my God. They're here to show their Iranianism. Okay, so apparently coming out in the streets, supporting the occupiers of Iran, supporting the people who just killed 40,000 Iranians, breaking a record in 10 hours, killing more than 40,000 Iranians. Supporting the most anti-Iranian force that has ever existed in history is basically showing that you're Iranian. Okay. You're saying basically this is the same as saying that my country is part of my body. Like from here, basically the issue is not your ethnicity. Oh, wait, say religion. Say جدا از دین.
اندیشه هر فکری یه چیزی که همه رو دور هم دیگه
Oh, she didn't say deen. She didn't say religion. So he's saying here, independent from your ethnicity, independent from anything, from your thought, whatever separates us. But for some reason, she didn't say religion.
جمع میکنه اون تفکریه که همه واقعا تو یک مسیر داریم.
Like the only thought here is that we're all on the same page. Okay, she's basically not very smart. Like she's not even smart based on Durkheim. Let's go to this one. Oh, Dementor. Full ninja. This one is full ninja. Okay, so this is an older lady. So like you're basically hi grandma or like mother, or basically saying, what are you here? So this is an older lady with an AK-47 or Kalashnikov. You're like, we are John Fadai. So we are here to sacrifice our lives for our supreme leader. We are. She's like, we are the girls that are sacrificing our lives for the supreme leader. Again, I didn't say girls. She said girl. Oh, and also for Soleimani, Qasem Soleimani. Like, what can women do these days? Yeah, expect your petroleum, guys. Exactly, on this entire crowd. Like, what could women do these days to support? She said, like, just come here and create these legends. Nighttime, daytime, just come out. یه ترقه بندازی اینجا، این همشون فرار میکنن.
از همون ساعتی که شنیدیم رهبرمون شهید شده ما تو صحنه بودیم تا به امروز.
Like from the very moment that we heard that our supreme leader was martyred, we were here in the scene from the very first day until now. So you're saying like, so there wasn't a single night that you stayed home?
شب اگر توی خونم مهمانی داشتم یا مهمانی بودم شب خودرویی رفتم. ساعتی که میدونستم خودرویی هست رفتم خودرویی. با خودرو رفتم. امایشمو نشون دادم.
I'm saying, okay, so she's saying some nights that I had a guest, I just came out with the car and then I went back home. So she's like, were you really here every night? And she's like, man, well, not every night. Some nights I had the guests and I just came out and with my car and I drove around and went back home. But she's saying like, I showed my presence with a car or with like Khodroi. I had a automobile presence. I basically came with the car and then I left when I had a guest, when I had to do something at home.
No.
Like, wouldn't you get tired? Like, isn't this tiresome?
Like,
no, why should I get tired? I mean, guys, why do they think like they're sacrificing so much by coming outside? This is their partying. Like every night they're coming out and there's concert and there's food and there's people and they're basically singing and their own Durka version of singing and dancing. It's basically like festivals for 40 days straight. And like, oh, like they're out partying, basically their own version of partying. And like, oh, this is our sacrifice. Like, how is this a sacrifice? This is the most fun you ever had in your life. Like a lot of things that used to be illegal, like you have concerts and music and everything, and you have hijabless girls everywhere telling like, hey, single boys, Basiji single boys, we're here, come take us. And you're like, oh my God, wow, so tiresome. Like this is like, I promise you, for most of these people, they never had this much fun their entire life. They're acting like this is a sacrifice.
تا زمانی که آقامون دستور بده ما همچنان توی صحنه هستیم.
Like until she's saying that for as long as our supreme leader keeps ordering for us to come out here, we will be out here.
وقتم خسته نمیشم.
And we will never get tired.
خوشحالم که کلافم. من هر چی
Like I'm happy that our enemies are annoyed.
بدونم اونا کلافه هستن من بیشتر توی صحنه.
Like the more I know that this what I'm doing is annoying our enemies, basically the Americans and Israelis, the more I will come out. If guys, Israelis and Americans, I didn't know you. This is annoying you so much. Is this really annoying you? Because she says like our presence here is annoying the Americans and Israelis, and the more I know that this is annoying them, the more I'll come out.
نمیام حتی نوه‌هام و بچه‌هام و همه رو کشوندم توی صحنه که
Like I brought my children and my grandchildren. I brought them all here.
بیشتر کلافه بشن.
Okay, so that I could annoy them more. Wow. Okay. Good job, lady. Good job. Wow. با اینا چی کار کنیم بعد از آزادی ایران؟ گل
بفرستیمشون کربلا نجف. میدونم برن اونجا سیاه خونه برا خودشون بذارن.
Okay. Okay. All right. So that was that. Thank you, Goldie, for the. We needed some Durkop. Always at the end. Let me stop this.
Did you end up playing 2C or no? Because if you haven't played 2C,
oh no, I have not. I did
okay.
not. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll go to 2C TV now then, and that'll give me a quick break, so now I can actually eat something. But Armin, thank you for being here, and we'll see you.
Thank you.
Tomorrow.
Yes, and guys, I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javid Shah. Ayande Iran.
Ayande Iran. There you go. See you tomorrow, Armin.
See you.
Okay. So we will go to 2C because we haven't played that, and he just streamed this a couple of hours ago. And that'll give me some time to eat something. And then I will be back. And we'll continue with Morad Vaisi's analysis because I'm very curious to see what Morad Vaisi has to say about all of this.
Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm 2C, and the Islamic Republic of Iran is having a tough day. Once again, President Trump has caused chaos using his words, not even the military. Okay, so it's all kicking off in Iran as expected. Earlier today, President Trump came out and said that the IRGC, the Islamic regime in Iran, have agreed to everything. I got excited. I said, wow, have they actually managed to do the surrender deal over the nuclear issue? Then I realized, hang on. While everybody else on the other side were having a meltdown, I said, wait, give it a second. Number one, never take Trump literally take him seriously. Number two, he's making an announcement while there are no negotiations right now. The final round of talks is supposed to be in a couple of days or on Monday, Tuesday, right? And I was like, okay, hang on, give it a second. Then we realized what happened. Absolute mayhem inside the regime in Iran. They came out, they denied all the things that President Trump said, and the infighting over the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump managed to get the government in Iran and the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, to agree to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, not the Americans, the Islamic regime. So the US Navy continued the blockade of Strait of Hormuz while the Islamic regime are allowing the vessels to go through. You see the problem here, right? Of course, the IRGC had to say yes to that, but then things happened in the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, following the denial of by the Islamic regime in Iran of what President Trump said, claimed that they agreed to everything. The IRGC continue their coup. Obviously, they have pushed out the clerics and the Ayatollahs in recent days. Now they want to do the same thing with the so-called government of the Islamic Republic. So the Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, is now going to be considered as a puppet of the IRGC. They're coming for him. Some of them want to arrest him already. Some of them are saying because it's wartime, we can't really kill him. And I'm going to explain who's saying what exactly. Some of the members of parliament in Iran. But they said that if we have to send Abbas Araghchi to Pakistan again to do negotiations, he is not going to have any say. We will tell him and we will give him the mandate. All right, so let's talk about what's going on. First things first, Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister in Iran, posted this, and this caused chaos in Iran. In line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Everybody was like, hang on, wait, what? The regime in Iran surrendered over the Strait of Hormuz. This place is now open. So President Trump, that means that the US Navy are no longer going to do a blockade. Then we realized, no. The regime in Iran didn't know what Abbas Araghchi had agreed to. The US Navy continued the blockade of Strait of Hormuz. They will allow certain ships, the vessels, to go through. The Islamic regime are no longer allowed to do a blockade. That's what's happened. But then the rest of the IRGC were not too happy, so they caused some chaos a couple of hours ago in the Strait. This is the live feed that we have. But having said that, this is how things kicked off. We had the member of parliament, senior member of parliament, Mahmoud Nabavian, saying that vessels can go through, can pass, but only by paying tolls to the Islamic regime. He said, with the retreat of the evil US regime and acceptance of a ceasefire in Lebanon, some commercial ships will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz by paying tolls. Of course, the United States are not going to be too happy about this, and they are fully aware of what's actually happening in the Strait of Hormuz. The IRGC have once again shot themselves in the foot. They had one job: surrender, sign the nuclear deal, give everything up, reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It's not helping because the US troops continue to be deployed and remobilized from the US, from Europe, all the way to the Middle East. What are you thinking, you absolute idiots? Having said that, the US Central Command confirmed that despite what the regime in Iran have been saying in terms of their propaganda, from the American side, this is what we have. CENTCOM said that the US naval blockade continues. The US officials have also said that the US military blockade will remain in effect throughout the ceasefire. They will be monitoring the situation in the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf. Meanwhile, President Trump came and said that the regime in Iran have accepted everything. Everybody was like, hang on, wait, what is going on here? Obviously, those who take Trump literally, they believed him. The markets loved it. The markets were like, "Whoa, this is very good. Everything's getting calm. There seems to be a deal." Well, President Trump creates realities. He basically says something that's not happening right now and forces the hand of the enemy. They will either have to now surrender in the next few days or ask for the end of the world for them. Then President Trump posted this to clarify that the IRGC are lying, that the ceasefire in Lebanon is linked to the situation with the ceasefire in Iran. President Trump posted, the USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape or form. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President DJT. So obviously for the US government, it's probably best to do carrot and sticks. Sticks will be used against the Islamic regime. Carrots will be used in Lebanon because everybody is now fully united, the Lebanese government, the Israeli government, and the American government, that Hezbollah needs to go. No more concessions, no more compromise. So obviously, those who expect just bonfire and fireworks to continue don't understand that, well, the Israeli Defense Forces can continue the same level of operations that they've been doing for the past 3 years, 4 years, 3 years, but nothing will actually happen unless you have the Lebanese government on your side fully. And the Lebanese government can only be on your side if the Americans force them. Now, and you can't have bonfire going on in Lebanon at the same time as in Iran. That aside, the Islamic regime were claiming that the ceasefire in Lebanon were linked to their demands. They were claiming victory, saying we won. And then President Trump said nothing to do with that. And obviously, when President Trump said, we're going to go pick up the nuclear dust, he basically says, it's over. You either can accept the surrender deal in Iran, or we're going to have to take it to the next level. As I said, at this point, the regime in Iran don't really have a choice. I've been recommending them not to accept the surrender deal, but at this point, it's probably in their favor to accept the nuclear surrender deal because there's no other option. And if they are relatively smart enough, they would do it. The problem that they have is that there is no central command, there is no unifying force, there is no one single individual or group in charge of Iran. There are different factions, and in this live stream, we're going to explain the absolute chaos happening inside the regime in Iran as the infighting grows. There are a couple of things here. Bill says the IRGC gives up everything but power. How long? It will take some time. Do you know anything about the US unfreezing $20 billion for the nuclear materials? I've heard it's part of the negotiation. That's, again, this is Islamic Republic propaganda. They've been going around claiming this. Again, if you hear something on social media from anybody, whether it's the regime in Iran or the US government, don't believe what you hear. Only believe what actually happens, not words. Words are just propaganda, the rhetoric that happens during, diplomacy and wartime. You only believe what actually happens, the outcome, not words. Words are not really important. President Trump could say whatever he wants to say. The leadership in Iran, could say whatever they want to say. It doesn't matter. Outcome is the important thing. Now, the Islamic regime, who have been claiming that they're now in charge and they've won, they've been telling that to the people in Iran. Some people believe it because of the internet blackout. But the reality comes from the Strait of Hormuz. The Americans have released this video from the Strait of Hormuz showing that the US Navy is in full control and the Islamic regime in Iran continue to bow down. Watch this.
Blue Sky 4, this is U.S. Navy Warship 115. Request you return to original port of call in Iran. How copy? Over.
The Americans told the Iranians.
Sir. Thank you very much. Copy, sir. Me alter to Iran. Thank you.
Blue Sky 4, this is U.S. Warship 115. I understand you will return to your previous port of call in Iran. This is U.S. Warship 115, standing by on channel 16. Out.
So in case you didn't hear this, the Americans basically told the Iranian vessel, saying, this is the US Navy, and you have to return to Iran. And then the other side, the guy said, hey, yeah, sure, yeah, we will return to the port in Iran. And then the Americans had to confirm, so you will return, turn around, yep. This is a level of victory inside the Islamic Republic. In the middle of all this, when we had the announcement that the Strait of Hormuz has been reopened, again, only by the Islamic Republic, not by the Americans, because the US Navy is still there, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, for some stupid reason came out and took credit for it. I'm not kidding, I'm not exaggerating. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, who's not even involved in any shape or form with the situation in the Middle East, went to Paris to hang out with his boyfriend, Emmanuel Macron, and claimed that it's because of our cooperation in Europe that we have secured the reopening of Strait of Hormuz, and we will continue to work together to ensure the transit is free, navigation is free. Watch this.
And confirm that along with France, the UK will lead a multinational mission to protect freedom of navigation as soon as conditions allow. This will be strictly peaceful and defensive as a mission to reassure commercial shipping and support mine clearance.
What?
We invite all nations with an interest in the free flow of global trade to join us. Some have already indicated their readiness to contribute. We will
readiness? What readiness? President Trump has been single-handedly dealing with these idiots, and he asked them. He asked the Europeans to get involved weeks ago, days ago. They didn't, and now they say, "Yeah, of course, we got all the Europeans. We're very much in favor of. We're ready. Ready for what exactly? Why are you so excited about this?" Now, the Prime Minister, start for a second. We had a bit of an issue because when the Foreign Minister in Iran, Abbas Araghchi, made the announcement that the Strait of Hormuz has been reopened, and when the IRGC military had a meltdown saying, whoa, who decided this? There were some issues in the Strait. So, as you can see in this footage, numerous vessels they were transiting towards the Strait of Hormuz this evening had to make a U-turn. They literally made a U-turn and went back. The reason for this was because the IRGC Navy, well, it's not necessarily the Navy, it was actually there in mainland Iran and on the islands, who were threatening these vessels, saying, go back to the Persian Gulf, do not cross the Strait of Hormuz. As you can see, the green ones that return, they make a U-turn, they turn around. Over a dozen ships reversed course. And of course, that just shows nobody knows who's in charge in Iran. The foreign minister says one thing, the IRGC military come for him, and the rest of them are saying, okay, so we have to listen to President Trump because otherwise things are going to kick off. The others are fighting with the ones who reopened the Strait of Hormuz, and they're trying to close it. The problem is they can't close the Strait of Hormuz because they don't have any naval assets. All they have is missiles and drones. They are threatening to launch against these vessels. So all these vessels are now turning around again. The reopening of Hormuz is going absolutely perfectly fine, just like the so-called ceasefire. Then we had Esmail Baghai from the Foreign Ministry of the Islamic Republic. So this man is the IRGC plant in the Foreign Ministry. So you got the Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, who is from the so-called reformist side of the regime, but obviously they're all the same, but they're slightly different to the rest of the fanatics of the IRGC. They're all terrible people, obviously. But you have the Esmail Baghai, who is from the IRGC inside the Foreign Ministry to make sure that they can keep tabs on the politicians. The spokesperson said that Iran's enriched uranium is as sacred as the country's soil and under no circumstances will be transferred anywhere. President Trump said earlier, when he was going around saying the Islamic Republic have accepted everything that we wanted. Everything. And I was like, this is great. Surrender. But then this is what Esmail Baghai said. He basically clarified, we haven't agreed to anything.
بعضی از مقامات آمریکایی ذکر کردن هیچ کدومشون قابل تایید نیست. به عنوان مثال عرض میکنم خدمتتون، اورانیوم غنی شده ایران به هیچ عنوان قرار نیست به جایی منتقل بشه. به همون اندازه که خاک ایران برای ما مهم هست و مقدس هست، این موضوع هم برای ما اهمیت داره.
پس به طور کامل این رد میشه. موضوع انتقال اورانیوم با قنای 60% مطرح نیست.
هیچ وقت این بحث مطرح نبوده. به عنوان یک گزینه از سوی ما مطرح نبوده که اورانیوم غنی شده ایران به آمریکا منتقل بشه. گزینه‌های مختلفی وجود داره در رابطه با حل و فصل موضوعاتی که به عنوان بخشی از پرونده هسته‌ای ما محسوب میشه، اما هیچ وقت عرض کردم انتقال مواد غنی شده ایران به آمریکا به عنوان گزینه مطرح نبوده برای ما.
تغییر دائمی غنیسازی چطور؟
عرض کردم ببینید همه این مواردی که مطرح میشه بخشی از کارزار رسانه‌ای است که
it's propaganda, he says. It's Western propaganda.
تحت تأثیر قرار دادن مذاکره کنندگان و میز مذاکره. ما دیپلمات‌های ما اعضای تیم مذاکره کننده قطعاً تحت تأثیر این فضاسازی‌ها قرار نخواهند گرفت. بر اساس دستورالعمل‌هایی که نظام تعیین میکنه
What regime?
هیئت مذاکره کننده کار را پیش میبره، اون چیزی که به نفع مصالح و حقوق ملت ایران هست.
Okay, so few issues here. Number one, he's claiming that is actually live. It's not moving. Yeah, it's moving. That obviously President Trump, whatever he said, is not true, and obviously it's not true because they're not talking right now. You can only say that one side has agreed to everything when it's on the day of negotiations, right? So there have to be negotiations for one side to say, oh, we just got confirmation that the other side have agreed to our demands. There are no talks right now. We have to wait another few days, right? And this guy is now saying not only what President Trump said is not true, obviously, he did it on purpose, because there was a bit of a bonus over here. President Trump, by basically claiming that the IRGC have accepted all the demands of the Americans, number one, he caused more chaos inside the regime because they were going around saying, who accepted this? Who is doing this? Who's talking to the Americans right now without us knowing? Secondly, the markets loved it because it's so easy to manipulate the markets these days if you're President Trump. And at the same time, it shows their hands. The idiots keep showing their hands. Not only he had to deny that what President Trump said is not true, but he also had to basically say, because President Trump pushed them into a corner, they are now in a paranoid way saying we will never agree to uranium being transferred outside or permanently stopping enriching uranium. They are making things more difficult for themselves. Because if at the end of the day, in the next few days, if the Islamic representatives of Iran accept the deal, you do realize what's going to happen. The hardliners in Iran are going to have a meltdown and more chaos will happen. And if they don't, well, the Americans will have to cause chaos in Iran. The reason I say this is because the regime and their supporters are not too happy. Firstly, the situation with the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, who posted the post on X earlier saying, yes, we have agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. There was a reaction. We also just got some breaking news that the next US-Iran talks will take place on Monday in Islamabad, Pakistan. So that's breaking news now, Monday. So it's Friday now. 3 days from now, the IRGC will either have to now be forced to sign a surrender deal, or they're just going to walk away and bad things will happen. As I said, at this point, it is in their interest to accept the deal, even though it's not really in their interest. It's a surrender deal, but they don't really have any other option. Going back to Araghchi, Mortaza Mahmoudi said that, this is one of the top IRGC guys, said that the foreign minister would have faced impeachment and imprisonment over the announcement he made earlier if it was not during wartime. He accused him of making ill-timed remarks that calmed the global oil and energy markets, because that was the result. The markets, they loved it. And the IRGC don't want the markets to calm down. And President Trump forced the foreign minister to submit, even temporarily. That helped. Having said that, the mayor of Tehran, Ali Reza Zakani, said the negotiating table was supposed to be a continuation and complement to the battlefield. Just as the principle of negotiation has been under the view of the leader of the revolution, whoever that is, all key decisions must also be made in accordance with His Eminence's strategies and with his approval. He's talking about Mujtaba Khamenei. We don't even know where he is. Apparently you need his approval. He also said, after the foreign minister's tweet, we witnessed Trump's drunken audacity. President Trump, for the record, doesn't drink alcohol, you nutter. If Trump's statements are lies, foreign minister, refute them loudly, without hesitation, decisively and swiftly. But if, God forbid, they are true, We must not gift the enemy at the negotiating table and what he failed to seize on the battlefield. In the face of Trump's threats, rely on the brave and engaged people. If America's claims of a naval blockade on Iran is correct, then the ceasefire has been violated. We are in the midst of war and we must deliver an appropriate response. They don't even know who's in charge. Then this happened. The IRGC members, we got this list of messages. I'm going to translate this. So we're going to start from top left, right? It says, I think these developments are actually very positive for Iran's future and for Iranians. The death of Saivadi and others, like commanders and generals, reopen negotiations, giving up uranium. You think these are good developments? So what would be considered bad developments? And it says, next one says, my dear, what leadership? Right now, they've made Iran into a playground for foreign countries. So what is the role of the leader? What pain does he feel when he has no effect, no film, no photo, no authority? The whole government is in the hands of others. Another one said, we were in the streets every night chanting slogans. Our demands were clear. You stood with the killer leader, that's the other side. If the leader wasn't there, we could have been in a completely different place in the world. Maybe then you would sleep more peacefully and not hear the Zionists in the news every day. And another one said, I feel humiliated. I wish I could die right now. Another one says, I feel like we are approaching the reappearance of God. Humanity has gone too far. And the next one says, these are conditions set by traitors. It has nothing to do with God. Now, in this war, they want to martyr their leadership too. Yet they deny the army's responsibility. Why do they keep selling out this country? The next one says, what humiliation. They are martyring the imam. And we are just sitting here watching. Another one says, the blood of the martyrs from the leadership to the Basij forces. What about that? Revenge for all these dear loved ones, dear ones that were lost. What happens to that? Another one says, whatever they can do, they will do. They should not give up the enriched uranium because that's exactly like Libya. They will attack later. Another one says, pressure from Iran for a ceasefire in Lebanon. He added 20 conditions for a ceasefire. So what did they accept that you're calling it well, the direct translation is a yellow dog, but it's different. Are these people stupid or are you? And another IRGC guy says, it is over for the Islamic Republic. Now it has been proven to everyone that you betrayed the martyrs of the Islamic world. You talk about the leadership's words. Do you even think about the martyrs of Lebanon? Okay. Even the leader's blood means nothing to you. It is extremely hard for me to accept that the reality has become this. You have humiliated the nation and God will not forgive you. That's about the government in Iran and the foreign minister. It gets better. Why reopen negotiations? Those things that Trump says will eventually become reality. They're scared, basically. That's what Trump said earlier when he claimed that the regime have accepted everything. It's going to happen. They're all scared. They're all terrified. So that was basically the dramatic group chat by the IRGC that are not too happy. At the same time, the Islamic regime continued to show major internal conflict. And, oh yeah, when they said dog, they were talking about Trump, by the way. The direct translation, yellow dog, it's not really a yellow dog. It's basically that dog, Trump. That's basically the insult. After Abbas Arashi and President Trump both said that the Strait of Hormuz is open, and then we discovered that, what they meant was the Islamic regime are not allowed to blockade, but the US Navy will continue to do the blockade. The IRGC found out what happened. They have openly questioned the government, the officials. And right now, the IRGC military are also taking over from the government officials. So after taking over from the clerics and the Ayatollahs, now they want to take over from the government because they have guns. And Abbas Araghchi doesn't have guns. And the stupid president who nobody cares about. The IRGC, using the state media, have been saying that we should not even talk. We should not even do ceasefire. But the regime in Iran continue to do ceasefire and they continue to agree to talk because they got different factions. One group are going to Pakistan on Monday to talk to the Americans. The other group don't want to do it, which means even if the delegates from Iran accept the deal on Monday, which is highly likely to just surrender the nuclear program, the rest of them are not going to, as we say, ratify the deal. They're going to start killing everybody else. So it's a lose-lose situation. And I'm hoping that they will sign the deal on Monday because it's going to be funnier than if they don't sign the deal. But the IRGC officials have now also confirmed to Reuters that no agreement has been reached on the details of the nuclear issue. We will not surrender. I have a feeling you are going to surrender on Monday. Now, Tasnim News from the Islamic Republic, this is the propaganda outlet, have now also tried to take credit for the ceasefire in Lebanon, right? They've been telling people in Iran that the IRGC military were prepared to strike Israel at 8 p.m. local time last night when the ceasefire was confirmed. Well, implemented, basically. But then they held off once the ceasefire was implemented in Lebanon. There was no indication that the IRGC military were getting ready to attack Israel last night. We would have known. The Israeli intelligence would have known. The American CIA would have known. They're just talking nonsense. You are not ready to sacrifice the ceasefire just to save Hezbollah. You've just been using them as pawns. You don't even care about Hezbollah at this point. It's just a sacrifice. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have released the latest videos from their operations in Iran over the last few weeks. This is the latest that we have now received. These are the naval, there we go, the naval assets, both in the south and the north, especially near the Caspian Sea in the north of Iran. During Operation Roaring Lion, the Israeli Defense Forces annihilated, as you can see in these videos, the navy of the IRGC. Now, if they can try to recover from this, well, not literally in terms of the navy being rebuilt, because that's not going to happen anytime soon, but in terms of propaganda, well, that's one thing. The reality is that the Islamic regime in Iran, no, they have no cards. That's why the people who are actually technically in charge, including the government, they have no option but to always say yes to the Americans. And this, the next video that we have for you guys is this one, which is the IDF striking more than 380 Hezbollah targets over the past 24 hours, including operatives, headquarters, and rocket launchers. So the operation in southern Lebanon, until the last few hours, continued as Hezbollah members tried to move around. The IDF identified the threat, and they continued to hit them. At the end of the day, it is now up to the Lebanese government to help. And this is where it gets interesting. The president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, said, "Our goal is the complete liberation of all Lebanese land from Hezbollah, Israeli withdrawal, and the return of the displaced to their homes, and the application of state control to the adventurers who are endangering the fate of Lebanon and the lives of the Lebanese. I say, enough. Only the state project in Lebanon is the strongest, the most enduring, and the safest for everyone, which is a lie. He says, we are no longer a card in anyone's pockets and an arena for anyone's wars, and we will never be like that again. This negotiation is not weakness, not retreat, and not concession, but a decision stemming from the strength of our belief in our right, our concern for our people, and our refusal to die for anyone, including Hezbollah. The negotiations do not mean that we will never mean a waiver of any rights, no compromise on any principle, and no violation of state sovereignty. The reason he can be confident about this is because President Trump has basically reassured that he will be supporting them against Hezbollah, so you don't have to wait for the Israeli Defense Forces to come and basically take chunk of southern Lebanon to do your work. The Lebanese military will now have to be forced to finally do their job because they have the backing of Trump now, directly, right? If the Lebanese military continues to fail to disarm Hezbollah, well, that means we've gone back to square one and nothing has changed. The Israeli military action in Lebanon has not been enough to completely disarm Hezbollah because they continue to hide among civilians and they go into tunnels and they keep coming out. The Israelis can't, on their own, finish off Hezbollah in Lebanon. You're going to need the Lebanese military, but do you actually trust them to be able to do the job? They say they can, and they will, apparently, and they say we don't need the Israelis anymore. We can do it now. I'm not going to hold my breath, President, so we'll wait. Let's see what they're going to do at the end of the day. Okay, so let's quickly check a few things over here. And we're also going to go live to our feed in Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. A couple of breaking news as well. Obviously, as I said, Monday has now been confirmed, the talks in Islamabad. And the regime in Iran, I can't take that seriously. The whole infighting has been the funniest thing since the ceasefire has started. The ceasefire happened between the foreign forces and the military in Iran, right? But since that ceasefire started, we've had a massive, massive hot war inside the regime. And that continues for a while. Okay. I just hope we won't leave you all out there helpless. Okay. Could you explain the white SIM card a bit? Yes, I'm curious about it. Does this enable the regime to monitor regime supporters' calls and texts via the white SIM cards? Could they be a way to find regime loyalists? So yeah, but the white SIM cards basically, it allows the ones who have it, which is basically the regime, to be able to bypass the blackout. And they will be able to make phone calls, access the internet, or whatever they want to do. It's just a SIM card. It just allows your device to be able to get access to everything. You can't use that to monitor other people. But yeah, I mean, if you see anybody having access, then you know they are part of the regime. Yeah. Doesn't Starmer realize he's making himself a laughing stock? I don't think it does. He's in a bit of a bubble. That's the problem. When Keir Starmer is forced to step down as Prime Minister, Disney has offered him a starring role in an upcoming movie. Starmer will play Captain Cook. Brilliant. Now, thank you for being there. Well, not there, but yes, if you mean the Middle East. So this is great that they all disagree. That means the blockade and sanctions will continue and that the economic crisis will topple them and their own supporters will abandon. Again, this is a problem because it's in our interest for them to accept the deal on Monday, but it's also in their interest to accept the deal. This is the first time that it's in the interest of the anti-regime, but also those inside the regime to accept the deal. Because if they don't accept the deal, it's going to be a complete mess for them, the bloodshed. But for us, the anti-regime elements, If they accept the deal, their suffocation will be much easier to bring them down. If they don't accept the deal, we're going to have to go back to military action and strikes, which is going to take longer time to bring down the regime. President Trump just doubled down again. He's just doubled down. Why is he doing this to them? He's just torturing the regime. He just said, we will bring back. He's making his speech at Turning Point. I'm going to see if we have the live feed. I think we have the live feed, actually. Let's quickly go to the president. Double check if he's still speaking, by the way. He's making his speech at Turning Point. Do we have him? Yeah, we have him.
Find out who the 3%
Hang on. Loudness.
is, because I consider them to be perhaps, boom. Or they don't watch television or something. We passed the largest tax cuts in American history, the largest spending cuts in American history, the largest regulation cuts in American history, and the largest investment in border security in the history of our country. And starting my first day in office, we banned the transgender mutilization of our children. And we made it the official policy of the United States of America that there are only two genders, male and female. That was easy. Could you imagine if I was up here 20 years ago or 15 years ago, probably 12 years ago, and I said, there are only two genders, male and female. People would say, what the hell is he saying that for? Is he crazy? That's got to be the worst speech I've ever heard. Why is he saying that? Or why is he saying that we got men out of women's sports? Can you imagine saying that 15 years ago? 15 years ago, if you said, and we got men out of women's sports, the audience would say, what's wrong with that guy? It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And we got critical race theory out of our schools. And we abolished DEI across the entire federal government. And we eliminated so-called affirmative action in federal contracting and university admissions. If you get great marks and have great scores, and your boards are good, everything is good, you're getting in. People can't go before. We have a country now that, again, is based on merit. That's the way we became great. But we have to win the midterms, and all of these things, it'll stay with us forever. But if we don't win the midterms, I said it during my State of the Union speech when I interviewed and talked to some people backstage. I said, you know, I'd like to have some of these people called out for their greatness. And we gave out, as you know, that night, the Congressional Medal of Honor to a young man who was flying a helicopter with practically his legs shot off. And he landed in Venezuela perfectly with a lot of men on board, like 48. And if that goes down, the Venezuela incredible attack, nobody killed, hundreds of millions of barrels of oil taken out. The relationship with Venezuela is great. We're working, it's like a great partnership. But if that doesn't happen, we looked at the Democrats, not one was clapping. Medal of Honor. Then we interviewed a mother, a beautiful mother, whose daughter was slashed from behind by a maniac. She could hardly stand. It was 8 months ago. She could hardly stand, crying uncontrollably. Not one Democrat was clapping. Then we introduced a war hero from 100 years. He was 101 years old. Gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor for his great heroics. Wasn't recognized until I came along. Not one Democrat clapped. Not one Democrat clapped. And now they don't want to pay our border security, and they don't want to pay our great patriots of ICE. You know, ICE is a tough job. You got those murders that they allowed into our country. Think of it. Thousands of murders came into our country. 11,000
888, 50% of whom killed more than one person. These are violent criminals, and ICE is tough. And I don't want that job, and most of you don't either. I have a couple of friends in the front row, and they're tough people, but they're not that tough. They don't want that job. And if we don't have ICE, and if we don't have our great Border Patrol, and if we don't have our great policemen, and all of these people, they're incredible. They keep our country great. They keep our country safe. And the Democrats want to defund them. They want to defund ICE. They want ICE terminated. And you know, whether you're liberal, conservative, doesn't matter. Democrat, Republican, independent, it's crazy. And I looked at them as we went through about 7 moments when you had to clap, and they didn't. I said, these people are crazy. They're crazy. And you know, I don't know if you noticed, the word was passed to them from people that were watching, I guess, on television, maybe standing backstage. They said, this guy is killing you. Start clapping. And the last half hour, they were clapping for everything I said. They were clapping for everything, things they shouldn't have been clapping for, because they heard they were getting killed. Just remember that night. That night was a very telling night. And we don't want to go back to that. We don't want open borders where millions of people pour into our country. We want to have safe borders. We want people coming into our country, but they want to come in, and we have to have them come in legally. Very simple. So I signed a historic executive order starting the process of shutting down the Federal Department of Education and sending education back to the states. Thank you, Linda McMahon. Linda McMahon. You know, education, move back to the states where it should be. You don't want to have a bureaucrat from Washington who couldn't care less about your community telling you how to educate your child. You have your local boards and your parent groups. One thing, I know you love your children. I'm not sure that they do. But we've largely removed education. We just did it. Just move them back. You know, we're supposed to go through a long process. Thank you, by the way, to Linda McMahon. She's been fantastic. Been fantastic. And we removed over 300,000 bureaucrats from federal payrolls. They had sometimes 10, 11, 12 people to do one job, and they just sit there. And you know what? I have a lot of respect for whatever. But you can't run a country like that. You can't, as the expression goes, has anyone ever heard of it? Make America great again. You can't make America great again when you do that. So we've done that, and you know, many of those people are very happy because right now more people are working in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. And many of those people that had these boring, lousy jobs where they weren't even jobs. Federal government, they went out, they got jobs in the private sector because we have the most people working that we've ever had before. And they're making more money and enjoying their job. It's sort of an amazing phenomenon. After decades of other countries stealing our jobs and plundering our wealth, thanks to our strong policy on tariffs, we cut our gaping trade deficit. Now, if you do 1%, you're considered like a genius. If you do 2 or 3%, it's unheard of. We cut it by 59% this year, our trade gap. It's the largest drop of a trade gap. Think of it. It's the largest drop in history, the history of our country. 59%. Can you believe it? So if you're a genius with 1%, and really a super genius at 3. What are you with 59? I don't know. As part of our tax cuts, we delivered, a lot of you benefited by this, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. You know, the great big beautiful bill is really the great big beautiful tax cut bill, but it was also, we gave you the right to deduct your interest payments on a car loan, but only if it's made in the USA. That's been incredible. You never had that right before.
And this week, millions of Americans received the largest tax refunds of their lives. The average is more than $4,000 per filer. Think of that. So nobody knew this was going to happen, but now they're getting their refunds back, and they're much larger than I said. In other words, I under-exaggerated, which is good. And in 4 long years, Sleepy Joe Biden, have you heard of him? What a president, what a disaster. But the whole party, it was the party. He didn't run the country. The people surrounding the Resolute desk in the Oval Office, they ran the party. Radical left lunatics. But in 4 long years, Sleepy Joe Biden got less than $1 trillion invested in our country, much less. And in 12 months, so think of it, 4 years. Ours is 12 months, and it's actually 11 because we haven't gotten the last month. So in 11 months versus, think of that, versus 4 years, they did less than $1 trillion. In 11 months, we did $18 trillion of new investments coming into our country. And that's a record for any country anywhere in the world by a lot. And the king of Saudi Arabia told me when I was in Saudi Arabia, they invested $2 trillion in our country. But he looked at me, he said, you know, Mr. President, a short time ago, we viewed the United States as a dead country. We thought it was dead. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And he's right, the hottest country anywhere in the world. For years before I took office, people thought that America was in decline, that our best days were in the past, and that the sun was setting on American power. But no one thinks that anymore, because we are indeed the strongest, the hottest, the best country anywhere in the world. And you know what? Nobody laughs at us anymore. They were laughing. They thought we were a laughing mess. Under this administration, America is on the march, and America is on the rise like we haven't seen maybe ever before. We are respected again as a country, and we're respected at levels that nobody thought possible. Unlike past leaders, this administration does not apologize for American power. We are not ashamed of American might, and we do not hesitate to defend the American people, which is what we've been doing for the last 2 months, because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. For years, we were ruled by fools who let every third-rate country push us around and bleed us dry on trade and everything else they could get away with. They took advantage of us on trade, not any more than that. But those days are over, and they're gone forever. America was not founded by weak and timid men who cowered in the face of evil or sat by as danger loomed and let our country go to hell. We are descended from the likes of George Washington, Andrew Jackson, Generals Ulysses S. Grant, Douglas MacArthur, General George Patton. Our ancestors knew exactly what to do with America's enemies. Beat them and beat them good. That's what they had to do. That's what they had to do. And if NATO teaches us any one thing, and I hope you all watched, because they weren't there for us. If it teaches us any one thing, we have to rely on ourselves. We can't rely on outside countries and outside sources. So do not listen to the craven and cowardly voices who tell you America needs to think small or to shrink from our duties or potential. Most people, they wanted to, you know, this recent situation, they wanted to do it, but they said, oh, let's not get involved. Sometimes you have to get involved. You have no choice but to get involved. If you're going to remain great, sometimes you have to get involved. Remember, I'm the peacemaker. I'm the one that settled 8 wars. I settled a war that would have killed 30 to 50 million people. India, Pakistan. You have to sometimes get involved. We are the inheritors of the most incredible civilization that has ever existed, and our task is to defend it. We have to defend it. Past leaders used our wealth and power to make other countries rich. and treated our military like a charity for the world while getting barely a word of thanks in return. Nobody thanks us. They don't say, oh, thank you so much. They don't thank us. They think we're stupid. That's really what it is. They don't thank us. Now we're using American strength to advance American interests for American citizens and to ensure that we remain the most dominant country on the face of the earth, which we're doing at levels that nobody can believe, actually. Every branch of our armed forces is setting new recruitment records that nobody thought would be possible because everyone wants to be a part of the greatest military the world has ever seen. In January, our warriors flew straight into the heart of the Venezuelan capital, captured the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro, and brought him to face American justice, which is what he's doing right now. And very soon, this great strength will also bring about a day, 70 years in waiting. It's called A New Dawn for Cuba. We're going to help them out with Cuba.
Cuba's
we
next.
have a lot of great Cuban Americans. Not too many people in this audience, I don't think, but you go to Miami, we have people, Cuban Americans, people that were brutally treated, whose families were killed and brutalized. And now watch what happens. Under this governing philosophy, instead of locking down our energy resources and putting ourselves at the mercy of those that hate us, and they hate us, and they don't respect us, but they do now, we are unleashing our own supplies with those really beautiful words. Perhaps you've heard them before. Drill, baby, drill. Right? And because of that, we now produce more oil than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined, and very soon that number will more than double. That's pretty good. In addition, our new partner, Venezuela. Venezuela's been great, really doing a good job over there, is adding very substantially to that number. Likewise, instead of using our wealth to throw open our borders and feed, house, clothe, and police the entire world, we're restoring the principle that America's immigration policies must serve the best interests of America and its great citizens. It's called America First. It's very simple, America First. And we'll help other countries, but we have to view it as America First. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country left. At this moment, Democrats have shut down the Department of Homeland Security to shield the world's most heinous and violent criminals from deportation. They want to keep them in our country. They have a murderer, killed many people. They want to keep him in our country. They're fighting very hard to keep him here. There's something, I'm telling you, there's something wrong with these people. They want to protect deranged monsters like the illegal alien from Haiti, who recently beat a mother of two to death with a hammer at a Florida gas station for all to see. It was all on tape. You saw it just a week ago. Last month, a migrant criminal with 15 prior charges and 4 prior deportations threw an 83-year-old veteran onto the subway tracks in New York City, killing him instantly as he got run over by a subway train. Threw him in. It's all on tape. Democrats want to protect him. They want to protect criminal aliens. Republicans want to put them in jail or ideally deport them as long as they never come back. And under my leadership, we ended asylum fraud. We ended all catch and release. We stopped third world migration. We suspended all refugee resettlement except for persecuted South Africans. They're being persecuted. In South Africa, there's a very horrible thing going on in South Africa. It's a genocide. It's a horrible thing. And we made it possible for these people to come into our country. They kill people if they're white, if you're a white person. And I'll tell you what, I did great with the black vote, the African-American vote, and they understand this better than anybody. South Africa, they kill white farmers. And we said, you come into our country and we let you come in,
you get a green card, and you get a passport. You can stay in our country. Terrible, terrible. We can't let it go on. No, we don't have to talk about it. People don't like talking about it. You know, New York Times wrote a story about it years ago. That was the only story they ever wrote, because I'm sure the reporter got fired immediately. But we've deported a record number of criminal aliens, a record. Nobody's ever seen the numbers like this. And for the first time in more than 50 years, we now have reverse migration, a beautiful thing, actually. And just imagine where our country would be today if instead of spending trillions of dollars on illegal migrants who come into our country illegally and spending it on the Green New scam, one of the greatest scams in history, remember? Climate change, global warming, all of this. They actually had global warming. Remember that wasn't working because we were actually cooling as a planet. Then they had another one and another one and another one, and they were wrong. And then they just said, climate change, because climate change takes care of heat, snow, whatever you have. But past leaders had used American wealth and power to raise our civilization to brand new heights. This is the choice for every voter. In the midterms, Democrats want to drag America down, destroy our country, put it into crime, poverty, and squalor. Really the squalor of a third world nation. We would have been, if I didn't win this election, within a short period of time, we would have been a third world nation. Hard to believe, isn't it, huh? Republicans want to build America up into a nation with no rivals in human history, to make your family safer and wealthier than ever before. We're making your family safe. We're making you safe. So if you want a poor and weak America, a country that's riddled with crime, death, disease, and nothing but problems, you should immediately vote Democrat. If you want a rich and strong and a country that you're going to be proud of, America, you must go out in the midterms and vote Republican. We need that. And I was going to say that when a president wins, Republican or Democrat, for some reason they lose the midterms often, most of the time. It doesn't make sense. Even if you have a president who's doing a good job, and I think I'm doing the best job of anybody, really, I do. I do. When you add it all up, when you add it all up, nobody's done what we've done. But for some reason, a president, Republican, Democrat, the party does poorly in the midterms. It doesn't make sense. I'm still trying to figure it out. We'll go out, I think, probably hire a couple of psychiatrists. What the hell is going on in your mind? How does that happen? Because it should be the opposite. We're doing well. We're doing our job. We're ending wars all over the place. By the way, with the exception of our little excursion, and wait till you see prices fall. Did you see oil is down today and prices are down today? But we inherited the highest prices in the history of our country. We inherited that, and then we worked on it, and what a job we've done, and we took inflation way down. We inherited the worst inflation in history, and what a job. But we had to put out that flame. We had to put out that horrible fire, really, that was taking place in Iran. We had to do it. Otherwise, you want to see a problem? Give them a nuclear weapon. They'd use it the first day. You want to see a problem? They would use it the first day. It's not going to happen. So we're thrilled to be joined today by many incredible Arizona leaders who will help achieve this victory, including candidates for Congress, a lot of great athletes running. I don't know what this is. Jay Feely, great kicker, great athlete. Where's Jay? Jay Feely. Where's Jay? Wherever you are, Jay. Hi, Jay. Great athletes. A sheriff who I've been friends with for a long time, Sheriff Mark Lamb. Sheriff. Good to see you, Sheriff. Got the look, right? I want to get one of those hats, Sheriff. Tell me where. Tell me where you got it. Wouldn't have to worry about my hair. I could just put that. I hear you're doing great in the polls, Sheriff, too. Representatives Juan Ciscomani,
Paul Gosar, Abe Hamadeh, Eli Crane, and a really good friend of mine who's running for governor, who should win. He's great. Andy Biggs. Where's Andy? You better win, Andy. I hate to lose him from Congress. You want to know? You know, I'm sort of torn with Andy. I hate to lose him, but he'll be a great governor. Arizona GOP Chair Sergio Moreno. Sergio. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio. Great job you're doing. Thank you. Thank you for all the help. Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson. Warren. Thank you, Warren. Thank you. Popular, Warren. Very popular. Treasurer Kimberly Yee. Thank you, Kimberly. Good job. State Representative Alex Collodin. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, I can't believe it. I love this guy. So popular. A man, he's probably in his 50s, early 50s, but he's been around a long time, much longer than that. He's a special person. There was no border problem when he was here. Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
We're getting some breaking news.
Sheriff Joe.
From Iran.
Where's Sheriff Joe? You know.
So we're going to have to interrupt this. Unfortunately, we're getting some breaking news from Iran as the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have launched an attack on the Kurdish regions in Erbil. We're just going to quickly bring you guys the footage that we've now just received, and then we'll see what on earth is happening right now. This is in the west and eastern parts of the country, of course. Let's quickly go and see. This is an IRGC drone attacking. Okay, so this is an IRGC drone that has now targeted the Kurdish headquarters in Erbil, and we are now waiting for response and reaction from the other side to see what is going on exactly over here near the border. It's not too far from the border, but this has just happened now. I'm going to get some more information on the retaliation, if there is going to be any, but obviously we'll get everything confirmed later on for you guys. Let's have a look over here. Someone said, I love your show, but whenever you show that Prime Minister Keir Starmer, it makes me want to rage quit. Thought they were not enriching, yet they will not give up their 60% enriched material. And they are enriching. They've always confirmed they were enriching. That's what they're negotiations. They have been enriching. Starmer Marta has a nice...
Okay, Tusi's just going to the super chats now. Has Armin gone through the super chats? Yeah, I think he has. Okay. All right. So Tusi's done. So I'm going to go back. I want to go back to Morad Vaisi's analysis from earlier this morning. So we're going to continue this because I do want to finish watching this, and then I'm probably going to call it a night because I have to make a few videos, and yeah. And I had another interview with the wonderful and amazing Chanel from One America News. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's going to air at 10 p.m. tonight. But yeah, we're going back to Amu Morad. So when we left off, he was speaking about I think it was like he basically had made a list of all the various facts that basically led him to believe that the Islamic regime is in the process of collapsing. So we're going to continue on.
ولی اینی که اون سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی رو مطابق با امنیت ملی و منافع ملی خودش میبینه، این به نفع مردم ایران. چون اسرائیل میگه این بمونه، فردا پس فردا یه ذره آبا از آسیاب افتاد، توافق با ترامپ هم میذاره کنار اگه توافق بشه، بعد میره موشک قوی تر میسازه، بمب اتمی هم میسازه، دوباره میاد سراغ ما. بنابراین اسرائیل سرنگونی.
So Matt's asking, what does one have to learn to do analysis like this? I don't know. Like, guys, it's like geopolitical analysis is difficult. Not everyone is not everyone does a good job. I do a good job. Armin does a good job. Morad Besi does a good job. I don't know. It's, when it comes to Iran is expert mode. Iran is expert mode. So, unless and until, I don't know, like, you basically have to live and breathe Iran in order to understand, because Iran is very, very, very complex, right? So there's a reason that Morad Besi is literally the expert.
جمهوری اسلامی رو نمیذاره کنار و مهمترین همپیمان مردم ایران تو این قضیه. 11 مهمترین دلیلی که
So now he's on reason number 11.
جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون خواهد شد. اکثریت مردم ایران از جمهوری اسلامی ناراضی‌اند و اکثریت مردم ایران معتقدن جمهوری اسلامی باید سرنگون بشه و اکثریت مردم ایران ایستادن که جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون کنه. علتی که اصلا مردم ایران از این مذاکرات عصبانی‌اند مال اینه که میگن ما می‌خوایم سرنگونش کنیم، چرا باش مذاکره می‌کنید؟ چرا باش توافق می‌کنید؟ چرا می‌خواید عمرش رو بیشتر کنید؟
Actually, guys, I'm going to pause for a moment because I have a monitor extender that I purchased. So I just want to set up my new monitor and see if the new setup works. So because I'm going to be focused on that, I don't want to play Morad Besi in the background because I obviously want to pay attention to what he's saying and also provide you with some updates. So let me just take a quick commercial break and I will play a few songs for you guys. And I'll be back in 5 minutes maybe. So I'll see you guys soon. Quick commercial break. I'll be back.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو هنگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بحر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ایران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آلین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ایرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی
ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش
ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شان هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net, but not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty, angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry, freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA, we stand with you. Basset are on every street, IRGC boots marching to beat. 40,000 killed, buried unnamed, 50,000 caged, broken and chained. The
Okay, so thanks for that. Thank you for indulging me. So yeah, the extension that I got is working, but I still have to like fix my setup. Like I just have to like do a few things to what's going on here? Oh no, what happened? Oh geez, what's going on? Gosh darn it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I still have to like actually like set up my set up the setup. But in the meantime, we'll continue with Morad Vesi. Wait, we'll continue with Morad Vesi because he's almost done, and then I'm going to call it a night, so I can fix my setup and also deal with some other things. So we'll finish up his analysis from this morning.
اکثریت مردم دنبال سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. 12 تحولات خطی پیش نمیره. نگران نباشید. بالا پایین.
Guys, it's not like a big fancy thing. I'll show you what I got. Like it's literally not even like an expensive thing or whatever. I basically I got like a portable monitor, right? Because it's kind of hard to like do everything on just like one screen. So I bought a portable monitor. Guys, look, the Goldie show, Iran Revolution Live is expanding. We're getting bigger, right? So I basically bought a portable monitor so I can have another screen so that it's easier to, you know, like show things and also view things. But I have to set it up later. So yeah. Oh yeah, I'm living large. I bought like, I don't even know what the brand is. Arzopa. There we go. So I'll figure it out. After the live stream. But yeah, we're expanding. Iran Revolution Live is growing, guys. We're growing. We have a second monitor now. Maybe we'll have a third monitor. Who knows? But yeah.
عالم سیاست هیچ وقت خطی پیش نمیره. اینجوری نیست مثلا میگه الان جمهوری اسلامی توافق میکنه. پس فردا تحریما رو برمیدارن. بعد اینا میمونن. سالها میمونن. سیاست اینجوری پیش نمیره. 13 جمهوری اسلامی کره شمالی نمیشه. جمهوری اسلامی اینجوری نیست که توافق کنه، موشک اتمی داشته باشه، بگه در داخلم مردم خودم رو سرکوب میکنم میمونم. شرایط ایران اصلا شرایطی نیست که ایران کره شمالی بشه. هم موقعیت ژئوپلیتیک ایران اجازه نمیده. کره شمالی یه گوشه دنیاست، با کسی ارتباطی نداره. جمهوری اسلامی و ایران وسط قلب تحولات بین‌المللی هستند. ضمن اینه که اصلا جامعه ایران جامعه نیست که اجازه بده کره شمالی بشه. این جامعه سرزنده‌ای که ما ببینیم یه سال 2 سال یه بار در یه سطح خیزش ملی قیام میکنه، این جامعه نیست که کره شمالی بشه یا اجازه بده جمهوری اسلامی بمونه. این 13. 14 و آخری، این خیلی من روش تاکید دارم. تجربه سقوط اسد بعد از پیروزی ظاهری در جنگ داخلی نشون داد حکومت در اوج موقعی که فکر میکنه میمونه ممکنه سقوط.
Guys, it's really important. So he's saying one of the reasons, so he basically went through 14 reasons for why he's convinced the Islamic regime is going to fall. Guys, this is Morad Vesi. Here we go. There you go. It's Morad Vesi. He's the top geopolitical analyst on Iran. So I basically, guys, like I watch Morad Vesi every day. He does 2 live streams every day. I watch his live streams. Usually I just watch it on my own, but a lot of people here appreciate his input because You know, this is where we get the OG analysis that we don't get in mainstream media or mainstream news. So, yeah.
این دیگه تجربه اسد بود دیگه، دیدیم به چشمون. گفت من
Right. So he went through 14 reasons for why he thinks that the Islamic regime, like why he's convinced the Islamic regime is falling. And then reason number 14 is like he's basically saying, look at Syria, look at how convinced Assad was that he's going to be around forever, and look how quickly Syria fell.
من جنگو بردم، گفت جنگ داخلی 10 ساله رو بردم، میمونم. یه دفعه زد ظرف در و سرنگون شد. عالم سیاست خطی پیش نمیره. جمهوری اسلامی الان ممکنه بیاد بگه آقا من توافق میکنم میمونم، عقب نشینی میکنم میمونم. عالم سیاست اینجوری نیست. درست در همین لحظه ممکنه اتفاقا آسیب پذیرترین باشه به دلیل تمام این دلایلی که خدمتتون عرض کردم. این 14 تا دلیل من معتقدم جمهوری اسلامی با توافق یا بی توافق در مسیر سرنگونیه.
Right, so he's saying these are the 14 reasons why he believes and he's convinced that regardless of an agreement, with or without an agreement, the Islamic regime will be overthrown. Of course, now we know that there probably wasn't an agreement because, you know, as Armin and I correctly predicted, Arakchi is now coming out and, sorry, not Arakchi, Ghalibaf has come out and he basically called President Trump a liar and said that the Islamic regime hasn't agreed to any of the terms that President Trump posted on Truth Social today. So very interesting times, guys.
جنگ ادامه پیدا میکرد علیهش، یا ادامه پیدا کنه سرنگونیش تسریع میشه، جنگ ادامه پیدا نکنه و جمهوری اسلامی توافق هم امضا کنه، بازم به این 14 دلیل در مسیر سرنگونی زمانش پس و پیش میشه. چند تا خبر دیگه هم بگم خدمتتون، بعد بریم سراغ سوال جواب. این هم خدمتتون عرض کنم که این تحولاتی که داره پیش میره، من درک میکنم که مردم یه جاهایی ممکنه مایوس بشن. من درک میکنم احساسات مردم، میبینم دیگه خودم، ولی من برداشتم از این تحولات اینه، امید بی خودی هم نمیخوام بدم.
Right. So what he's saying is that I know like a lot of people are, you know, feeling very anxious, and he's like, I'm not here to give false hope. I'm here to give you my analysis. So he's basically saying to his viewers, you know, his Iranian audience, that based on my observations of these 14 critical points, the Islamic regime is in the process of collapsing. Oh, someone's asking, am I happy with what Trump has reported so far today? Oh, I'm so happy. Are you kidding me? I'm ecstatic. Like today has been such a good day. Like President Trump, he's pitted the Islamic regime against one another, and now internally they're all freaking out and they're attacking one another. This is the best thing that could have happened. This is the best thing that could have happened. I'm very, very happy with President Trump's statements because he opened up the Strait of Hormuz, except the American Navy blockade is still there, preventing Islamic regime ships from going through. So he basically did a reverse Uno, because before the Strait of Hormuz was closed to all ships except for Islamic regime ships. Now the Strait of Hormuz is open to everyone except for Islamic regime ships. So of course I'm happy with what President Trump has said today, especially since after President Trump said what he said, you know, go back and watch, you know, the live stream from the beginning. Armin and I have shown extensive evidence of how Islamic regime hardliners are now freaking out and they're attacking one another, right? And they're basically like trying to like blame someone.
اساس واقعیت من معتقدم جمهوری اسلامی در مسیر سرنگونی.
Right, so Morad Vaisi is saying, based on like reality, like these 14 points, I believe the Islamic Republic is on the path to overthrow.
اما چند تا خبر دیگه بگم بعد بریم پرسش پاسخ. یه کشتی تجاری دیگه هم که از جمهوری اسلامی می‌خواست عبور کنه از محاصره، ناوشکن مایکل مورفی جلوشو گرفت و گفت باید برگرده. انور قرقاش مشاور ارشد دیپلماتیک اماراتیا گفته ما به جمهوری اسلامی اعتماد نداریم. دیدگاه امارات به طور راهبردی به جمهوری اسلامی تغییر کرده در این 40 روز. امارات و دبی دیگه محلی برای دور زدن تحریما نخواهند بود و اقتصاد جمهوری اسلامی خیلی وضعش خراب خواهد شد. اینی که دبی دیگه با جمهوری اسلامی همکاری نکنه، حتی اگر توافق بشه، دبی دیگه دبی سابق نخواهد شد برای جمهوری اسلامی و این کار دست جمهوری اسلامی. یه خبر دیگه دیدم که دست کم 2 نفر در ایست بازرسی‌های بسیج کشته شدن. 1 نفر در اصفهان، 1 نفر در رامسر. در لندن با مواد آتش‌زا به یک محوطه بیرونی دفتر ایران انترنشنال حمله شده و ایران انترنشنال هم یک بیانیه داد. پلیس گفته حمله از طریق ایجاد حریق بوده. 3 نفر بازداشت شدن. امروز دادگاه اولیه‌شون برگزار میشه. در تهران رئیس کمیسیون عمران محمد رضا رضایی کوچی گفته در حملات آمریکا و اسرائیل 50 فروند هواپیما آسیب دیدن. 10 تا هواپیماش اصابت مستقیم بوده. در پاریس امروز نشست مشترک کشورهای اروپایی درباره تنگه هرمز. آمریکا هم خیلی ازشون عصبانیه. میگه شما اون جایی که ما همکاری می‌خواستیم نکردید. کشورهای اروپایی گفتن اگر آتش بس بشه و درگیری‌ها تموم بشه بعد ما حاضریم کمک کنیم. که آمریکا میگه حالا چه کمکی؟ شما که وسط درگیری‌ها باید کمک می‌کردید، کمک نکردید. در ایران نت بلاکس اومده راجع به اینترنت نظر داده. گفته اینی که می‌بینید بعضی از شهروندا دارن وصل میشن به گوگل اینا، این در حد 2%. نت بلاکس گفته 98%.
Oh, so he's talking about net blocks. Let's pull up the net blocks post. So what he's saying is, so apparently net blocks is saying that he's talking about this post here. So the internet shutdown in Iran has now entered its 49th day after incident hour 1152. International connectivity remains low, around 2% of ordinary levels, despite some users gaining partial access to the Google search homepage, as was also observed in the January blackout. So at this point, it's been 49 days of like total internet shutdown in occupied Iran. And, at this point, only 2% of people in occupied Iran are able to get access to the internet.
بسته است هنوز. 49 روز گذشته، 1152 ساعت، بزرگترین قطع دسترسی مردم دنیا به اینترنت به شکل هدفمند.
Largest targeted shutdown of people's access to the internet in the world, in history. Okay, we're going to go to this final post from CENTCOM. So CENTCOM posted, the U.S. naval blockade continues. Wait, I'm going to put good. All right, let's watch this post from CENTCOM. Basically, CENTCOM is trolling the Islamic regime. There you go. So even CENTCOM is now trolling the Islamic regime. Good for them. Good for them. The Islamic regime deserves to be trolled and humiliated. So pretty happy about that. Okay, guys, we're going to end the live stream here. I want to thank everyone for joining us and looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow for day 112 of Iran Revolution Live. Guys, I actually have 2 interviews tomorrow. Anyone who has anyone who has access to One America News, Chanel Rion's show, I think she goes on at like 10 p.m. So if you want to watch my interview with her, you can watch it there. I'll try to get like a copy of it afterwards. Yeah, I did an interview with Chanel Rion today. I just have a screenshot of it here. Let me pull it up. Where is it? This is the screenshot. Wait, not video file. I want an image file. So, where is it? Desktop. Is this the one? Oh, nope, that's not the one. That was my one. That was my one with Newsmax. Wait, let me find it. Oh, I think it was this one. Here we go. So yeah, I did, and I love Chanel. She's wonderful. She's so lovely. So yeah, so I did an interview with Chanel. That should be going live. I think it's tonight at 10 p.m. I'm not sure. And then tomorrow I actually have 2 TV hits with Newsmax. I have one with Rita Cosby at noon. 12 noon. And then I have another one at around 5 p.m. as well. So yeah, lots of interviews tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm always excited. And also like, I'm just really grateful. Like, I'm just super grateful to, to all these like American outlets who bring me on to speak about this, right? I mean, like literally no Canadian media outlet has me on because the Canadian media outlets are all lefties, right? So the Canadian media outlets, they don't reach out to me, which is fine, by the way, because I mean, Canada, honestly, like, and I say this as a Canadian, like Canada is irrelevant when it comes to geopolitics. Like Mark Carney is an embarrassment to, Canadians. So thankfully, like he's irrelevant anyway. So I'm actually happier to do media with American media outlets, right? Because American media outlets is what's more relevant. So I didn't do the Pierce. People are asking about the Pierce Morgan thing. I didn't do it. I canceled because they told me the MEK guy was gonna be on the day of. He wasn't. But I was like, you know what, fine, I'll go anyway. But then I realized that the show that they wanted me to appear on, it was not what I had agreed to, because I had agreed, like his producer basically told me that this was going to be a special episode all about Iran. But then like Pierce Morgan was going to do like a one-on-one interview with like this like Kurdish separatist from Iraq. And I didn't find out about that until like 30 minutes before I was supposed to tape my interview or like being on the panel or whatever. So I was like, no, like this is not what I agreed to. And I don't want to be associated with a Kurdish separatist from Iraq. And then the producer was like, oh, you don't dictate who we bring on. And I was like, I'm not dictating who you bring on. You can bring on whoever you want to bring on, but I did not agree to that, and I'm not going to come on your show because I don't want to be associated in any way, shape, or form with, Iraqi Kurdish separatists. You told me this was going to be a special episode about Iran. What do Kurdish separatists in Iraq have to do with Iran? So I was like, nope, I'm not going to do that. Anyways, and I still tried to convince them. Like I tried to convince them to bring ARMIN on, and they still refused. They were like, we're not going to do that. So I was like, all right, whatever. So yeah, I didn't do Pierce. I didn't do Pierce because it was not what I had agreed to. So yeah, not what I agreed to. All right, guys. So we're going to call it a night. I will play a couple songs for you, and then I will see you all tomorrow. As always, I'm Israel Chai. God bless America. Payande Iran, and Javid Shah. Good night, everyone.
سلام چطوری مردک کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک سلام به محفل قرآنیتون سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون سلام به دوستای پول ملت که تش میفتین توی تور ملت سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت ساکتش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا اینو بگذریم به خاک میرسیم. تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم. ایران مردمش وطن پرستن، از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک بیرسی. توف به هر چی مرسی است، توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است، توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نستی هست. سر کردستان همه برپا شدن، بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن. شم واحد که شیر و خورشید، ما بقی جعلیا تنها شدن. شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن، کور بشه چه شهرچی اهریمن. رخه رو بگی تا اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترجیحن. شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه، برن سلامتی نوش کنن و آبادی باشه. مقصد کجاست؟ میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه. سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا، نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما. شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین، حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا.
فاهنگ به این خوشگلی با نایده بود، اسم یه مشخاین رو توش بیاریم، ولی خب لازم بود دیگه فکر کنم.